down but not out. Sight. Ritual.
Rainbow Sunday. And we are in, the crowd is moving into our theater in Potsdamer Platz. And I'm so happy to have these wonderful people here to join us, and you at home. How are you today? Let's say, Jake, are you watching? Mandy, how are you today? Maybe somebody's on the other side. Layla, how are you? How's everybody on the desk? Welcome, Miller Stamatic, your host. With me are three beautiful faces, and of course, Fresh will be joining us as we get on with our day. Don't you worry about it. We'll go into more detail. Jesse, good morning. How you feeling?
Good morning, Milos. It feels like Championship Sunday, doesn't it? A European team in the Grand Finals, LATAM team in the Grand Finals. I had some good early breakfast this morning, so I'm feeling good.
Pengu,
yes.
You've been on the stage and other sides of it and casting finals also. How's it feel to be here on the desk?
I was going to say, I've never been in this exact location before, so I'm very happy to cross off my bucket list. Super happy to be here.
Maybe you'll be observing one day like Mandy. She's speedrunning everything.
You kind of have to do everything now, yeah.
Yeah, basically. Jacob, good morning. You're looking snazzy.
Good morning, thank you. I remember the last time I was on for Grand Final, it was in Mexico, and there was no crowd, and now we get to do it with people in the building, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them and more also will be rolling in as we get on with our final plus. Don't tell anybody, but they're showing off new things since
What?
Did you know that?
Today?
Yeah.
Today, not long from now. But before we get to that, let's set you up for our final with some kind of headline information. First up, Rogue, and introducing them is Mr. Anderson. Please, this squad, the EU squad in the final, how you feeling about them?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good about them in spite of their journey to get here, knocking a couple favorite teams out. This was a team that technically wasn't really even supposed to be here, but they've had the fastest transformation and utilization of a prodigy probably since Bolo. I'd argue even faster than when Bolo was added to TSM. In the course of one stage, not only has Spoit produced one of the single biggest stat lines you could ask of him, but it also now means the pressure is off him. They built the entire team from what they had from before to now within the span of just a couple of weeks. It's a feat for Rogue, and Spoit has definitely lived up to the pressure.
It's the Royal Road, as they call it, for Spoit to make it through, and he's got a full house to guide him through this final. But on the other side are FaZe Clan. They've had a hell of a time, and they're looking for more trophies.
They sure are, Milos. The last time we had a major in EU, it was these boys who came out on top. FaZe Clan were the champions back at the Sweden major. Now, they've had some bumps in the road since then. Six Invitational didn't go their way. Of course, the Charlotte major, they couldn't quite attend for that one. So this is their chance to get back on the saddle here in Europe. And of course, it's going to be tough for them because there's one thing that wasn't affecting them back in Sweden that's going to be a factor here in Berlin, and it's these people in front of us, Milos. Everybody who's going to be loud and most likely not on their side. The European opponents will be tough. But it's been a good tournament so far from FaZe. We've seen Cyber popping off. Bullets had some incredible clutches. Souls has been such a good support player for this team as well. They did well in the groups. They've conquered their LATAM brethren here in the bracket, and now they're looking to take it against the Europeans in the grand finals. A lot to prove to be the first team to do the two-time major.
And here's a quick update on our bracket, just in case. It's actually pretty simple. When we got here to the best-of-5 grand final, that's all that's left. Rogue versus FaZe Clan. Went Xset Wolves, G2 Rogue, W7M, Elevate, Furia, and FaZe, the 8 teams that qualified out of 16 from the group stage. From your personal experience, having played against so many of these teams and also casted them over the years now, Pengu, what are your thoughts? Any surprises?
I mean, starting at bottom here with FaZe Furia. FaZe Clan is making it to the grand finals, beating domestic teams in Latin America. That's what they know so well. So I'm a little bit fearful for FaZe because they haven't played against Rogue before. They haven't played Europe yet at this stage. And, in a best-of-3 scenario,
it's Leon.
Of the state of Rogue, it's like they had a really, really tough game against T2. Overtime both maps, right? They almost didn't make it past it. Then Xset, they won the first round on Bank. Then it was over, 7 straight for X, and I thought, okay, Rogue's done. They're not going to make it. They're asleep at the wheel. They turned up in big time, and they made it to the grand finals. They shouldn't be here, but they deserve to be here so much.
Well. Our schedule for today, then on from the storylines, we move on to that. It's actually, again, pretty simple. Champion Sunday, I love how easy it is to get through the graphics in the day. Our opening is literally right now.
Yep.
We got the Rainbow Six panel coming up for our next operation, the future of Rainbow Six.
What are we in, year 10, season 6 or something now? What's the number?
Pretty close.
Not quite.
What are we on?
I don't know. At this point, we're just moving on. I've been here all my life at this point, if you ask me. From then on to a music performance. And I'm just going to tease a bit because I watched it this morning when they were rehearsing it. It's pretty sexy. Not gonna lie.
Very loud.
I'm really waiting for it. And of course, at the end, our grand final. Everybody will be stacked up and ready for it. Though, if we now focus back on said final, I'm going to talk to you, Jacob, for this, because this is a big fight of old versus new. We talked about it yesterday when FaZe were going up against W7M. It looks like this repeats again for the final.
If only because FaZe is a team that hasn't needed to go to the well of new talent. These guys have been here, whether it's the MIBR team, the Immortals team, classic FaZe clan like Cameraman and Astro, in their own ways have been here forever. These guys have been competing at a very high level for a long time, and it's only just now that this FaZe clan roster has been unleashed. The opposite side of the coin is that Rogue have rebuilt their team around one guy in particular. It also means that guys like Cryan and Cancer Raketti are working with him to accomplish Rogue's to accomplish those goals. The only problem that you now face for Rogue is this kind of pressure something you can draw from? Can you actually use the crown to your advantage? And how much does that affect FaZe? Because I do not believe this is anywhere close to a hometown crowd for the Brazilians.
Yeah, there's a few FaZe fans that are in there that I heard them screaming, but there's quite a few Rogue fans in here too.
It's hard to be heard.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, there you go. There'll be more chance as we go also. But Pengu, I want to turn to you for a moment and ask for your experience, because you know the play styles and you can distinguish them better than most people in the world. So how do you see Rogues going into this game?
The thing about FaZe Clan when they play is that they change the pace constantly, right? Fast to slow, do a rush, and then take it super cool, just wait for Rogue to do their first moves, or their opponent in this case. But Rogue, Leon Gitz always says this, they don't really prep much for their matchup. They don't really study their opponents. They go into the server, they do what they want to do. They want to play a map they're comfortable on that given day, and I think if Rogue wants to beat FaZe, they got to play their own game and not let FaZe dictate how they're going to accomplish that, or how to approach those rounds.
All right. But there's a lot of highlight players that have to show up in this game. And honestly, you can talk about all 10, but we'll be here all day to prep for it. So, Jesse, you're a numbers man.
Well, Milos, if there's two people you want to highlight on these squads, I think it's pretty clear who you want to be highlighting. Of course, it's going to be Cyber and Spoit. These are two players that have really led their teams statistically through the game so far, through the bracket. Cyber has been the best player coming into these finals of anybody combined. He sits at 126 kills, the most out of anybody at this event. He's been popping off, and you'll remember, back at the Sweden Major, this was one where we saw him break the major kill record, 176 total kills. He still holds that. In fact, he comes into these grand finals with a 7-kill lead to where he entered into those grand finals. He's been fantastic. He's got a real shot of breaking this record here today. And then on the other side of things, Spoit as well. He was the conductor of XSET's demise, and the opening pick was his baton. Yesterday, Spoit was the guy that really did close out games against XSET. He's got the same amount of deaths as Cyber in the semifinals. 2 extra kills, though, 26-24. He always comes in with aggressive swings towards the end of those games, makes things upsetting for the opponent, and really gets in their head. If he can do that again today, this is going to be very difficult for the FaZe Clan boys.
I have one kind of argument. You can target ban Sport, you can target ban Kanto, you can take Nuke off Cryan, or Cryan off the Nuke rather, but no matter what you do, you're also going to have one person enabling 3 others. Daypack from Rogue, on drones, on Echo, supporting the soldiers from the backline. That's my real MVP on this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see more of that as we get into the game, and the players are also readying up as we speak. But let's talk about Rogue's opponents, FaZe Clan, a top team that a lot of people weren't even expecting for them to make it here to the Major or even to Copa Elite 6, but here they are in the final, Jacob.
It's nice that they had a turnaround from stages 1 to 2. Yeah, they didn't qualify for Charlotte. Massive shocker. It felt like there was a couple of really big Brazilian teams that have been in the scene for a long time that either didn't make it to Charlotte or get to here. FaZe Clan kind of broke the curse a little bit. We wondered if the same players were going to maintain the consistency or the form they had right after SI, but we also noticed a couple of the highest placing teams at SI this year didn't really go on to do that much. TSM fell off, Empire, we know what happened with Empire, and the FaZe Clan guys were 3rd place, and it felt like they kind of used stage 1 as their own time to reset. And when they did, they came in 1st place in Copa Elite over W7M, but then W7M puts on a crazy run in the group stage, and as soon as we see that matchup in playoffs happen, we're like, this is W7M's chance. The new guys are going to get it done. FaZe Clan showing exactly why all of that experience, the time spent in best of 3s matters so much. It genuinely was a case of, like, if you run through like a matrix of all the different possibilities, FaZe Clan simply have way more than W7M do, and I also wonder if they've got more in the tank for a team like Rogue.
Oh, Pengu then. What about FaZe in this matchup? Because they've been kind of rocking it as we go. Only Brazilian teams really have hit them hard, or G2, but that's another question.
I think if you were to take a LATAM team to an international stage, I'd always put money on FaZe Clan or Team Liquid. One of them, they aren't here. So my money on, honestly, I feel like FaZe have a really great chance of taking this, but it comes down to the individual plays, right? Yesterday against W7M, FaZe Clan won because they clutched out 4 rounds in a row practically on Cafe. Those were unwinnable rounds that they somehow managed to win. And Oryx Dash saved enough time for a defuse. Those small things are going to matter yesterday and today. But in a best-of-5 series, you need a ton of those to win the match.
Yeah, and players love to trash talk, at least talk about their strengths. And Leon was talking about the flexibility of Rogue in interview, but on the other side, cameraman was saying the depth of map pool that FaZe has is like no other. Do you agree with that? Do the numbers agree with it too either?
Well, in short, yeah, absolutely. In long, it really does look like a strong map pool for FaZe Clan. I mean, you take a look at even what Rogue claims to be as their best map. You take a look at Skyscraper, right? FaZe Clan currently have a 5-game win streak over on Sky. They're very good at that map as well. You know, they're only negative on a single map so far this stage. That's going to be Clubhouse. They're going to have some bans that they might choose to take that out of the pool with. Of course, they've got that option every other map. They've got a winning record on. They play everything, every single map, at least once so far this stage, and at least 3 times so far since the 6th Invitational. So they will play whatever they need to. There's no permabans from FaZe Clan. There's no maps that they're not happy to go to against Rogue. Even some of the great maps that we have from Rogue, like Bank, sure, it's their most played map. It's also FaZe's most played map, and they've got a better record on it.
Thank you. Let's look at this in kind of play style, philosophy also. Rogue love to flex.
Yes.
They like to keep it all going. Do you think FaZe actually can adapt to that quickly in game?
I mean, experience beats everything, in my opinion, honestly. But the thing is, Rogue might be a relatively new roster, so to speak, just picked up Sport here for Stage 2, but they do have experience on the roster. Kanto Raketi, major champion, Invitationals champion. He's been around the block a couple of times. Dapek, sure, he's new to Tier 1, so to speak. He's been grinding for 4 or 5 years in Tier 2 and Tier 3 in Europe. He's got experience. Leon Giddens, the IGL, who leads the troops on the server, has been around for so many years as well. So sure, FaZe Clan, they have maybe more to it when you look at it, but Rogue, they're not new people on this block.
Wait a second. I think Leon Giddens himself is calling us over. What's up? What is... Wait,
What's that? Is that jersey?
Oh, it's a Rogue jersey. Let's go.
Is that not some bias on the desk?
Hey,
Pardon me?
that's a Rogue jersey.
Wow.
All right.
I don't know if that's allowed. That feels like bribery.
He wants to do it for Bruce, but when I said that to him, Bruce, by the way, wonderful cat, Leon's cat, because cat person, you get it too.
Sure.
But I got to say, he said, I'll do it for you, Milos, and I think that means a lot. Just put it like that.
Biased analyst.
Well, I'm not an analyst. I'm just a dumb host here. So
Biased
that's all you need to know. But
Unbelievable.
as we wrap all this up before we go to the panel, how do you see this going? Quickly.
He
needs a moment. He needs a moment.
I need a second, yeah.
I want to see 5 maps. That's my number one
5 maps?
criteria. 5 maps. Okay, and then anyone can win, I'll be somewhat happy. But we are in Europe. It's been a while for Europe to win these tournaments. We need to get Europe back, so Rogue.
Listen, we're in the heart of Europe. We've got 5 European players up above us that are so good at this game. We've got a full European crowd who are going to be giving their energy to those 5 players. Everybody's going to put all their effort into this for Rogue, and all of them are still worse than Cyber. FaZe up, FaZe Clan to the finals, Brazil on top.
Jacob, you've been booed before. Are you going to do it again? Yeah, be careful.
Come on, 1-1.
You know what? Screw it.
2?
It's happening.
They're taking it all the way. And that's all you need to know. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for introing all of this. Thank you so much for being an incredible crowd. Now it's time to take a look at the future of Rainbow Six. And you know what? The future is right now.
everyone, and welcome to Operation Brutal Swarm. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and today we're talking Nighthaven. There's always been some tension between them and Team Rainbow, and this season, a new operator is joining their ranks. What's their deal? Creative Director Alexander Karpazis is here to enlighten us and to share more on everything that's coming in this season.
Season 3 Operation Brutal Swarm is a huge season for us. It's setting a lot of the foundational pillars that we want to build off of in the coming seasons. And so there's some big stuff coming. We have Grimm, who's a new operator from Singapore, who's joining Nighthaven, who's a fantastic, aggressive intel gatherer. And we also have an additional map coming to the mix that we hadn't planned on before, and it's a nice surprise for our community. And we have some interesting updates that are really important to us too, such as the reputation system, the next phase of it coming online. This season focuses on a squad that you already know. It's Nighthaven. It's led by Callie, and it's officially split off from the Rainbow Six group. We see Grimm joining the squad now, and we'll get even more information about what the squad is up to at the launch of the season. We've already communicated with the community about changes that are happening to the roadmap. We saw our map from Season 3 slip to Season 4, but we also wanted to create some surprises as well, which is an additional map that you all know and love already. We also wanted to highlight some of the changes that we're making to the reputation system. We're introducing some features today in the new season, but they also set up new changes for the next season as well.
Now that you've heard more about what's coming, it's time to see it in action. Here's a teaser of Operation Brutal Swarm gameplay from our friend Chris Waters and the Ubisoft News team.
One hive ready. What's tracking target?
Things are looking grim for any defenders who like to stay undetected as Operation Brutal Swarm brings a new intel gathering operator to the attack. His name is Grimm, and his K1 Hive launcher gadget can reveal enemy positions from a safe distance with bees. Micro air vehicles, technically, but once you're in the swarm and getting pinged repeatedly, you'll have bigger problems to do. Recoil system and making weapon attachments more impactful. Plus, a new Impact EMP Grenade arrives to give more attackers the power to turn out the lights. All this and more is coming with Operation Brutal Swarm, and your deeper look at it all continues now.
Grimm joins the attackers with a high-tech gadget that can shake up the defenders' positions. Our game designer, Matthew Lacombe, is here to give you more intel about it, but first, we're going to dive into the design and development of Grimm with concept artist Sunshine Kim and director of gameplay design Jeremy Cavan.
Our character concept artist, NJ Tutai, who worked on iconic CEST operators such as Sledge, Valkyrie, Lion, and Nook, has brought us another amazing design for our newest operator, Grimm. This one was an interesting assignment for us because Grimm is a very traditional, grounded soldier who might not be seen as a member of Nighthaven at first sight. We see this traditional soldier like Grimm standing among all these colorful operators, which creates this interesting dynamic. And Grimm's supposed to be a little bit outcast, and he needs to stand out a little bit. So it creates an interesting question: why does this guy belong to Nighthaven? What makes Kali trust this guy? It was really fun to explore this character and the designs based on this dynamic. We wanted his design to really reflect the history of Grimm's life, the countless battles and missions that he's been through. So we researched a lot of MMA fighters and athletes to really capture that history of a veteran soldier. What I personally really like about Grimm is that he's a big, giant, buffed guy that, as far as I remember, we don't really have this kind of silhouette, at least in Asian male characters in our game just yet.
So to create Grimm's device, there is something that we always wanted to add into Rainbow Six, and these are Microtech Gadgets. We thought that there was a very rich fantasy that could lead to really interesting visual experiences. Grimm's gadget is made of a few parts. The tracking device is the Microtech bot. We call it B-bot. It can fly in the air, it's battery powered, and it can last for a couple of seconds. In idle position, this bot is plugged into a bulletproof electronic canister. And when this canister lands on a valid position, the swarm spreads out of it. This canister is protected by a projectile that can open when it's stuck on a valid surface. And finally, we wanted to play with the mix between low-tech and high-tech to create a unique identity for this operator. And that's why we gave him this over-the-shoulder classic launcher that he used to throw the projectile. We really like the feeling when you are inside the swarm. We really love this feeling, and we are thrilled to present that to our player today.
The K1 Hive launcher is Grimm's gadget. It's a over-the-shoulder bazooka kind of launcher. You equip it similar to what you would do with Ash or Zofia. It shoots a projectile that will travel in a straight line. It will stick to the surface it's shot at. Once it sticks to the surface, it will release a canister. If it's on the floor, it will just open. The effect will take place there. If it's stuck on the wall, it will propel it down on the floor. So the effect will be generated from this canister. The effect itself is a swarm of bots, really a cloud of robotic bees. They reveal any defenders that would be inside the swarm. They will be tracked in live action, so the red mark will follow them as they move around. And last part is the decay and the debuff that you will have once you leave the swarm. This is the small beast that sticks to you as you leave. You will get pinged 3 times in a short period of time, similar to the alibi decoy that we have in the game already. We're really happy to tell you that Grimm is a 3-speed, 1-health attacker. It's been a while since we had one of those, and it really goes with the rest of the loadout. We have the 5.52 Commando as a primary assault rifle. You know how reliable, how good it is. But we also have the shotgun, the SG CQB, as another primary option. It's one of the first time that we have an operator that uses a shotgun and is a 3-speed. If you remember, you remember, but for this time, it's the first named operator that we have. In the secondary weapon, we have the P229. For the secondary gadgets, we have the breach charge. It adds a layer of verticality to Grimm. You can place the breach charge on the floor, shoot the gadget through the bars, so you're now funneling the defenders from the top floor. So it really adds another layer to this gadget. Or you can go with the Claymore. It's a really natural progression with this gadget. You shoot it in the doorway, there's no one in there because you don't have any marks, or there's no one, you don't hear anyone. You can go place a Claymore now, like you secured something. So it's really like a natural progression of the gadget. Grimm's role is part entry. You want him inside the building first. You have a really good gadget to hunt down roamers. You have the 3 speeds, so you're as quick as them. You have the good weapon to go to pick those fights, and you have the ability to funnel them inside some rooms with your gadget. You shoot this in a doorway, the defenders cannot go in there. Like, you know they won't cross this door, and if they do, everyone on the team will be alerted. We want to have an attacker that is about aggression. We've had operators that were planning heavy, you had to think about what you were doing, but Grimm's is a bit more on the instinct. You have this launcher that denies some area, you have the assault rifle to take areas, so it's really, you're bringing the fight to them. Grimm's gadget always succeeds. So if you hit someone, you will have the red mark. Everyone on the team will know that there's something going on. If there's nothing, there's no red mark, well, everyone will know that there's no one in there. So you always succeed with this gadget. Operators like Nomad, Gridlock, they really help you secure the areas that you can attack with the Grimm. If you know that there's a defender stuck inside a room and contesting this with Grimm would be difficult, you can ask Sense or have a smoke grenade to block the line of sight so you can have the launcher get in there. When you know the opposing team has a lot of roamers, Caveras, Bandit, Vigil, you can ask the help from Jackal. He can track them down with their footsteps. So if they move, they leave footsteps. If they move, they might get caught inside Grimm swarms. So it's really a tag team to get around the roamers. Also, you have Lion. Lion really creates this move or don't move. You have this swarm that is creating on you, but Lion is going off. Do I move? Do I not move? Like, it creates interesting situations when you have those operators against the defending team. Mute is one of the greatest counter that we have to Grimm. For Mute, if the canister is stuck inside the Mute Jammer's radius, it won't release the swarm at all. So you will have to take care of the Mute Jammer first before having the effect. If you're standing in the radius of a mute jammer and there's a swarm around you, you won't be revealed. If you're affected by the debuff or the DK and you run inside the radius of a mute jammer, you will be cleansed. You can think of it similar to the call from Dokkaebi. The projectile can be caught by Wamai, Aruni, or Jaeger's gadget. Obviously, Wamai is the most fun one because it will displace the effect, but the other one will get rid of the canister altogether. If the canister hits electricity, be it in a barbed wire or on a wall, it will get destroyed. The way we designed Grimm's gadget, we made sure that there's a lot of specific timings. You can hear the shot. You will hear it stick. You will hear the canister opening, and then there will be the swarm. So there's a lot of timings that you will learn as you play against Grimm, and each one of those is a warning that something is happening. So you have, as a player, the choice of running or fighting. Grimm is a really aggressive attacker. We have the 3-speed, we have the good assault rifle, we have all of the tools to give you an attacker that is really in the face of defenders. So really an aggressive attacker.
At the launch of the last season, Operation Vector Glare, we let you know that the new map originally planned for this season would be delayed to next season. In the meantime, we've got a little surprise for you. The stadium map from the Road to SI event is entering the map pool. Don't ban it. Don't do it. Don't ban it. More on that later. Game designer Josem El Rene is here to share the good news and the details.
Originally for Season 3, we planned to bring you the Singapore map, but we needed some more time to tweak and finish our polished path. So instead, we will be bringing you something else, the stadium map. So the stadium maps are usually only available during the Road to SI event, but it was kind of a missed opportunity to have them only available a couple of weeks while they are full-blown maps. So while internally we always had a lot of fun playing it, we needed a little bit of outside feedback to be sure that it was ready to be brought to the ranked pool. So we asked a couple of pros to workshop and talked with us, and they had a lot of positive feedback about the map. That's pretty much it. We did a couple of tweaks here and there. We brought up the lighting so it's less dark, distributed the spawns so they're equally distributed. And finally, we added the game modes, the team deathmatch, and the PvE elements. We are very excited to bring you this map as a ranked map or even a casual. It will be available on all players, mainly because it is a familiar yet different feeling, because it's two maps that are merged together, something that our players know, but also there are some flavorful elements like the bulletproof glass, the fact that they are merged together. So it will bring a lot of exciting gameplay from our players. It's always fun to spawn from the gantry, going down toward the map itself. It's a safe and secure spawn that allows you to enter from unconventional ways.
The team is always working on player behavior features. It's important to us, and we know it's important to you. Here's Player Protection and Game Security Director Emmanuel Larive to tell you about the next phase of the reputation system, as well as a long-awaited feature, the ability to report cheaters during match replay.
Last season, we introduced reputation penalties by adding penalties toward the friendly fire. With the new season, we will be adding a new penalty for abusive tech chat. So the people that are abusing the tech chat by sending hateful and abusive content will be detected, they will be reported by users, and repeated offenders will be under this new penalty. When the sanction will be triggered on the player, the penalty will occur on several matches. So the person that will be under this penalty will still be able to send text messages. However, only the people that choose to unmute him will be able to see those messages. It's really key that we give player choice to unmute somebody that is under this sanction. When the system will be released, there will be a grace period. During this grace period, only warnings will be triggered, no sanction. After this grace period, repeated offender will be under this penalty. The goal will be to remove and reduce the amount of hateful and abusive content that you are receiving through the tech chat. We want to create a positive environment for everybody. It is key. Communication in your game is key, and we want to provide a safer environment. Match replay is a great addition to the game. It allows you to rewatch your match and improve your strategy. However, we heard you. Your voice is really important. So that's why with Season 3, we will be including reporting options. We totally understand that during a live match, you are not sometimes able to report a player. Sometimes the player disconnected, so there is many scenarios. By adding those options to the match replay, you will be able to take the time to review the whole gameplay and report this person. Reporting is really important and key for us. While receiving the reporting, we will be able to investigate and take actions. This will greatly help us to improve our system, but also to better act on those cheaters and distribute the right sanction at the right moment. Your voice is really important. It is key for us. So please continue and use those reporting tools. This new addition to the game will be available on all platforms, PC and console for everybody. The team put a lot of effort toward all of this new feature. For the future, I'm really excited about what we will be building. Reputation system and commendation system. I hope you will enjoy all content.
Balancing will have an important role in Operation Brutal Swarm. We're evolving the way we handle weapon recoil, which means the attachments you select will now have a bigger impact. Plus, some of your favorite operators will be getting a new secondary gadget option, the Impact EMP Grenade. On top of that, there's exciting news for Rook and Dokivi. Welcome back Alexander Karpazis and Javier Sabarigo from the balancing team to tell you more.
So in Brutal Swarm, this is our season of balance. We're taking a good hard look at our weapon handling, and recoil systems, which are scary topics to talk about, but they're very important for our game. One of the biggest changes we're making is separating the balancing between the PC world and the console world. Console will now be tuned separately than any other changes that we're doing on PC right now. And that's to make sure that we have player comfort in mind for all of the changes that we do want to make for console. That means all of the other changes we're talking about today only affect PC. We're making some changes to the recoil system. What we're looking at with vertical recoil is a stepping ladder of phases for these weapons. For ARs and SMGs, you'll see there's 3 phases, and at each phase, you'll get an increase in recoil. For LMGs, this is even stronger, especially for LMGs on high-capacity magazine weapons. Here, with the horizontal recoil, you can see that the changes aren't as drastic. However, it goes by the same philosophy. The longer that you hold down the trigger, the more horizontal sway that you'll get with any AR, SMG, and LMG. We are now making sure that burst fire is the favored way to approach any kind of one-on-one interaction. We looked at sustained fire, and it has a lot of randomness that doesn't answer to what the core of Siege is, which is tactical gunplay. So the big differences here is the longer you pull down the trigger, the more you'll have in recoil. We always want to encourage strategy, holding the correct angle, and crosshair placement over holding down the trigger and spraying and praying. And that's why these changes are focusing on burst fire, making sure that you make a decisive shot and you hit it, so that we don't reward luck as much as we reward skill in the game. Another reason why this is a big change for us is the idea of bringing customization and the tools to players to make the decisions they want to make when it comes to their loadout. We're really opening up customization and attachments this season because of these changes. If you want to deal with recoil, we give you new options. Muzzle brake and flash hiders are coming to all of these weapon families. We're also bringing more grips, angled and vertical, and more scopes than ever before. That means that you can build your loadout the way that you want to play, and it means that you're not stuck with a meta weapon. The other thing we're looking at too is making sure that every piece of customization is meaningful, that you actually have real choice between them all. Silencers now will be available without the damage debuff, making it that much more interesting to play with. With all of these new changes, we have a new ecosystem of weapons for players to play with. You can figure out what works for you, and it gives new freedom to how you want to play the game, and it also focuses on the tactical gameplay that we have in Siege. One of the positive impacts that are going to come out of this is new weapons that have long been determined not part of the meta or forgotten or nerfed to the point where they aren't used anymore could get a second life. Feedback is always really important for us in Siege, especially when it's something as important as recoil. We organize a creators workshop, bringing people in to experience the gameplay changes, to get their feedback. We had Q&A sessions, and we won't stop there. It's really important for us that we grow on this and that we check to maintain the health of the meta of the game, and we get all of your feedback as well. These are subtle changes that are changing the way that we can introduce new attachments and new ways to play the game, and we really do believe that this reinforces what Siege is all about.
As we introduced in the Year 7 season reveal, we were working on the Emp Impact Grenade. So that's alternative to Thatcher, that it's the only one that can use the Emp Grenade. So that's a little bit what we already do in the game with Maverick, Ivana or Termite, and we added the Heartbreed secondary gadget. This new Emp Impact Grenade will have a range of 2 meters instead of 5 meters of the Thatcher's one. Also, gadgets and electricity will be disabled during 9 seconds instead of 15. It will work as an impact, so it detonates on impact. Thatcher, for sure, will continue being the main operator to disable electricity. The operators that will have the EMP Impact as the third option are Sledge, Montaigne, Blackbird, Doka Heavy, Lion, Gridlock, Knock, Osa, and the Recruit, and will be equipped with 2 gadget units. We hope that this change will have a positive impact on our players, because they will work on more situations to win the match, and also they will be able to play Thatcher with his cool loadout. We know that you had a little preview of this feature during the last test server, so we are going to introduce it right now. If the operator falls into DBNO while wearing an armor plate from Rook, they will be able to use the Withstand ability. Once the Withstand animation is finished, the operator will revive with 20 health points. The objective is to give more value to the Rook's armor plate, which can help us a lot if we fall into DBNO during the round. The Dokaebi logic bomb was not affecting the operators on the support mode, so from now, the dead operators will be affected as the live ones, but the logic bomb cannot be interrupted. With this change, we will be giving more importance to Dokaebi's ability and will be more consistent.
We've got 2 more new features to highlight that are coming this season. A new map ban system and a significant upgrade to the tactical map. From our Barcelona studio, here's game designer Robert Cole to share more details.
So right now, the way the tactical map works is that it will show the spawn and objective locations, but it's true that it forces players to remember a lot of information, and even if the attackers find the objective, it will not be shown in the tactical map. We're doing a couple of quality of life changes to display the location of the objective once the attackers find it during the preparation phase. The attackers will also be able to see a list of potential objectives by the defense and also an icon next to the locked objectives. This will help players with their map knowledge, and it will also show previously hidden information that maybe more experienced players already knew. But overall, it will help players focus on decisions that matter, like planning their attack instead of feeling lost around the tactical map. We have been monitoring the map ban and pick rate, as well as the community sentiment regarding map distribution. If we take a look at the data right now, we can see how we have 3 to 4 maps with over 10% of the play rate, as well as maps below the 4% mark. We understand the map ban has room for improvements, and we want to address some of these concerns with this season changes. We're changing the map ban phase to contain 5 maps instead of 3. That way, if both teams decide to ban one map, the final decision will be a random between the 3 remaining maps. As well as, if both teams decide to ban the same map, the final decision will be between the 4 remaining maps. In the same case, if both teams decide not to ban any map, the final decision will be a random between the 5 remaining maps. With this change, we aim at increasing map diversity, while also maintaining the player agency of being able to ban maps from the pool. We will continue to monitor the situation and the performance of this change, but also make any adjustments necessary as part of our commitment on increasing map diversity. We know that this will help with map representation, but we also have future plans to tackle the exact problem of new maps being banned.
Before we wrap it up, let's talk Brutal Swarm Battle Pass. Starting this season, the Battle Pass will come with a discount on all items in the shop. And if you like, you could buy one for your friend as a treat. For more details, here's Business Strategy Director Mohammed Ben Hanada.
We're truly excited to bring back one of the perks that was in the year pass prior. So we're bringing back the shop discount. So what this means is for the Battle Pass owners, you'll be able to have the 10% shop discount during the season where you have the Battle Pass. And for our year pass owners, you will have it up until the end of year 7. This 10% discount will apply on any items on the shop, whether it's on Arceus Credit or Renown. So this means Alpha Packs, Collection Packs, Elites, or Esports items, all of this will be at a 10% reduction. We know that Siege is a game that is best played with your friends. So we want you to be able to also experience the Battle Pass with one of your friends. So during Season 2, we soft-launched the Buy for a Friend feature for the Battle Pass. We're more confident in the system now, so in Season 3, we're deploying it everywhere. So what this means is that for you, as a player, you will be able to purchase the Battle Pass for one of your friends. For the moment, buying the Battle Pass for one of your friends and gifting it is actually going to be only for the same platform as you. But looking in the future, once we'll be cross-platform and cross-progression, this is something that we'll be looking at. The only condition that you have for buying a Battle Pass is that you have to be friends with a person for more than 90 days for now. So the buying for a friend is a feature that we'll be looking into expanding to other type of categories in the future. So maybe we'll look into esports items, elites, but for now, we'll gather your feedback on how it performs around the Battle Pass.
Be sure to share your feedback on R6 Fix, and thanks for sticking around to the end for our One More Thing. Castle Elite. Enjoy.
And there it is, the future of Rainbow Six for the next few months is out. Everybody now can tell. Brutal Swarm is coming. No God, the bees is all I'm gonna say.
I'm remembering the old Oprah gif specifically. You know, the one just swarming the studio. Yeah.
Bees! Bees,
Yeah.
exactly.
Bees.
That's what we're getting. And that's the future. I want to talk about it for just a second here, all between us, and what you all thought. Because if there's something we love here, is theory crafting. And all of you know a thing or two about how the game works. So Jesse, please start off. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think Grimm's going to be a pretty good operator. I think the way that he's able to flank watch with those bees, I think being able to set those up might make some operators like Nomad and Gridlock, he's shaved out of the meta a little bit. See more of this, the bees coming in forward. I think it's going to be very good. It might be kind of hard for like roamers to try to flank in, get behind. If you've got a really good Grimm who wants to set up those bees and make it very difficult, that could be a bad time for some roamers.
It's also like, because Grimm has 5 of those canisters, and they can burn, my ADSs, my magnets, ADSs, and Renegade's, like, sure, you can do the flank stuff. You can also clear out utility for the grenades, the flashbangs, etc. So quite a versatile operator, and honestly, it feels like being an attacker is much more fun than defending these days. How it's going.
It can be.
I'll take a slightly different approach. I think LMGs are getting nerfed a little bit. Finally.
Recoil.
Finally.
Recoil seems like a big deal.
Obviously, you don't want to have that many recoil changes affect too much too quickly. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like a very subtle adjustment, if only from the data points, obviously. When the test server comes out, we'll give it a bit of a whirl, see exactly how much it changes. I don't know if it's going to affect Finka pick rates specifically, because Finka is far more versatile than simply the weapon, but I like what I see on paper. It's just in execution, we'll have to see what it does in the server.
Yeah, and it's really interesting as well that we're moving to a system where we balance console and PC differently. I know a lot of console players are happy about that. Jacob, we met an Xbox pro today who plays competitive Siege on Xbox, still going strong, and it's nice that they're going to have something that's a little bit more balanced towards that side of the game, because it's a different experience that sometimes we don't really think about from the PC side of things, but it's very important to a lot of players out there.
I've never been able to get a single kill on console. I loaded it into Team Hunt and I couldn't even get through one of them. I don't know how people play in controllers anymore. But hey, that's the skill, right?
Here's something else you can get kills on. We like that Stadium's coming back, right? Do we like Stadium?
Yeah.
Yeah, Stadium's a fun map.
Yeah.
I heard some boos. There's actually some people that don't like that.
Well. Honestly, it's definitely my favorite map, if you ask me. I can't wait. I mean, we played the 6-me Invitational on it, you and I, Pengu. We got the semis, not bad, right? It was your first loss against NA.
Wait a second. I retired you on Stadium.
Yeah. Oh my, I lost to you and Lycan.
Yeah, we did.
And Lycan and Rampy and Chowderhead.
Yeah.
What a team.
Lost
the only North American team to ever beat me in a tournament was the Invitationals. And honestly, I'm not sure if it's because they were the better team or we were the worst team, but either way, we had fun.
Or you were on Stadium. That might be part of it. Maybe you're not excited about it coming in.
So normally I always say, please don't ban the new maps, but with me having a loss already on Stadium, I should stop banning the new
You've got the worst competitive Stadium record in history.
Nice. Yeah, so maybe we'll have to look at that redemption-wise. But gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break when we come back, especially for all of you watching here, but especially for those at home. It's time for the music performance, so do not go anywhere. You really don't want to miss this.
Paris, Mexico, Stockholm. I have so many memories. I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the final after an unbelievable performance.
On the best team in the world.
I was there in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
Crossfire gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Oh, are you kidding me? The 1v4!
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again!
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and not just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Berlin. Make some noise! I've waited for a long time to do that here on this stage in Berlin. Welcome, everybody. It has been amazing. This week, fans, players, everybody from all over the world who loves this game has come out for the first live Siege event on a large scale for the first time since 2019. So one more time, I'm gonna need you to make some noise! Eight teams. And now it comes down to this. They've dispatched any and all opposition standing in their way, and they are now looking to make it 2 titles in the last 12 months. You know who they are. It's FaZe Clan! They're unfazed by the crowd, that's for sure, and they are looking to crash the European party of the year. Now, I know that this crowd is very much ready to meet their opponents right now. The hopes of a region on their shoulders. Can they secure the first EU major win since 2019? Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to get loud. It's Rogue! They've got a live crowd ready to help push them over the line. I don't need to say a word here. You know what this means to this crowd. Could this become the theatre of dreams for Rogue? Before we get into the handshake, it's time for the face-off.
Making it to the finals of a major is something I've always dreamed of. It's definitely a goal of mine to win it all, so I'm going to make sure I'm winning it. If we make the finals, my confidence is 100%. I don't think there's anyone that can stop us. FaZe's strengths are that they have really good team play, always refragging each other. But I think their weaknesses are that sometimes their players can be a bit slow, and we can abuse that early on.
Making to the finals, it means a lot for me and the team because we put so much effort every day on this game. We live for that. Against Rogue, I think we are very confident. I think our play style is better than them.
The teams are beginning to line up. The playoffs here started out, as I said, with 8 teams. We are now down to the final 2. The cream as well and truly rose to the top as they stand side by side as Rogue finally gets into position. Before I throw down to the desk and we get this thing started, please, FaZe Clan, Rogue, shake hands. Now, Leon, can I just borrow you for 1 second? Just really quickly. Now, we are going to go down to the desk to preview this one in full, but in case you didn't know, it's Leon's birthday today. So, should we sing happy birthday to Leon? I'll start and then you take over, all right? Happy birthday. Thank you, Leon. Get ready and best of luck. This is what it all comes down to. We are ready for it. Make sure you bring all the energy down to our analyst desk with the beautiful bearded man, Milos.
Thank you very much, Ian, a beautiful man yourself. Welcome back, everybody, to the analyst desk, and we'll set you up for our grand final. It's all down to one best of 5. And I got 3 of the best here to talk to me about it, Jesse, Pengu, and Jacob. We'll get through it all because the big fight for this is old versus new. It's a team that wants to build its pedigree in Rogue. It's the Royal Road here coming through for Spoit all the way in Stage 2 to Grand Final. How does that work? That's insane. FaZe are looking to make it 2 trophies out of 4 in the same competitive year. That's incredible too. So what are your expectations? I'll go down the line. Jesse, go ahead.
Listen, we've seen 2 teams fight tooth and nail just to get to this spot. I think what we've seen throughout, though, is that Rogue really are a team that can take that momentum. And even if it starts a little slow, when this crowd gets going, when Spoit's starting to fire, they really do heat up. So if this goes late, I'm getting a little worried. I think FaZe Clan, their goal here has to be ended early.
I fully agree. When you're finding yourself in a bad position in these long matches and the crowd isn't there to help you, you can only do it yourself. Once FaZe falls behind, I wonder how they can bring it back. I agree. Early start, good start for FaZe, they need it.
Yep.
Both teams technically, statistically coming in very, very dead even. Attack, defensive statistics are within 1 percentage point of each other. They might not be the flashiest that we've seen in the Berlin Major, but they are certainly still as neck and neck as it is possible to be for 2 teams in a grand final.
Well, this is different than all other matches, not just it being grand final, but it's best of 5, which means there's extra layers into it. You have to let through more maps that you might be comfortable with in a 9-map pool. So let's pull up those map bans on the screen, have a chat about them and what they are. First up, it's ban, pick, just so you know. Pick for Rogue, Border, FaZe Clan going for Villa. Then ban, down to Skyscraper, Rogue's pick. Bank, FaZe Clan, and Decider Clubhouse should we need our 5th map. Overall take on the ban phase, Jesse?
Listen, Milos, we started off with some pretty simple bans, what you'd expect, right? Cafe, it's not a map that Rogue have played so far in Stage 2. FaZe on a 9-game win streak there. You want that out of the pool as fast as possible. Oregon, one that FaZe have played quite a bit, actually. So the fact that they're banning it out, maybe trying to counter some of that prep that Rogue have been doing on their VODs. They played it just recently against W7M to qualify for these finals. Then Border and Villa are 2 picks for Border Rogue. 1 play and 1 win. Since the map came out, they've only played it once. That was Wednesday when Dalmon Kia pushed it to 14 rounds, but the win went to the Europeans. FaZe not played it since Copa Elite 6. Then you take a look at Villa. Another one that we haven't seen from FaZe so far this major. Kind of pulling it out of the bag, a little bit of a surprise. Only 1-2 record this year, but they've had some great games on it, including beating W7M again at the Copa Elite 6 finals.
I'd argue that for the next 2 maps, Theme Park knocked out by Rogue was probably one of the ones that was the closest to a permaban or a map that they were indifferent to, something that they didn't want to worry about bringing out in a best of 5 capacity. They were removed from the pool. FaZe Clan opting to get Chalet off the board, which this year they've not been that good at. It was only a 50-50 map. So we get 2 maps back into like the second part of this rotation that neither team necessarily wanted to worry about. But for the last 3, now it's not a matter of banning anything out anymore. We've already had our 4 bans at this point, so when we get down to these final 3, it's a little bit of a different story.
I was going to say, the last 3 gets really explosive, right? And most importantly is that both teams love Sky and Bank so much that no one's going to ban it. So it's a matter of, what do we play first? Well, it's Skyscraper into Bank. But both teams are so comfortable here, and it really comes down to the fact that whenever Rogue is in a best-of-3 scenario, a team can either ban Bank and get Skyscraper, or ban Skyscraper and get the Bank. So they're super happy to go here. And when it comes to Bank, it's where FaZe can play all these flex operators back and back and back and back. And we also got to talk about the operators they can target ban when they get there. Clubhouse, the final map, potentially, if we go all the distance 5 maps. If we need it, it's going to test the fundamentals, the strategy of both teams, which is a beautiful way to end it out in this current meta, Rainbow Six Siege.
And a classic way of old and new, we go to a Border first. And I'd like to talk about that and highlight players that you'll expect maybe to show up in this matchup. How do you see this Border evolving?
I mean, again, we're always going to be focusing on Cyber when it comes in for FaZe Clan. I'll remind the audience that he is on track to break his record of the most kills in a single major. Now, they're almost certainly going to need all 5 maps if they want to do it. Currently, the record sits at 176 kills being held, and currently he's at 126. 50 kills needed. This needs to be a strong start.
Okay.
That's only 10 kills a map.
If you go 5 maps, it's possible.
Very
Absolutely.
possible.
If you go OT, very possible.
He also broke it because in the Sweden Major, we had that Villa map go infinite overtime for several rounds, which meant there was even more time for it to happen here. Infinite overtime is not something you have to worry about in this scenario, so as far as he's concerned, there might even be less time to worry about it.
Well, for highlighting players, I think it's time for us to kind of compare to one from each one of these teams. And we got Cryan on the other side, who's also been performing really well. It doesn't just matter if he's, oh, the Nook is open, he's going to pick it and lurk. There's more to it, and we got Bullet on the other side to compare.
I mean, that's a great point that you brought up with the Nook, right? Yesterday, we saw Nook banned 3 out of 3 times, and it is typically Cryan's operator. He's very good, arguably the best Nook in the entire world, but he still performs, still their second best player, despite the fact the operator off of the board. I think you took a look at Cyber then. He clutched 3 times against W7M, the most of any player in any game at this major. The 1v1 defending Laundry after Souls got a 3K, the 1v1 attacking Cafe after Souls got the kit down, and then the 1v2 attacking Reading after Astro got the kit down. The key thing in all 3 of those clutches was that there was somebody helping him out, right? He had some support to try to give him that advantage when he went into that clutch situation. So if he can work with the support players, have those good spots again, you can definitely see Bullet save some rounds that they have absolutely no business winning.
Jacob?
Yes, Milos.
Anybody else to see kind of performing at the best, or they needed to be performed in this matchup?
Cantor Ketty, for me, is the big one. Because oftentimes
Lanto?
we'll see Spoit light up the scoreboard like he's meant to, and then we'll see Cryan do it on the other side. Because when you're on flank watch, usually we'll see the 2 of them kind of operate in tandem. But sometimes Cantor Ketty takes the whole hot and cold moniker. Are we getting Kanto or Cantor Ketty? We want the one from 2018, 2019, back when he was teammates with you, right?
Lanto.
Lanto is what we're looking for. But not often, or sometimes we simply don't see it. There are some maps where we're like, well, it looks like Rogue got away with one without him needing to make crazy statistical contributions, and sometimes he'll light everything up and suddenly become top frag. It's not a case where, like, I hate looking at one player and thinking if you don't get kills, then you're not doing it right. But for somebody in his role specifically, that might be the thing that really needs to shine for Rogue.
Bengu, from then on, you were saying that it's kind of an anomaly that Rogue even made it to the major, let alone be in the finals. So what are your thoughts more on that, if you can dig into it?
I mean, if you're Rogue right now, you can argue that they got the most pressure here. The crowd, Europe, etc. So many things to play for. Rookie, with Sport joining, etc. Kent with the experience of playing at big stages. But honestly, if you're Rogue, you've beaten expectations. You shouldn't be here, but you are. And seeing the players backstage before we come out, they seem pretty chill about it too. So I don't think they're too worried. But most importantly, we know how much fun they have in the server, how good the vibes are. When you have that combined with the crowd favoring, I feel like there's nothing that can go wrong in that department. But as Jacob said, you gotta win those 1v1s.
We got Cryan in here, and everybody's got to say hello. Come on,
flexing again.
You've gotta. You talk about the pressure a little bit for Rogue and how it may be on, it may be off. This is also an opponent that they have not had great success with in the past. They played at the 6th Invitational, the 2 maps, Villa Chalet, both going the way of FaZe Clan. They also played all the way back at the Sweden Major. That was a 1-1 split. That was in groups. Clubhouse went the way of FaZe, and Cafe went the way of Rogue. Obviously, different rosters, especially for Rogue. But still, when you look at the org history, when you look at the fan history, I know people have been watching these matches for a long time. There's a lot of bad blood there.
Well, from the bad blood to what can FaZe do to close all of this? Because maybe they have less pressure, but they're still the team that is expected to win through. They're the ones with the most experience. They're looking for a 2nd trophy in less than a year. That sort of thing has not happened that often ever since way back in the day, in your days, Pengu. So that's also a lot of pressure for them to try to handle.
If only because they have the expectations on their shoulders to win, I still feel like FaZe Clan should probably be feeling more pressure. They know this audience isn't going to have their back. They understand that just because they have experience doesn't mean that they can perform on any given day. Sometimes you literally have an off day. You have a bad day. There's no way you can get out of bed. You roll up on the opposite side and you don't perform your best. You don't want to do that in a major grand final, but I think for FaZe Clan, there's way less pressure than it is for Rogue. These guys are the best of friends. These are the guys that play ranked with each other right after a scrim is done. That's the kind of energy that seems like it's exuded here. Cryan's really come into his own. It feels like, he's burst up in personality over the past couple of months even. It feels like Spoit's maturity has really helped mold this team into what they needed to be. And across the board, you can't really find the weak link, so to speak, on this Rogue squad. Everyone feels like they're really synergized, which is something that's very difficult to say even at a top level, because we'll see teams struggle with chemistry. You don't worry about that with Rogue. You don't worry about that with FaZe either, but it's nice to see how fast they've been able to incorporate Spoit and really hone in on how they get with each other personally.
Yeah, and I think that although FaZe are going to be coming in for the favorites for a lot of people, just looking at their history, looking at what they've done in the past, I think there are cracks that we saw from FaZe in the semifinals. Part of it, again, going to come back to this crowd who are not going to give FaZe any love at all. But otherwise, we've seen some slip-ups from FaZe Clan, right? I think you go back to that W7M game, you look at Oregon, they were letting plants go down all the time. It was a huge problem, and they couldn't manage to win a lot of those retake situations. They were playing very passive on their defensive halves, and oftentimes that did lead to a plant coming in from W7M. And then you take a look at Cafe as well, and they were really getting shredded by the grenades right after they banned the Wamai. I didn't see the same type of thing coming out from their own nades players. I feel like that's an area where we've seen them struggle a little bit in the past. So there are weaknesses that I think FaZe Clan really do need to overcome.
All right, the last bit before we get into game. Who takes border? Quickly.
Rogue.
Rogue.
Yeah.
FaZe up.
He's still going for it. Well, thank you so much, guys. Let's leave it on a good note then. From Boeing to, hey, we're going to get a great game regardless of what happens. So Berlin, make some noise. It's grand final time. Best of 5. It's Rogue versus FaZe Clan. And on to our casters, it's Des and Ace.
Thank you very much, Milos. We are delighted to be here for what is going to be a screamer, Tim. A European team in a grand final on European soil. You couldn't have scripted it better.
You really couldn't, Rogue. It was looking almost a little bit dicey there against Xset, but they showed the resilience, perseverance that they've got to get themselves through here. And I tell you what, this place just got louder and louder and louder as that happened. But I know you and I both, Des, have got a little bit of a hope here today that we're going to make this the loudest final ever. What do we think?
And the thing is, Tim,
I think it might be ready.
It won't even be our words that do it. It'll be the game itself. Everyone back in Rogue in this room, but FaZe, they've been here before. They know what it takes to get through maps in a grand final. For Rogue, obviously, they have Kanto on side, who's won a major before, but there is so much more. They'll have to dig real deep here, especially with a rookie on side as well. Just think of that dream story, though, Tim. Everyone's spoken about Spoit. We know how incredible he is, but it's mad to think 3 months ago he wasn't a comp player, and here he is in a grand final.
I mean, it's just been an unbelievable performance from him to erupt onto the scene. I'm glad to see that we've got the U's and R's continuing for the bans here. We've got Nomad going to be taken out as our first attacker ban. Here we go. Here we go. Second attacker will be Ying.
Right, interesting couple of bans coming out from Rogue, leaning in towards that Nomad, just screaming about trying to stop FaZe, locking down the flanks. It says to me, we want to get busy around the map, we want to be mobile, we want to collapse onto FaZe when they're trying to make their pushes in. The Ying is entirely focused on the execute. We've seen some teams getting really creative with their executes up on the top floor, often tossing in Candelas through Sandwich, then planting inside of Archives, using a load of smoke as well to cover things off. It looks really, really smart. Valkyrie, no surprise to be taken away. And the Castle, another one of those that just leaves the map that little bit more open for the defensive side here. Rogue, a team that sometimes enjoy playing that on maps like Bank, but here on Border, do not want to be utilizing it.
It will come as absolutely no surprise that the majority of the crowd here is behind Rogue. I've been struggling to find FaZe fans in the EU crowd, but
we had one at the
we've had one
earlier.
or two. There is certainly one or two here, and I am sure you know, they will be making themselves heard for every one of FaZe's successes as well. But this is it. We've been waiting a week, Des. We've watched a lot of games on the way here. We've had a lot of entertainment, unbelievable moments so far. And we're going to have plenty more coming over the next few hours. We get into our best of 5. First map, it's Border, it's FaZe, it's Rogue.
I spoke about Ying being banned away and it may be removing some of the creative attacks that we see, but FaZe go, Des, shut up, you know what you're talking about. They've got the Amaru on side and currently got Cameraman sitting on the Sens. We've barely seen Sens played throughout Stage 2, let alone the Major itself, but they're just... It's the power of that operator is so selective. It's more the surprise factor, I feel, against the attackers where it stings. Looking over to the side of Rogue, they don't have tons to deal with it. There's no impacts on side. There's no bulletproofs, for example. Those are the kind of things that you would lean into to ensure that you can shut down that light screen and make sure the attackers don't have full cover to come pushing through. But we'll keep a close eye on Cameraman as he could be the difference maker in this round.
Astro straight away with the E1D scan as soon as the push starts coming in. Cyber, he manages to take out Crying, possibly an attempted peek there, just going to be punished. It may well have been. His position was exposed by that E1D scan, but whichever it was, we're going to be without the Mozzie for Rogue this time around. The Pests were already out there, so it's not the end of the world. That utility is still going to be doing its job through the round, making it difficult for them to chase through with all that information. First nade goes in, no damage. Astro's going to be sending... The flash bangs in. Unsuccessful jump out coming out from Leon as well. And there's a diffuser going down here, Des.
Souls has come up through the security hatch. Yep, he's inside of sight, and Cyber is the Terminator in this round. Kanto puts him down, but FaZe, what a first round. Excellent focus on that execute, making use of the Gara hook from down inside Workshop, as I say, up into sight with the send screen coming across. Very well orchestrated.
Absolutely rapid from FaZe there on the attack. I don't think we even saw the halfway mark of round one. They got themselves into sight, as you say, established very well. It was all sort of on the back of that crying kill. It seemed to be a real catalyst for them to just get moving, push forward, and get into sight, start getting that diffuser down. And that's an interesting point that FaZe highlight for us there, Des. Looking at the tournament so far, we've had a lot more planting coming out of FaZe, about 50% more than Rogue of getting that diffuser down on the ground, and I think that's something we can expect to see continuing today.
It's just a direct-to-site focus, and this is something several teams throughout the competition haven't learned against these roam-heavy teams, is you don't have to full clear the map every single time. You can focus on getting outside the building, outside the building, focus on getting inside the building with just the minimal amount of control that you actually require, and then hitting site hard. Look at FaZe in that round there. Once they got in through double door, they were straight inside a Workshop, and everyone else was playing outside, either downstairs making use of the Gara hook, up on sandwich window. They didn't really care about Spoit at the top of main stairs and just cleaned up from there. So not really giving Rogue much wiggle room to work with there out on the roam, despite having that Mute, Mozzie, and Oryx combo that we saw in the prior round.
Bathroom Tellers is going to be the next site for Rogue. They're going to move on, not wanting to double down on Armory, having lost it. And we see again that combo coming out from them as defenders that we're going to expect a lot of mobility from. Crying, we need more from this round. On the Vigil, we've spoken about this operator before. Keeps himself off the drones with his gadget, can remove his visual signature so they're not seeing him, but he's got to stay alive because he's bringing nothing else for the team. He needs to waste time, needs to find kills. Crying this time, already longer than last time, so we're at least getting somewhere.
Yeah, and already you got the Forest drone starting to roam on through in towards Bathroom and Tellers. They're not looking for any shields that may be set up. There is, of course, one from Kanto that they'll be searching for. Just removing away those early bits of utility. And unsurprisingly, you've got all of Rogue playing off around the map. One in Fountain, one in Office, a couple hanging out as well towards the west side of the map. Just looking for those early engagements as Astro does find one back onto Leon inside events.
It was well played by Astro, got indecisively, knowing that he could probably find that trade and the Oryx taken down. So it just removes a lot of unpredictability out of the round for FaZe Clan. But Deepak right now, he's on that window. He's looking for the rappel here. He's looking for the jump out. He just wants to do some damage. Rogue wanting to make sure, I think, that the message is sent to FaZe. And Cyber, he's going to find a kill onto Crying. Once again, same as last round, knows exactly where Deepak is playing. He has to get out of there and does, but takes a lot of damage in the meantime.
It's really nice from Cyber there, pushing down the hallway as well. Deepak still expected him to be outside on the balcony, so Crying wasn't 100% sure, but he finds cameraman elsewhere anyway. Down to that 3 versus 3. Things looking much better for Rogue in round 2.
It's almost like the tactic here for Rogue is going to have to be avoid Cyber, kill everybody else, and just leave Cyber in as difficult a position as we can. We've seen he's been one of the best players at the tournament so far, but Kanto Raketti manages to find the kill onto him, taking the Finker down and leaving us now in a 3v2 for Rogue.
Ignored inside the Fountain there. Kanto takes a couple of shots on his retreat back as well, but comes in on the backside and finds him. Down to that 2v2. We've seen so many of these big clutch situations out of Rogue over the last couple of days, but can they hold on now that they've lost sight?
This is it. Rogue pushed way back into Customs. We've got FaZe with support above. That's the big thing. Souls is in a position to cover here. Astro takes time away from putting that diffuser down to get himself a kill first, knowing that Deepak's coming. C4 goes out. Wrong location, though. Astro still alive, but shut down. That's big from Spoides because that puts the diffuser down on the ground. Souls, he drops down. He does manage to grab it, but it means that Spoit knows exactly where he is. Challenge comes in, and Rogue, they take their first round to tie things up 1-1.
18 years old, first major, and still saying, hush now, hush now. Big show from Spoit as well, a 1v2. The last one, the 1v1, coming up against Souls, a player that we repeatedly say is the clutch guard around the globe when it comes to Siege. But Spoit's showing there might be a new sheriff in town, Tim.
Oh, it's no easy feat going up against Souls in those late round positions. We know how deadly he is, how consistent he is, but as you say, Spike had a little bit of an advantage there because he knew that he was going to have dropped down. It was a good guess that Astro would have had the diffuser, would have been looking to plant, so he knows that the push is going to likely be coming from the same position. Spike uses that information fantastically, as he always does. It's something that Spike does so well. When he's got that little bit of information, he will get every drop of advantage out of it that he can. So we move into round 3 then. Rogue going to go back upstairs to Armory here, Des, choosing not to go to one of the other downstairs sites. They do still have 2 available, but they think they can do a little bit better. I think FaZe came in awfully aggressive, awfully quickly, and I think Rogue now are happy that the wind's been taken out of their sails a little bit and they can go back to a more standard defensive Armory.
Well, FaZe have just slightly tweaked their setup here as well. It's something I clocked in their Oregon game yesterday when they were back on the defense, so it's a little bit different, but no 2 rounds were the same. They'd always just move slightly where the Romans were playing. They'd change the odd reinforcement. They'd open up different head height shotgun holes around the map just to keep W7M guessing, okay, what are we facing this round? What new trick have they got up their sleeve for us? And here what FaZe have done is actually gone towards a lineup that looks far more in towards playing into that roam game with the Lion and the DKB on side. You're then looking towards Caraman on that sense for the execute later into the round. So still leaning on one of the tools from the previous round, so it's not massively dissimilar, but a big focus in terms of how they play the early round is going to be different to last time.
A little bit of a rotation from FaZe. We saw initially a bit of pressure mounting towards east stairs potentially, but it's now moved to focus to the west. Cameraman playing on Sense, just going to get himself up towards those air conditioning units to play off Archive's window, but needs to be careful because Rogue are on the other side of there. They're aware of his presence, but they're just going to have to drop away as the pressure reconvenes over by the east stairs.
They're on the downstairs again, so I imagine Cyber's down here looking for a couple. Nades have already been used in this case, so maybe not. But here come one of them Sense gadgets straight across there, just cutting off the doorway. One man from Rogue forced back across here, and they must know where the default plant is going down. Yes, they do. A spray through the soft wall finds the man. C4 a bit mistimed afterwards, but it's 2 kills for Souls, who, whilst all this chaos is going on site, has started to clean up. Kanto comes in on the flank and also finds one more.
Big flank from Kanto there, managing to take him down, and the diffuser is put down on the ground again for a second time, this time by Spike. Souls gets his 3rd of the round, leaves them now in a 2v2, but as you say, they're just waiting for the push to come in here. Kanto knows that the trouble is coming from inside of sight. Deepak in an important position here. He's got the diffuser over his right shoulder and both ahead. He lies in between it and them, and he needs to hold his position, just bide his time. Great trigger discipline from him there, not getting carried away, and I don't think that FaZe are aware of his position here, but Souls, he's going to be able to recover this diffuser, I would imagine.
This is the thing. Rogue have committed 2 players to half wall here to spray down the planter when they were going for it just inside of Archive's door. They're out of options. They've got no C4, they've got no cross angle. They're pretty safe in this position. All they need is a bit of cover. Kanto's worked his way back up, and Deepak's found himself one. Goes for the last. It's a quad for Souls, but Deepak clutches up in round 3.
Deepak hits the deck and manages to find that final kill onto Souls, not only denying him the rounders, but also denying him the ace. That had been all Souls in that round, but Deepak there to close him out, and that's going to be round 3 going to Rogue. They find themselves 2-1, and this crowd is waking up.
Were they ever asleep, Tim?
I'm not sure they were.
The last 3 days, I ain't been able to hear myself think. Even when I haven't been casted, sat backstage, you hear the noise all the way through there. I did touch on in that round about the half-wall play. It's almost like Rogue was saying, right, we'll go 1 for 1 here. We'll get rid of the planter, but we know we're going to lose someone in a trade straight after. I feel FaZe played the right sort of idea there as well by rotating the 3rd man round to try and make the plant happen. But Deepak's just too big in the clutch. Rogue playing a wonderful cross angle as well. Really smart stuff from both teams, but really it's coming down to those big clutch players. In what round can Souls get a 4K and still not win the round?
Well, it bodes well for Rogue in terms of the map, doesn't it, ultimately? If Souls is going to be coming in and putting those sorts of numbers up, and like you say, FaZe still go away empty-handed to a degree, that is going to be a stinger for them, and that's when that experience that we've talked about, you know, these are some of the most experienced players that we've got inside of our game. They're going to need every drop of it to overcome mental challenges like that, because, you know, they are not easy to bounce back from. Look at Rogue here as well. Look how aggressive they are, right up on the line of the building here, right up on barricades, doorways, just looking to challenge FaZe before they even get in, and we know that that can be important on border. If you can really prevent the attack gaining momentum inside of the map, that is where rounds can be won and lost.
It's like that with so many maps in the game right now, is that you as the defenders must push out and challenge for as much land as you possibly can. It's something FaZe did really, really well on Oregon yesterday coming up against W7M. They didn't give them an inch of land without first taking a few pot shots. And Rogue are playing exactly the same style. That's why it's these two in the final. But Spoit's the one looking for Cyber. A man that he cannot be stopped him. He is possessed. But Kanto finds Cyber, gets the trade and backs away back into sight.
It's big. It's got to be a focus for Rogue after the performances that Cyber has been putting in here. It's got to be a little boost. They don't look at it as which player they've killed. They're looking at operators. They're thinking about utility. They're thinking about positions where the push can't come from anymore. But mentally and just, you know, inside the server, it's got to be a great round for Rogue. Every time they manage to get Cyber taken down at the beginning of it. Now then, Astro going to be working in behind the drone here, but I don't think he's going to be aware of Cryan's position. Obviously using his gadget to the best that he can. Just looking to find the fight, but going to dip away for the time being. Just being forced back now, but FaZe not really taking too much of the map.
No, it's hard when someone's constantly taking pot shots at you. You don't feel safe stepping in. Souls finds Kanto, at least this time around. His roaming days are over, but Leon is there again to equalize the numbers. You've got Astro down to a slither of HP, and Leon finishes him off as well. The headshot meaning that damage was redundant before Bullet gets a trade back. Souls a second. What a game he's having so far at 7-2.
All up to Deepek now in the 1v2. We've already seen Spoit get one close down. Can Deepek repeat that performance? Bullet is going to be getting the diffuser down, but not before Souls finds the final kill. And we found ourselves 2-2 on border, and absolutely nothing to separate these two. And I don't just mean that in terms of the score, Des. The performances in the rounds that they've won have been really solid from both of these teams. They are going out and winning rounds. These aren't necessarily rounds that are being lost by anybody, and that just bodes well for us. We're in for a real matchup. I think this could be an absolute brawl today.
It's really whittling things down into 1v1s, 2v2s. Like, all the rounds have come that close, bar the first so far. Just shows that sure, Rogue have realised exactly what kind of game they're playing into here with FaZe on the attack. Bathroom and Teller's going to be the next site that we step into, and Rogue rocking a similar lineup we've seen throughout the entire game so far. The Alibi paired up with the Oryx, the Mew, and the Mozzie. Again, is that big focus on getting out in the map, denying away drones from the attacking team, and trying to almost starve them out of time in these rounds.
Deepek just being caught out a little bit by that barricade that his team had put up across the waiting area. Door, the double door, he had to shoot it out, and it just really gave away his position and where he was pushing from. It was all the information and opportunity that Souls needed to take him down. So we head into round 5 it's going to be, and as you said, as Bathroom and Tellers will be the focus. We saw this back in round 2. It was a Rogue win. It's no surprise to see them going back there, but let's not forget it came down to a 1v2 for Spoit, and FaZe were able to get top floor control, be it with limited numbers. They didn't have 4 or 5 up there. It was a 2v2 when Astro dropped down and started thinking about getting that diffuser on the ground, but Rogue need to hold on to Office for a bit longer this time around.
Yeah, they conceded it not so much early on because Kanto was still in Fountain later into the round. Ho, ho, ho. That is nice and early. That's Leon taken off the board by Cyber. Between him and Souls, 13 kills across these first 4 or 5 rounds. Both of them really starting to fly.
I think Rogue just needs to be careful with that early round aggression that they're trying to bring in. That's a couple of times that we've seen that really early kill coming in for FaZe. It's been sort of 50-50 on the entry, but Kanto, he once again manages to step up, gets 1, gets 2, crying onto cameraman, leaves us in a 4v2 in a matter of heartbeats.
FaZe really thought they had Office control there. Deepek was on the hatch and probably should have died to the nade, but managed to get out of dodge. I don't think they were expecting 2 more to come pouring out of Office and just completely shut them down. That's all their top floor pressure gone. There's still 2 players on site for Rogue. They've learned from previous lessons. Don't abandon the site too early. Keep on holding it. And now with this 4-man hold against 2, this feels like Rogue should be able to close things up. But Tim, I can't ignore that Souls is still on the board.
Again, one of the top-rated players in the tournament so far here in Berlin. We know his quality, we know his ability. First things first, he's going to send a nade into Fountain. Not going to have any joy there. Maybe a little bit of information that Kanto was playing inside of there, but he's going to dip away. Now then, this is a super common spot. It's a nice move from Kanto, just stepping out, as maybe he just heard the fraction of movement that he would have got from that pin being pulled on the nade. Takes his opportunity, doesn't quite find the kill, but leaves Souls down at about 40 health now, and FaZe are really starting to get a little bit tentative in the push here, not wanting to get overly aggressive.
It's being stonewalled out at this point massively. As I said, there's a couple of players holding it up inside of Office, ready to trade each other. You've got 2 playing on site for the exact same reason. For Rogue, it might feel like a lifetime, but all they've got to do is wait this out and see where FaZe's push comes from. At the minute, it's definitely into this double door, both players stacking up and looking to come in at the same time, but they're going to have to execute this to perfection, and they've got to move soon. One's crowd watching, and they've got no idea who's coming at this point, but there comes a big 2K from Cryin. They knew where one man was, but had no idea that Cryin was sat on the diffuser.
Beautiful team play from Rogue there. Cryin and Kanto working together, knowing that the push had to come into office. They knew that because there's no way in a 2v4 that you get downstairs and get the diffuser down in bathroom or towers when you still are fighting against vertical control. So it had to be step 1 of utmost priority for FaZe, and Cryin and Kanto lean into that beautifully, and Cryin picking up that double kill just to finish things up at the end.
I love that cross view we've got of both teams there as well.
It's
Maybe
nice.
I'm blind, I just haven't seen it before. Deepak support to glory. Leon, teach me IGLing. I won't read that one out loud. No. Let's get into it then. Here we go for the last defensive round for Rogue here up in Armory and Archives. I'm keen to see what FaZe change up because we've seen them have 2 attempts at this site. They brought Sens in both of those rounds. This one, they appear to be dropping away, with Cameraman instead stepping over to playing on the Jackal. So throughout the majority of these rounds, you have seen things like the Decay coming out, like the Lion. We've had the Sens in there, we've had the Jackal potentially being hovered in for this round, now traded away. But it's just showing they show that respect towards Rogue and want to make sure they have a handle on those roamers, given the Nomad has been banned away.
Deepak going to be heading down underneath, as is Cryin. I did mention in the last round that I'd maybe want to just see a little less early round aggression coming out of Rogue. They do seem to be a little bit deeper into the map here, not quite challenging the windows and barricades. What they really don't want to do here is lose that opening kill again. Cyber has been picking them up very, very easily when they're trying to get confrontational, get aggressive in the first 30, 40 seconds. So this time Rogue managing to survive that period of time, but I definitely like what they're doing downstairs. Playing in and around Workshop, just looking to be underneath the site, forcing FaZe to go in and clear them out. There's no way FaZe can leave them because there's Nitros in hand. One in Deepak, one in Cryans.
Last time round, Cyber did get in below and had to use both nades before he could start tossing them skywards up for the vertical nades above. It feels here with the drones raining in, FaZe aren't super interested in trying to challenge the Workshop. Maybe they're trying to look for a more shallow plant here. But it really depends. You've got Cyber trying to kind of hover around here now, actually. He's sort of just sat inside vents, waiting for someone to come trying to push into him. But FaZe have already charged their way through. Leon shut down one, and it's Souls. What a guy to find! Leon makes it a second before the nade kill at least shuts down Rogue's spree, and Cryin falls.
That Alder just singing in the hands of Leon. Cyber going to take a chunk of damage. He juices himself back up a bit, but the bullets just keep on coming. They catch him as he goes out of the window. Can't get himself back on his feet. There's the kill confirmed. But meanwhile, there's Cameraman Bullet managed to get themselves inside a site and find a couple of kills, leaving us now 2v2. Cameraman putting the diffuser down, and Rogue not really in a position to stop this immediately. They rush to try and do so, but Deepak just having to fight his way back into sight. Bullet finds one, and this is looking good for FaZe as he cuts down the second from the air conditioning window, just cooling down the heater that Rogue had found themselves on and leveling things out 3-3 at the half. No advantage either way.
I tell you what, I feel for our stats, guys. It's been multi-kill central across these rounds. Every single one, it feels like we're seeing a new 3K or 4K player stepping up. In this round, it was Bullet. Prior ones, we've already seen Souls getting up there as well. Just an absolute bloodbath between both of them. And you sort of come to expect that on a map like Border as well. Generally considered very attacker-leaning. So many soft walls throughout the entire map that you can open up. Just basically lines of sight that extend through the entire map, and you can play them so well as defenders rotate into them. But I still think a 3-3 split. Rogue won't feel too hard done by with 3 rounds on the defense. Now we get to see what they've got in store for us on the attack inside. And I can't help but ignore, at least initially, Tim, Deepak on the Amaru.
Interestingly, he's going to switch away. He's going to be bringing the Dokkaebi instead, which would suggest they're expecting a bit of presence around the map, expecting those roamers to be out there. I think FaZe are likely to bring the similar sort of aggression that we've seen Rogue there. They're not going to want to back down from that fight. But interestingly, so far, Des, on the entry battles, we have only had 2 players who have got entry kills in those first 6 rounds, and that is either Cyber or Leon. They've got 3 apiece. It is perfectly balanced. And they are fighting over that early round advantage between them.
Your IGL support player, hard support player, by the way, as your entry. You love to see it. But looking at their lineup here as well, no hard breach required. Often this is a thing for Border, is unless you really want to try and open West Main, that just isn't the done thing anymore. There's no point. Bring a better gun. I mean, look how stacked they are. They've got the Mark 14, they've got the LMG, they've got the F2, they've got the FMG, they've got the ARX. All of those guns just pack an absolute punch. And this goes back to something that Leon said a good while ago. Give all your players a big gun, keep them smiling, and just let them frag out.
What a shot coming in from Bullet there, just taking Leon off the rappel and giving FaZe that early advantage once again. Let's see how they can fare with it on the defense this time. It's just going to give them a bit more freedom to take fights and to stay in positions that they might not have done otherwise. Cyber sticking around in CCTV, doesn't want to give that up. Crying, we usually see on the knock, he gets into the map a little bit quicker than this does, but he's not rushing in there at the minute. The pressure is still there on Cyber, but he's going absolutely nowhere.
A few bits of chip damage coming into members of FaZe as well. Rogue just not quite able to connect onto those headshots, but you saw what I was speaking about with Border, the massively long angles coming in from Break Room all the way through into Armory Archive just gives a real threat from players like Crying, who maybe haven't got the best gun to play at range, but I imagine you'll start seeing moving in soon. Seeing that Gadget's active, he's stepping forward, but Spoit goes for another challenge, and yet again, another member of FaZe put down to low HP, but not finished off.
No, that's it. They are sort of grinding them down here in the overall battle of HP, but not really getting themselves an advantage in terms of man count. 1 minute 20 left to go. Deepek is going to be fighting on the aircon window, gets shut down at the same time as Crying gets punished by a run out. Spoit shut down after missing shots once again, and it's now 4v1. Kantor Rakete with it all to do. He's been having a real performance so far in Berlin, really rolling back the years there, but he's going to have to roll them a whole way back if he's going to find this 1v4.
He's not going to be able to find that against Bullet. A very comfortable round for FaZe. And just looking back at how that round played out, it was like a reverse 3-2-1. We keep on speaking about Rogue's 3-2-1 countdowns before they make a move as a team. It felt like for FaZe, that's exactly what they did on the defense. On that 3 count, all push out. 1 coming out through CC. Swings coming in from inside of Office. They just really made Rogue suffer once they started their own movement by responding in kind. Great defensive round from FaZe. Bathroom Tellers will be where we head to for round 8.
So we're going to see another one of those fights over Office this time around. It's going to be FaZe trying to hold on to it. Last time we saw Kanto and Crying able to really lock this down, and it showed the importance of it, because when they got that man advantage, FaZe had no choice but to push in there, and they knew exactly what was going to happen, what was importance of it, because when they got that man advantage, FaZe had no choice but to push in there, and they knew exactly what was going to happen, what was coming. So we will see largely similar this time coming out of FaZe instead as they try to hold on. We're just seeing some of the absolutely beautiful shots that we had last time around in that last round. But Rogue, they don't need to be worried just yet, Des. It's 4-3. FaZe have got their first choice site locked down on the defense, not the end of the world. Rogue don't want to go too long without finding themselves an attacking round, though. They need an answer.
I'm not going to say worry with FaZe, but the thing that I've really enjoyed about them has been, on day 1 of the competition, I thought, man, they feel a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic. They aren't quite moving at the pace we're used to. And the questions coming into playoffs was, and even now into the final, all they've played against really is LATAM teams throughout playoffs. They haven't played against an international team. But what I'm seeing from them so far today, at least, is the same confidence we saw against teams like W7M yesterday. They're going out swinging. They're happy to fight over the map. They're not giving Rogue too much respect and just saying, hey, we can take these gunfights with full of confidence today. And they are landing their shots. Seeing the Bullets at, what, 7-3, Souls 8-4. It's a good day so far for the FaZe players.
We just see a little attempt at a combination between the Lion of Deepek and the knock of Crying there, as he tried to send that nade over at the same time as the defender was going to be locked in place, but it just didn't go deep enough, and Souls didn't take the damage. Spoit is pushing in here. He knows there's one ahead of him. He's not going to stop to take the Guman out initially, but it will halt his progress eventually, as he knows that the attempt for that challenge was gone. Spray through the soft wall from Astro. Cyber low health as well here, though. Crying takes a lot of damage, but manages to find the kill onto Bullet as the entry, and that is a big start for Rogue.
Massive start, yeah, and that's what you're looking for, really, is to find that initial man. Bullet, who's been fragging out so far. You'll really start to see the finger coming to her own here as well. Juicing Crying up at least a little bit back towards half HP. And it's this massive push coming in from the Office side, but Astro brings one back on the other side.
4v4 as we move to the halfway point of this. Rogue need to start using this bit of map control that they're gaining. Kanto, Leon, 2 big shots. A beauty from Leon as he finds Cyber over the top of the metal stairs handrail, leaving us now 3v2. Astro still roaming around underneath, but Rogue are in a position to be able to get the top floor control here, get off this lockdown, and start thinking about getting a diffuser plan.
Don't worry, I heard a wall behind us. It was the Gemini, so we can't spray through the wall, but at least they know where a couple of players are. Leon opening up the wall that we so oftenly seen open up for a plant on this side as well. You do need that vertical controller. The hatch is such a big part of this defense. They've got the top floor. Hatch isn't yet open, and now Kanto is looking to move his way down here. Could be a real good backstab threat onto these members of FaZe. What a reverse shot coming out of Leon as Astro took the initial challenge, and there's the classic. Walking into those count-can traps, down goes Leon, but it's still a 2v1.
Rogue should still be able to lock this down. Crying is low health, though. That's definitely something to take note of. They're going to be looking to get themselves that diffuser picked back up, but I think Cameraman is well aware of its presence, so he's just going to be holding a position to try and keep it locked down, but no. Kanto has other ideas. Manages to find the shots into the back of Cameraman, and that's going to lock us up at 4-4.
I've heard that chant a few times over the last couple of days, Tim.
I've got a feeling that we're going to hear it a few more, Des.
What I'm trying to figure out is, should it be Kanto Ricchetti or Lanto Ricchetti?
I think it depends how good his performance is. As he gets better and better, the more times we hear the chant, it's surely got to edge into Lanto Ricchetti.
Didn't realise there he sprayed to the soft wall as well. Big round for Kanto, a player that, when we first saw join the team, had a lot of up and down performances and a lot of rust that he needed to shake off. And one of their first Skyscraper games coming up against BDS, he would often overstay on the roam and just get punished so hard by teams that knew how to pinch into him. But over time, that sort of dropped away. We saw him playing more like a lot of LATAM teams do, where you're willing to step back a little bit after taking the initial challenge and say, okay, then now I'm somewhere else. You've got to re-drone me. I'll just keep on chewing through that information game of yours until you're done for. And he's had performances where some games he's gone like 1 and 10, others where he's dropped like 15 plus kills. It's that inconsistency that he needs to try and shake, and having a big game performance like this in the very first map of the grand final, that's exactly the kind of confidence you want to start building through maps 2, 3, 4, and potentially even 5.
Definitely. I mean, you mentioned drone in there, Des. That's something that Rogue need to make sure they're being careful with. I'm thinking back to that X-Set semi-final. If you remember, there was the missed drone by Leon onto Spirits. They didn't spot him in the corner of Library, and Spirits was able to go on and just absolutely decimate Rogue from there. And that's the sort of mistakes, albeit small, that can really cost you rounds and games here. And in a grand final, it doesn't take long for it to run away from you, so Rogue need to be keeping a good eye on that drone in, make sure they're on top of it, checking every corner. I'm sure that the lesson will have been learnt.
Well, this is things start out here. FaZe got a couple holding down. Cameraman with a nice shot onto Kanto as well, just doming him off the bathroom window there. That's the kind of start you want to see if you're a FaZe fan, not so much so given all the talking we just did about Kanto about 20 seconds ago. Cry's moving in here through the top floor as well. No doubt expects to see a bit of resistance inside of CC or around Fountain. We're so used to seeing that rotate opened up on 90 here to give the defenders a much safer angle back down to get towards sight. Cry's on the prowl here. Does he know about the one? They have no idea. He's coming in 90. Sees the one at the back, but Cyber gets the reverse.
Great comms from FaZe there just to give the position of Crying Spot. He gets taken down by Astro, and FaZe are working really well together here, playing off the back of each other. Potentially going to see Deepek going on the Amaru. Cut down immediately by Souls, leaving us now 4v1. Leon low health, halfway mark. The one thing that he's got going for him is time here, Des, and it really is the only thing. And that gets cut short as well as Astro manages to find the final kill, and FaZe take the lead once again, but narrowly. 5-4.
We've seen the back and forth all game, though. This is really where FaZe have got to break things apart a little bit. Yeah, it's a 5-4, but we've seen Rogue always just playing one round behind. They've kept pace with them so far. So for Rogue to take a time out here, they're really feeling they've got to change something up in the game plan itself. And a couple of these rounds, they found a good start. You saw there pushing in through 90 and getting one, but it's the things like the little early spawn peaks, the early aggression that does keep on catching a couple of their players off guard there. I think Leon, actually, by the looks of it, was actually outside the map just for a brief second and then just left a tiny piece of himself exposed that handed over that freebie.
FaZe haven't been necessarily going in with that same level of aggression on the entry as Rogue did. We haven't seen FaZe players dropping in the first 20-30 seconds. They haven't really been rounds where they've given Rogue that sort of advantage. I think the other element here for FaZe that's working well for them right now is the interplay as a team. We just saw it there. Cryin gets himself a kill onto the Azami at metal detectors, but immediately that call out has been made and Cyber is in a position to trade it. And then Cyber is challenged by a Spoit, but it doesn't matter because Astro's watching his back and FaZe are just playing off the back of each other fantastically, covering each other, playing for trades and just locking this map down. Very difficult for Rogue to move anywhere inside of the walls at the minute.
Let's see how this Bathroom Teller's site goes this time around. We've spoken about this so much already throughout the map, and hopefully this time around they're a little bit more conscious of the Capcan. Remember us throughout the stage seeing it a couple of times, and in fact Rogue were the exact team that I think back in stage 1 were the first team to die to one of those. They had 2 players pushing in through open area double door on Bank, and it was Cryin and Leon who both died to the same double stack. So now they've seen it once, they've already lost a man to it in the prior round. You imagine they'll be far more attentive on the drones, but the issue is FaZe are going to make that hard. They've got the Mute and the Mozzie on side. They're constantly putting up these obstacles, these mini-games for Rogue to work through in each of these rounds before they can even think about the site.
This is, and to be honest, we haven't really seen a point in time yet where Rogue have got towards the end of the clock. The clock really hasn't been a factor. As you say, they're getting tangled up in all these little games, all these little trials along the way. And FaZe are just cutting them down as they do. They just, you know, as soon as their focus is taken, Cryin absolutely destroyed by Cyber through the soft wall. Beautiful headshot. And once again, FaZe with that early advantage.
There's a real lack of attention being shown by Rogue in the opening 30 seconds of these rounds now. I think 3 times we've seen someone taken down from an early bit of aggression onto a window or a soft wall. When they're given a bit more room to breathe, Rogue looks stronger. But you've now lost 2 grenades in Cryine's back pocket, of which they have 8 across the entire round, by the way. So you can see what the game plan was going to be, but that's a massive loss to get inside 30 seconds.
I'm just wondering if there was a little bit of information on that one as well, whether it be from a default cam that wasn't taken quickly enough, or whether it was from one of those Mozzie pests capturing a drone, maybe just left on the edge of a doorway, a barricade, anything that they could just see out onto that balcony to give Cyber that information that Cryin was going to be pushing there. But taking the knockdown 2 nades as well, Des, that is a big loss for Rogue.
It's a bit of a stinger, so now they've got to make do with slightly reduced resources. A couple of bits of chip damage once again coming down onto the members of FaZe, but a C4 coming out onto Spoit. Trades it out with the nade, though, onto another member of the team. So literally playing hot potato there with explosives. It feels like Cyber loses out on the reverse angle to Leon.
Leveling things up now at 3v3, and as I said, time has not really been the issue for Rogue so far. 1 minute 15 left to go, so plenty of it for them to work with. Leon manages to get himself another. That's going to be a good headshot through onto Bullet, and the thing that does now is it starts giving Rogue a little bit of flexibility. 3v2, a minute left on the clock. They've got time to build this execution. Please tell me that he saw Astro. Please tell me that this has not been misdroned. There we go. I'd already, just in the last round, spoken about that droning from Rogue, and they couldn't let Astro get away with what Spirits did.
Absolutely not, and sure enough, they do turn back round, and Kanto finds his man. Nade's coming singing on through here. Again, it looks like they want to try and go through that right-hand wall that we speak about an awful lot. Just gets you just inside of sight by the bookcases, so you can get a plant down in the far corner. Now, Souls and Astro, they've got a nice cross angle set up, and again, that's the 2nd round in a row. Leon has died to one of those Capcan traps. They've got to learn from this, Tim.
Deepex's taking damage there, trying to force his way into sight and get something going, but he can't, as Astro cuts him down. 2v1 now. Kanto seriously low health, can't take another bullet, can't take another graze. It's going to be a pistol shot from Astro to close him down. 6-4.
Again, Tim, it's one of those things where it feels like Rogue keep on running into the same tricks and traps coming out from the side of FaZe. If it's not the Capcan traps, it's the early spawn peaks and aggression on towards soft walls. That's the kind of thing that will cost you rounds. Not forgetting, this is their map pick for FaZe. This is one of their least preferred maps out of the entire pool. Imagine Rogue felt like they had an absolute field day, seeing it was left open, thinking, oh yeah, definitely going to border. We know FaZe aren't great there. Well, currently you're down 6-4. It's not the dream start Rogue we're looking for.
Far from a dream start, I'd have to say. It's a little bit of a worrying start. As you say, border, you know, one of Rogue's picks, and we certainly would have been looking for a positive result from them. But It looks right now like it could be FaZe's map. One more round is going to do the job for them. They sit at 6-4 on the scoreboard. They're going to take us to Armory as well, Des. So they're into their primary site now. And Rogue, as you say, they have to start knuckling down and cutting out those small mistakes, Des. It's easy to miss a Capcan trap, absolutely. But they can't allow that sort of damage to be done frequently.
Well, Tim, it's a line that you and I say an awful lot in EUL. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So that's what the correction needs to be in the round. A couple of holes being opened up here in the west main wall now. Crying should be more than aware of what kind of shenanigans are going to be coming here. We've seen it far too often. Just those shots through the soft wall. And that's what I'm looking out for in the round, is if Rogue can get by the first 45 seconds without losing anyone, that's a successful start to the round.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very important. If you remember, I said at the end of the first half that it was 3-3 on the entry. Now that we've switched sides, in the last 4 rounds, it's 3-1 in favour of FaZe. They've really started to run away with it, and that is what we're talking about. Kanto getting in there with a headshot onto Astro, and that is the start that Rogue needed here in round 11.
Just a little bit more composure being shown here, but East Main is their focus. They've got 3 players all trying to push into the top side of the stairs. And Spoit eyeing up an entry into the break room itself. So a very big East side focus coming out from Rogue. Just screams to me they want to come in through office as Spoit. I speak about these long angles on board an awful lot. Tim, it's Cameraman that gets taken down. There's still one sat inside of CC. Cyber's the man dancing around Fountain and 90. And now Cry's moving in from below. Not taken out early. We could see that classic Crying backstab.
Cyber's been playing in this position every single defensive round so far. They should be aware, maybe getting in for those vertical nades, which is where Cryan might be going, but Leon, he manages to shut down Souls. We now find ourselves 5 versus 2, and FaZe, they are truly trying to hold on, but that's one way to hold on. Cyber, he starts to tighten the grip as he gets a headshot onto Cryan, bringing things back in their direction. 2v4, now 1v4 as Spoit gets the kill onto Bullet, and the site is Rogues. They can get that diffuser down. That's exactly what Leon is going to do here. These rounds flying by. There's still a minute 15 left on the clock.
Still looking for Cyber as well, and they know where he is. He's taken his initial challenge there. That surprise element is gone. They know that he's buried in towards East Stairs here. They've got one nice side angle, but it's Spoit inside a break. A very convincing round from Rogue. Got to do one more, boys, to send it into overtime.
No mistakes available for them in this final round, but what they've done is they've given FaZe something to think about. FaZe now need to really consider the choice of this site. Do they go back to Armory as their primary choice, or do they mix it up? Right now, it looks like they're going to be doubling down.
I believe at this point they've still got a timeout if they opted to use it as well, but by the looks they're going to continue on. Press on into round 12, still convinced that they have the answer here. As I believe we're stepping back into the same site, Tim. It's Armory Archives once again. And look at the difference from Rogue. They took things a little bit slower. They stacked players out towards the east side of the map. They played those longer angles that I keep on speaking about that you can find through the break room door, through the window inside a waiting area, and just look to challenge at distance as FaZe got a little bit jittery and didn't want to sit on their laurels for too much longer. It was much more composed by Rogue. That slower gameplay seems to be the way to get through these FaZe aggressive plays.
It's all about keeping those players alive in the early round. As we've said, we know on board that attackers getting inside of the map is a big step in winning rounds. Once they're inside of the map, they will quite often come away with the win, and that's something that Rogue haven't been doing fantastically well. They've been giving those kills up before they get to that point. So just taking it a little bit slower, as you say, taking their foot off the gas, just being careful with how they go about approaching the building and pushing for that inside step has done them wonders. Cyber going to step out of CCTV. As I said previously, they should know that Cyber's going to be playing in CCTV. I'd like to see Rogue get themselves into customs, try some vertical nades, get him forced out.
Well, that's the problem. It's so easy to say, just nade him out.
Just go nade him. What's the problem?
He'll dance around your nades all day and around your bullets as well and just keep on holding that area of ground. And it's one thing FaZe were great at yesterday against W7M. Whenever W7M stopped watching a certain part of the map, they'd find a way to get one of their players back into that little crevice to sneak back through and retake that part of the map and start playing and using verticals against the attackers once they thought they already had things cleared out. And it forced W7M into going very direct towards site, whereas Rogue here still want to play the map, but feel very, very happy playing a much slower game, just letting FaZe play into your hands rather than you playing into theirs.
First minute has passed and Rogue have still got everybody on the board, so that is a big positive for them. Spoit now inside of the map as well, Leon joining him, and as I say, that top floor clearance now starts to begin and the pressure will mount on the defenders. They need to consider whether they deal with Cameraman on the underneath or whether they just leave him out in the cold, looking to plant elsewhere and not giving him the opportunity for the nitro. I like this from Cryan. He's got an angle onto Cameraman there. He's going to be holding him at bay, not allowing him to push onto the flank.
Again, it's just big, massive east side focus. It works. If it works once, don't try and fix it. You've got the right idea here, boys, with 2 or 3 players from FaZe playing hard out towards the west side. They're expecting a backstab of some kind to come through, which is very smart given how Rogue have played this, but there is no Nook on side. Cryan's on the Zofia, so backstabbing isn't really into their game plan here. Spoit charges forward and finds the entry at the 1 minute 10 mark. That just goes to show how much slower these rounds are being played by Rogue.
Spoit's going to be taken down, though, in a late trade from Astro there. 4v4, and Rogue just dipping out of the window of office, giving up ground that they had already taken. Cryan just losing a little bit of HP on the underneath as well in the fight with Cameraman, who has come away pretty well from that one. Kanto does keep his position inside of office. He's been reinforced by Leon, who moves back into the map there. 40 seconds left to go. Leon gets himself one onto Cyber, and that could be the catalyst for Rogue.
But do they know about the player on main stairs? Cameraman can come darting up here and play back through that rotation. Now they do, because Deepek's in him on a drone. Good read and good composure as well to not get excited at a couple of kills. They've still got back on the drones. They're still looking for information, and Kanto's the one going hunting. Cryan finds a second. We're 2 kills away from overtime at this point. One man inside a sandwich. The last one left standing. Rogue are sending us through to overtime.
6-6 we end in regulation, and Rogue are not done with Border yet, and they are not done with FaZe Clan yet, as we're going to have another 3 rounds ahead of us to decide who takes the first map.
So back and forth from start to finish. It's what you want to see, Tim. And at this point, it's hard to call how this one ends.
It's exactly what I want to see, you want to see, and it's exactly what everybody here in Berlin wants to see. You can hear them behind us just going absolutely wild. Now Rogue have got themselves back into this one, and we just get to do even more of it.
Rogue get to start on the defense here as well, with FaZe calling in a quick timeout. They want that 45 seconds to have a conversation. I thought maybe you'd see that after round 11 rather than round 12, but they know there are some things that need to be course corrected. What I'm really keen about is seeing round 14 with Rogue back on the attack. It feels like they've figured FaZe out, playing that slower, more controlled game where they rely on the information. Don't try and speed run the round. It ain't a race, boys. Use the full 3 minutes, and that seems to be the answer to shutting down FaZe. Whereas FaZe here on the attack inside playing into Rogue. Rogue have been really keen about playing out in the map and looking to cause trouble early on. Can FaZe also slow down their own gameplay to deal with Rogue?
Just going to be heading out of the tactical timeout now, back into real time, into the server and into round 13. We're going to have Rogue holding on to Bathroom and tell us how did they do on their first defensive rotation here. Round 2, it was a Rogue win. Round 5, it was a Rogue win. So we've got a 100% success rate for them so far on this site. If you remember the second time in round 5, Des, it was when Rogue were just really able to hold on to that top floor. Spoit 1v2 was the first time that they tried to take it. They got it over the line, but it was tight. You can't rely on those sorts of rounds, but the second was much, much better. It came on the back of a couple of early kills, and like I say, for me, Rogue, give yourself the opportunity to get those kills. Don't get over-aggressive in the first 30 seconds, because they've been punished for it.
It's a real throwback here, because Cameraman's playing on that Flores. We saw that back in the earlier rounds in the game, just to help collect up the one shield that was on side for Rogue. This time round there are 2, and they've got to worry about trying to burn their way through mute jammers. But the beauty, of course, with drones, plenty of drone holes around the map, so you haven't got to worry about bottlenecks on doorways, for example. There are a lot of ways into this map via drone holes where you might be able to find some cheeky little angles to get rid of those shields.
Cyber going to be opening up the main door there as Cameraman starts sending in the Rotero drones. Just doing a little bit of that early work, get some information, take out some utility. Certainly sent it a long way through to get the deployable shield, but the job will be done. Just a little bit safer than sending it in through that teller's window where it may well be being watched. Top floor clearance is still going to need to begin for FaZe. Cyber taking some damage there as he's just looking for pot shots through the barricade. Doesn't find anything onto Spoit, who's able to step in and out of the rapid fire of that LMG to take half health from Cyberman.
That's the real beauty, is Cyber will now just keep on stacking his way up as well, going through those nanobot stims to get himself back to near full HP. So although you feel like, okay, well, it's healed it all back up, sure, but you've lost 2 of those stims, which could be such big gadgets for you. There's the second one. You may well see the third come through immediately after to get him back up to full HP as well. Then all things have reset, and you've chewed through 3 of those juices.
Really important point of the round now as the clearance starts to begin for FaZe. The next few gunfights are critical for Rogue if they want to hold on to this defense. They need to be able to stop that push from the CCTV side coming across and claiming control of Office. Kanto, he's got himself still positioned on the upstairs. Astro is going to be drawn in around. Doesn't see anybody inside of Archives, which may just give FaZe that confidence to start pushing forward here. Kanto watching the long angle through, though, from Fountain. Going to have the opener from Souls, but Spite manages to find Cyber. 1 minute left to go, and still no top floor control for Astro and the rest of FaZe.
FaZe have slowed their game down here as well. They're doing exactly the same thing that Rogue did. My only nervousness is it doesn't really feel like they're getting tons of control of the map, and you've still got a roamer or 2 out and about for Rogue here. Bringing down Kanto is a great way to start slowing that down, but I'm keeping my eye on Spoit, who's still playing around the main areas of the map. FaZe have found 2, though. That's the sort of thing they're looking for here. Just 2 left standing, 1 on site, 1 off. Can they get through them, Tim?
A complete flip reverse of the last time that we saw them attack this site, and most importantly, they've got the vertical control. Souls is in there, opening up those vertical angles. They're not too worried about catching defenders here. All they want to do is ensure that they force them away so that they can get into a position to plant. Astro taking a lot of damage from Crying on the underneath there. Challenges again, gets the kill, but it doesn't matter because Souls has gone in to get into a position to find that trade. Cameraman is going to be able to put the diffuser down. Spike decides to head up to the top floor, try to retake the vertical, which he is able to do, but with the position that he is in, it's going to be difficult for him to use this. The diffuser is down just outside of the window, and that's going to be cut down as he tries to go on the jump out to find one on the rappel. He does find him, but he doesn't get the kill.
2 really critical gunfights from FaZe in the middle of that round as well. The 4v4, it looked like Rogue were holding on so well. That clock running down into the last 60 seconds, for example. FaZe not really feeling like they were getting too much control, but Rogue went for a couple of gunfights, and we keep on saying, attackers at the minute, pretty oppressive. Got bigger guns than you, got the Finker Stim. Came back to bite them a little bit. Down in the 4v2, FaZe can do enough to get a plant just inside the window and then back out on the rappel. From that point, it felt like there was no real opportunity for Spoit to be able to drag his team back into it. FaZe 1 round away from taking map number 1. Rogue, though, switching onto the attacking side, have commended them a couple of times on their slower gameplay that has really rewarded them. Is it enough, though, or have FaZe found the answer in that timeout that we saw after round 12?
This is going to be the 3rd opportunity now for FaZe to be able to close this one out. They had 2 chances in regulation at the map point, were unsuccessful in closing it out. They're going to give it 1 more try. They're going to get a guaranteed 2 attempts, Des, because if Rogue, of course, get this round, FaZe will still be able to win it in round 15. It's going to be ventilation that FaZe decide to hold on to. Immediate presence upstairs. I imagine we're going to see Cyber in CCTV as we have done previously. We've got the Legion of Cameraman just underneath, I think looking to provide a little bit of protection down there as Cyber does indeed move into his default position. And there's also a bit of utility and presence inside of Armory and Archives as well. This is quite an extended hold from FaZe Clan.
I think Cameraman's playing in, or he was almost playing in basically the same position that we saw Spoit, but now that he's reinforced, barricaded off the doorway inside of Supply, and has got out of dodge, moved his way up towards Bathroom and Teller. So a small bit of movement around. I love this, by the way, the Prisma trick that they've done. Exactly the same thing Rogue have done to a few teams this week as well. So really just trying to irritate Rogue in reverse here and just keep that constant flag, the constant worry that someone's coming out of a window and you have very little idea about it.
Cyber again still in his position. He's shown us an ability to play there, but Kanto, as I said, just being able to predict because it's been done time and time again. Crying Kanto managed to get back-to-back kills. Headshot takes down Astro, and we are all of a sudden once again in a flurry of action, finding ourselves in a 5v2 for Rogue.
It's an exact mirror of the last round, just far earlier. Rogue have found those 2 kills in the mid-round they were looking for to give them positional advantage. They know Cameraman's on main stairs. They've heard the shots come through, but they're already starting to square up. They've got one looking on towards Vent's window in Souls off in Narnia at this point, Tim, is the other side of the map out towards East Stairs. So maybe Maybe it's a retake the two of them are looking to come for as a collective. And Rogue, still not 100% sure where those two are. Could be looking to hit the site any second.
They've got everything they need to put the diffuser down here, Rogue. They're in a 4 versus 2. They had top floor control, but they might just have given that back up as Cameraman looks to move across through into Armory. Souls does drop away for the time being, but this gives FaZe something to work with at least.
I love what they're doing as well. They haven't panicked and gone for a real aggressive push here and gone fast. They've taken their time to get back on drones, get back on information, and find out what's going on. Get your flank drone set up and then go for the play. They're in for the plant, and they know there's one more man left. He did get a second kill, but Spike finds him. Tim, this time I'll say it, we're going all the way to 15.
We really are, and this match is stacking up to be a potential classic here, as we're going to see every little bit of the first map. We've got the crowd behind Rogue in a big way here, as they're hoping that they can, let's be honest, they steal this one away from FaZe. It's been FaZe that have been in the lead throughout the entire map, and this is the first time that Rogue are going to have an opportunity to win border. FaZe have had 3 chances and been unable to complete it. Will Rogue be able to accomplish it at the first time of asking?
We're going to pause here for a quick second as well for a tech pause, but that just helps us build up the anticipation, Tim. I love that we've come into map 1. One, it's a map where for Rogue, they are strong. Border is their city. For FaZe, it's one of their worst maps, and we found ourselves going all the way through to 15 rounds. We had our little meet and greet earlier, and so many people said, oh, 75 rounds then, eh?
You say a little. It was so busy. I mean, I want to take the opportunity whilst it's quiet to say a big thank you to everybody who has turned out in Berlin. You've all been absolutely wonderful, not only with the volume,
the energy,
not only with the volume and the energy here inside the venue, but just the pleasure of meeting everybody that we've been able to. It's, you know, it is, as I say, one of the best parts of the event for us to have the opportunity to interact with you guys. So thank you everybody who's here. But we're going to be getting back into things as soon as we can. We're just getting a little issue just ironed out. We're going to have a look at some of the replays coming in there, as that was a big round 4 team for Rogue to claim, giving them the opportunity now to take this. And the thing is, there's probably a team in X sat there somewhere saying, you need to be careful here, FaZe, because Rogue will do this.
We've seen the miracle come back once, Tim. I think for most of us here, we saw them down, what? Was it 6-1 on Chalet? They lost 7-1 overall, and we were like, oh no. Is this how Europe's journey ends at the major? It was a fantastic series against G2. Yep, it was a 2-0, but it was a fantastic couple of maps, both going to overtime in the quarterfinals. It came round to that map 1, and we thought, that's it. Europe looked done, but they really pulled it back. And a fun bit of behind-the-scenes knowledge, I guess, is that Cryan was the one who really rallied them. Cryan's a wonderful man, as we all know, but is not the IGL, is not the guy making these big calls. But they said, he got up after the game and said, boys, not like this and not today. It's not happening. Back on our feet. We're back in this map 2, and we all know what happened after that.
And I'm sure that game is going to be remembered for a long time, as will this one, if it continues with the way that it's shaping up to begin. I'm going to be just seeing there all the players. They're ready to go, Des. They're locked and loaded.
You say that.
I say that. We're going to get them out and back in. And as soon as we do, we'll be getting back to things.
As FaZe, as he did a dip out of the lobby, so it's just the last round rehost. And I feel bad for our observers because they have to go back through and input the result of every single round. What site were we on? Who wins it? So rehosts towards the end of the game are always even more sucky to go through.
Yeah, it just hits them a little bit of time. We've got medics on the keys for map number 1 here on board. It does a wonderful job, I think we can all agree. You know, as of all of our observers throughout the tournament this time.
That's been the beauty. We've had 3. We've had medics, we've had easy, we've had red like over here as well, who have been absolute soldiers all the way through the group stage, running 2 streams into playoffs, working together, giving us a nice top-down view that I get to use here, as well as the actual stream itself. So on all 3 of them, absolutely mega.
I think one of the biggest compliments I can pay to the observers, and I hope they take this as a compliment, is
here we go, go on.
That throughout the tournament, I haven't been able to tell from watching who is observing. That's been the quality and consistency that it has been at. You know, as somebody who watches hundreds of hours of Siege, usually I can see the little telltale signs of that it may be medics or it may be easy, it may be red light, but no.
Amy and AJ there as well. Rocking the Rogue signs from start through to finish. We all love Leon. And then 2 steps to the left is get in the bin.
as you say, we've had plenty of signs, plenty of passion coming out. We've had a few different chants. We've had all sorts going on from our crowd here in Berlin, and really, I think the players thrive off it as well. You know, they can. Obviously, they've got the in-ears with the game sound. They've got the over headphones with the white noise. They can't hear necessarily specifically everything that's going on, but, you know, a lot of players have told us over the years that you can really tell when it's getting loud inside a venue. They can, you know, hear it's like it's off at a distance, but they definitely know what's going on.
Well, the spicy one is, from what I've just heard, I don't mind breaking the fourth wall every now and then. There was a small issue with how the overtime settings were set up in terms of what sides the team were on. So going into round 15, Rogue are on the attack. And given what we've seen from the attackers so far throughout this game, that only paints good signs for Rogue and their ability to close out this map. But of course, we'll find out what happens when we get into it, because FaZe, in fact, both teams, have had a bit of time here to have that conversation. What can we course correct to ensure map 1 is ours? It's still early in the series. It's still early in the evening, Tim. But this will give you such a big leg up to start things off.
All right. Well, I think there's only one question for us to ask, Des, and that's, does everybody want to get into round 15? Do you want to get into round 15?
I don't know, actually, Tim.
No?
I could stay outside of it for a little bit longer. I'm kidding. We're back into round 15. Game's back underway. FaZe on the defense, Rogue on the attacking side. It's been a real back-and-forth game so far, but only one can walk away the winner after this round. And I know exactly who the audience wants that to be. Just in case you're in any doubt,
Just in case anybody at home was wondering who the crowd was behind for round 15, you can hear the chants in the background there. And we're going to see if that energy transfer can come in that will push Rogue over the line. It's going to be, as you say, bathroom tellers. It is FaZe on the defence again. And they're going to be trying to lock down that bottom floor. But as we've seen so far, Des, I think pretty much every time this site has been held so far, it has come down to that vertical play. So again, FaZe need the office. They need the fountain presence. How are they going to deal, though? And I'm not sure that they've dealt with it fantastically well so far, with Rogue reducing the pace.
That's a saucy spot. The Yokai drone straight up top. I think he lost it out there because it was outside the map for more than 10 seconds as well.
Couldn't get back in.
Unlucky, I suppose.
It is. But yeah,
not bad. I appreciate the attempt.
As I say, I'm not sure FaZe have dealt that fantastically well with the pace being slowed down here. You know, they were going really well when Rogue were getting aggressive, giving them those opportunities in the first 30 seconds. But Rogue certainly seemed to have recognised that was something FaZe were excelling at, and they've just taken away the opportunity. Look at this one, Crying, just holding such a long angle there, not engaging them at close range too soon. And FaZe, I'm not sure are liking that too much.
I like again how we're seeing Rogue leaning into Crime playing on the Zofia. Nook has been his go-to operator on attack for what feels like the longest time now. And he'll always be the lurker, the backstabber on the team, looking to come in with a flank later in the round. But on the Zofia, it feels like it's more about flank watch. It feels like it's more about playing around the team itself. So I don't think you'll see him off in isolation playing on that Zofia, which could spell trouble for FaZe.
Astro just watching on his remaining Yokai drone there, again using it more for information than anything else. If it's alive in the late round, he may well look to just deny any diffuser plant attempt, but for the time being, just looking to spot any of the Rogue attackers. Rogue have got themselves established inside of Armory. Spoit is able to start working across, and by the glory of the silhouettes that we have, the privilege that we've got to see where everybody is on this beautiful top down, we can see there's actually nobody inside of Office and Fountain. FaZe have decided to give that up and just electrify the hatch instead. But the question is, can Rogue deal with this? They don't have a Maverick on side, and it's not going to be easy for them to clear that electrical off. It's going to be a key. I think the Twitch drone has just done it. Deepek takes out the electrical, and that might just give them the opportunity to open that hatch and have the vertical control that they want.
I've been watching those C4s in the back pockets of FaZe as well. They had 3. One did get pulled out by Cyber about 20 seconds ago, but didn't find the man. Those are the 2, I'm sure. They're trying to look into those either for Dinar, like we saw Spoit try in an earlier round, or to try and catch them when they're on the upstairs. But they've got to be so well placed. That's where things like the Yokais can really help on that front. But a bit of information gathering once again. Kanto repeatedly making use of that Iana gadget to find out exactly what's going on and feeding that through to the rest of the team.
Cyber's looking to get aggressive on detention wall, but he's going to be shut down by Spoit. There's a second challenge coming though, and that is going to be the trade as Bullet manages to step up. Souls finds Crying at the same time, Rogue have the vertical advantage, but FaZe have never played as if they wanted to defend it. So they are set ready for the onslaught that might come from Rogue. They're actually playing deeper, back in Workshop. They're almost inviting Rogue in, where they're then going to challenge the long angles.
Might be a retake here as well. There are 3 players from FaZe off site at this point, and Leon's in and trying to make the plant happen. In comes the Yoko, but will it get there in time? No, it misses it, and they manage to stick the plant. But can they now hold on? 2 inside a bathroom. I'm not sure where the third man's disappeared to, but FaZe are starting to converge.
First kill needs to go to Rogue here. They don't want to find themselves in a 2v4, but FaZe, they are taking their time about this. They get one, but Kanto's there for an immediate trade. 1v3 though, cut down, and that is going to be FaZe able to disable the activated diffuser. They take round 15, they take map 1, border is theirs.
Most critically, that's a map win on Rogue's map pick 2. It came down to 15, Tim. It was a hard-fought victory, but FaZe getting that first map is massive in how this grand final might yet play out.
It really is, Des. As you say, Rogue might have expected to get themselves an advantage, but it just wasn't to be, as the LATAM team coming out on top, and it makes map number 2 extremely important for Rogue.
And we'll throw to a quick break while the teams get ready for map 2. Do not go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 6th Major Berlin. Map number 1 goes the way of FaZe, but if you ask me, it could have gone either way in our max overtime matchup. A hell of a way to get it all started. And with that FaZe victory, Jacob, it looks like that tiny bit of experience that they have, quite a bit of it actually, is really pushing them to the edge.
In a bit, but yeah, you still had a map, or that went all the way to 15 rounds. There was a really, really long pause that kind of gave FaZe a moment to realize all of the different things Rogue had done up until that point and decide, we're heading back to a site we've played like 4 or 5 times before. What's the best method of attacking it? And suddenly, they get 2 kills off the initial roam, manage to stuff Rogue before they even worry about getting Diffuser down. It feels like all of it comes down to 1 round, and when it does, it's almost like the other rounds before you get there don't matter as much because it came down to 1 crux moment, right?
That's max OT for you, right? It basically becomes like a best of 1 in surround scenario where this one final moment is the only thing that matters.
Well, Jesse,
Yes.
I want to talk about Rogue and what they've shown in this matchup, because again, you could have cut it either one team or the other.
Yeah, this was a great matchup, I think, from Rogue, even still, that they ended up losing it in maximum overtime. I think that we really did get to see some fantastic plays coming out from them, especially, Kanto being able to step up a little bit, being able to come in clutch. This is the Yana plays that I really wanted to highlight from him. He's been able to step up and really have those moments where he gathers that intel for his team. We saw it first there in round 6, another round here in round 8, where he's able to kind of move around. Look at Astro, of course. He's been that Capcan inside of Workshop, but still, he's going to get cleared out by the Yana. Okay, the Yana comes in, is able to find that information, and a little bit later on, what you'll see, 30 seconds into this clip, what happens? Astro, down metal stairs, dies to Leon. That's round 8 that we see it first of all, and then another round coming forward right here. There it is again. Catches out one player, Kanto, one into Workshop, sees it, second player back behind him. Full intel addressed by Kanto. They lose this round because Leon walks into a Capcan trap, but the intel is still so good, and then this is probably the best Yana play at all. Runs in with the Yana clone. There's a player inside a fountain. What does he do? Baits the swing, so a player jumps on in, dies to the hand of the ace anyways. It's such good teamwork. It's such good intel gathering, and you love to see that from Kanto playing on the Yana.
Yeah, often Kanto's on his sledge, but when Rogue wants more firepower, they get him on a better gun, and he's so good with like Gemini clone, like you mentioned. It's really good value for Rogue.
And well, we're 4 people here, but there's our lucky 5th on the other side.
Oh.
Mr. Jack Jackson, fresh on the other side. What's up, Jack Allen?
Hello, Milosh. Hello, everybody.
Fresh, go ahead.
I've got a illustration. It's actually about Kanto as well, would you believe it or not? And the big thing that, for me, for Rogue, because obviously it was a close game, but we're going to make a point about Rogue here, is basically it's the team play for Rogue. That's their key win condition. In this round, Leon, he's already died early, and it's all about Kanto and Crine and the dynamic between the two of them out on the roam. Spoiter dropped off down the hatch, and Rogue, they know that there is 2 minutes left. There's 2 minutes left of round 5. They're on defense. This is to win their defensive half. What do Kanto and Crine do? They play together to go and retake office back, both of them. Kanto and Crine here, see, picks up one, picks up another one. In the same breath, Crine then picks up another kill. That's office retaken with 2 minutes left. But they are not done there. If we go into the second clip, they play off that dynamic of basic crossfires, really basic stuff, but it's what wins you rounds, and it's what Rogue need to exert more of. And it's the same thing again. They're still holding on to office, 45 seconds left. Crine's playing out by the window, Kanto's playing close. As soon as Kanto hears something, the communication comes out, Crine swings, gets the 2 kills. So between Kanto and Crine, their refragability, their communication and playing together, they win Rogue the round, and that's what we need to see more of, Milosh, going into map 2.
Thank you very much, Jack. May I say, you look so beautiful today.
Thank you.
Man, there it is. He's looking snazzy with that green hair. Thank you very much. Fresh. See you in just a bit, but let's move on to map number 2. Villa is our second one. We'll be just pulling up the map bans in a moment just for everybody to see them, but let's talk Villa. What's the prep for that? Because Max OT map 1, you still could have cut it either way, Jacob.
I mean, you very well could, but both teams still very much like Villa over the course of this year. The main factor is that Rogue haven't lost it more than 1 time, and as far as FaZe Clan is concerned, they've done it twice. They've played it more than 6 times between the two of them this entire year combined. It is very even overall. Even when it comes down to brass tacks on both attack and defense, it's a little bit more favorable on defense, hovering around the 60 percentile. On attack, it's only about 50. It's still neck and neck. We talked about that even coming into groups. They were already on both attack and defense. Very, very minuscule differences between both squads. From a statistical point of view, there is very, very little separating them on Villa.
Pango?
I agree, like, in the server, so to speak, I think there's going to be like a Border 2.0 where Rogue might have the better team play, but facing those 1v1s, they jab early, get an advantage, they fall back. Rogue's wounded, FaZe, they play it safe, they secure those rounds. You can do it on Border, you can do it on Villa.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at Villa, right, and it's just not a map that we see a lot of from either of these squads, right? It's just not something that's super common. From Rogue, it's their pick, I'm sure, obviously. Sorry, it's FaZe's pick. I'm still feeling like just because it's a map that they don't have a whole lot of winning streaks on, right? They're only 1 and 2 for the year. I'm sure they're scrimming it. I'm sure they're practicing the back lines, but it is a little bit hard to be confident in this pick for them, just like it was for looking at Border for Rogue. It was hard to be confident for them there, just because we haven't seen a whole lot from them.
2-0, yes, no. Game's ready.
God, with it being Rogue's like FaZe Clan's map, yeah, there's a very good chance that we end up seeing a FaZe Clan 2-0.
I'm going to just say OT. I'm not going to say who takes it.
That's a cop-out. Yeah, FaZe taking 2-0.
There you go. Fence sitting and none of it on the other side. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, everybody, we are almost ready to get into game, so let's take a quick break. When we come back, Ace and Dez will take you through map 2. It's Villa.
welcome back to the grand final here at the Berlin Major between Rogue and FaZe. A real banger of a first map, Tim. All 15 rounds required. FaZe ultimately prevailing in the final round. We now go on to Villa, a map that Rogue haven't been too fond of for the longest time, but I get the idea they've been playing it a bit behind the scenes, Tim.
I mean, we said the same about FaZe going into Border.
True.
So, you know, these things work both ways.
We've
got to look at it like that. FaZe were able to pick up a win on a map that maybe they are not best known for. Rogue, to be honest with you, Des, they really need to do the same here. If FaZe pick up this map, it takes them 2-0 in the series, and it leaves Rogue requiring nothing but wins from there on out. So for me, this could be a real pivotal map in the Berlin Major Grand Final.
Bit of hard techno to get us into Villa. You gotta love it. It's the kind of stuff I need for my rank games in future, Tim. If I really want to be inspired, then that's the one to go for. A bit of hard techno. Rogue starting out with the Flores, a ban that we've seen a few times on this map, mainly targeted at shield plays around main stairs, inside of AVG, for example. Just lots of good power positions where shields and keeper barriers, of course, are quite potent. FaZe taking away the Nook, no surprise there, a target ban against Crine on a map like this, where the basement is that space we just don't talk about. She can be lethal.
Well, this is it. In through the basement, up onto ground floor, use those vertical nades. We see so many vertical nade kills on Villa because of the level of destruction available on the floors and ceilings that it's no surprise. Valkyrie sort of playing into the similar but in reverse. You don't want that information above you for defenders below to be able to hit with nitros. And then Azami. I think our best example of Azami on Villa that I've seen this stage has got to be Alamau for G2, and the way that he plays it into master bedroom. It is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of time and utility that he's able to burn in there, not to mention the kills that he picks up along the way. So no surprise to see Azami go as well. Very powerful operator on this map and in general. But that is going to be our bans: Flores, Nock, Valkyrie and Azami.
It's when the Azami gets paired up with the Castle on this map that she's really a terror, because you have so many spots you can lock down with. Castle barricades, they get taken out by Zofia, Ash, Gone Sixes, you name it, you replace it with a Kiba barricade. It's just frustrating. It's the only way I can describe it. You run out of utility, you're playing into a really disadvantageous situation that the defenders feel more than comfortable to deal with. We're going to start out in AVG though, Tim, to kick things off, and looking on the defensive side for Rogue, you've got Deepek going across onto that Echo. Something he has played all tournament long, using those Yokai drones incredibly aggressively to help support the roamers. So here you might see players like Kanto, like Spoit, getting busy out around the map, supported by those Yokai drones. Here they are.
Indeed, going to be looking to hold on to the north side of the map. So what Rogue are playing into here is an expectation that FaZe are going to try to push in from the Masters side. I would expect to see FaZe wanting to get themselves inside of Studit as well. Are we going to see the little textbook play of the Yokai drone up and down the hatch there or not? We'll see. It can be a nice one just to keep that information coming in without losing the Yokai drone. Attacker's not always aware of it. That's going to be one Twitch drone taken down, but that's going to be one Kanto Raketti taken down. Astro with a big opening headshot.
This is why we always talk about shoot and move with drones. You get seen by a drone, shoot it and move fast. But even then, Astro was ready for the cut on the south side. So they've basically torn the map in half here, and anyone else who was still roaming up towards that north side would have been in a spot of hot bother. Thankfully, Kanto was the only one, so Rogue shouldn't lose too much more on this top side of the map. But very quickly, it has meant that pretty much all of them are pulled back down towards site, and FaZe has done a good job at getting topside control.
This is absolutely rapid from Sage. They're inside of a minute. They've got complete control up to trophy and statuary, and are now looking at moving into 90 corridor. Cameraman's working on the 90 window as well to try and keep Spoit at bay, and that will allow Cyber, Astro, Souls all to start moving down and claiming more and more ground. Bullet, he's one to keep an eye on here, Des. Just playing underneath on the Finker. He's going to be looking for a nade. There is no two ways about it.
Yokai's doing a lot of work. Oh, that's unfortunate as well. I think that was I don't know what it was. In fact, it was a nade from below that killed the Yokai that was just coming around 90. Unfortunate timing. But Spoit finds Cyber, who steps around, feeling that spot is clear. It absolutely was not. Spoit's still ready to go for the challenge and pulls it to a 4v4.
Really big kill for Rogue. It allows them to keep fighting in 90 corridor. If Cyber is able to keep Spoit at bay there, that becomes a lot more difficult. But Astro has quickly stepped up and looked to keep taking that ground. Sends the Gun 6 in, but it's going to be caught out by a Wamai Magnet, so the nade has to follow as well, looking to clear out utility before getting back on the Iana clone, just to send it into sight and see what's going on. on. Bullet with a bit of a blind spray from underneath to see if he can try and catch Spike, but Spike's not going to be caught out that easily.
Now the nerve about Leon, who was playing inside a study and instantly drops as well. Might get challenged from elsewhere as Cryin hits the deck on main stairs. Leon's coming in for a little bit of support, but has to know that he's coming up against a Finker, and it ain't easy to win those out. Down goes the second at the hands of Bullet, and a plant is going down. Deepet's got to step through and win the fight against Souls, which he does do, and steps in, but can't find the man who's planting. Astro puts him in the ground, and Bullet finds a fourth in the round, it feels, Tim. What a first round from FaZe.
It was clinical, wasn't it? They got themselves into 90 corridor very, very quickly. The play from Bullet underneath on the Finker, taking down both Cryin and Leon. Leon just really not sure of his position, caught out, sprinting, not in a position to take the engagement, and it was just so well played by FaZe whilst all that's going on that Astro moves in, not only gets the plant but manages to get the kill onto Deepek as well. Absolutely solid from them on the attack. I wouldn't be surprised to see Rogue move on and try a different side.
And that's exactly what they're going to do here, stepping into Trophy and Statuary instead, probably playing through their 3-site rotation. We'll return back towards Aviator Games in round 4. On the defensive lineup, though, we're seeing things like the Mozzie coming in. Something that we saw, the Mute Mozzie pairing leaning in a lot on the defenses of Rogue back on border. Again, just looking to really stifle FaZe's information game and keep them slowed down. But Tim, I can't help but look towards the lineup currently coming out from FaZe as well. They've seen what site they're on, and they've said, right, we've got a plan for this one. We've got an Ossa, we've got a Ying on board. Given what we saw back in round 1 of Border, I'm just thinking this is going to be a hard and fast site execute.
I'm guessing there's going to be a pretty oppressive round coming up for Rogue here. They're going to be really pinned back if they allow them to get that map control. But playing underneath so heavily with so much utility may well be able to slow down the FaZe push.
Small chants going on now. I tell you what, if Fresh has got in the audience and started some chants, I won't be happy. He's been walking around.
He's been
all
talking
morning.
about it. He's been singing for days.
He ain't stopped. Every time he comes into the green room, our little talent room, we wait before we go on broadcast. He's chanting a new chant from somewhere.
Round 2 is underway, 30 seconds into the action for FaZe. Haven't managed to get themselves into the map quite as quickly as they did last time around. Astro just looking to clear out the barricade, but it just allows Spike to throw a long-range nitro, really gets his arm behind it and takes Souls down.
This Deepet now in danger as well inside of Memorial. A nade following him through from the back end of Cyber, but nothing to be found there as Deepet had already stepped himself far away. Astra in a key spot as well for the attackers, getting inside of Master. You're looking for a shield to go inside of that bedroom door and just plant on the hard concrete, unable to be taken out from below, but also in a good spot where you're covered by the shield. It is the perfect setup to go for a plant, but you do need some good cover. The Candelas, no doubt, providing that alongside the smokes as well. Additional nades still in Bullet's back pocket. So FaZe still have the tools to make this attack work.
They do, but they need to be cautious of what's going on underneath as well. Kanto is still down there on the Malusi. He's in a position to potentially push up Astro stairs. He's going to hold himself there for the time being. Cyber is working to clear underneath here, but he's drawn him for himself, and that is going to slow him down. He just checks that he's clear to go in, but he doesn't check the right angle, Des, because Kanto's moved in and manages to get a headshot.
In come the Candelas, though. This is the execute that we were talking about, and Astro is in position, punching out the shield here, takes away his own vision so he can try and make this plan happen. Shoots out the Nitro as well, and is in a good spot. But here comes the push. He finds 2 as Rogue step in for the retake. Can they hold on? C4 over the top brings him down, and Cameraman and Bullet have got to recover this.
Cryin, he goes for the challenge, but he's going to be taken down. Bullet doing the first piece of work that FaZe need, leaving themselves now 2v2. Plenty of time as Bullet manages to find Spite on a beautiful angle, taking his head off. It's all up to Kanto now. 1v2, they know he's coming, Des. This is not going to be pretty, I don't think, as he comes around the corner into the man. Bullet with the final kill as well. Bullet has just rescued that round for FaZe.
6 kills inside 2 rounds. I'm pretty sure that was an ace. It didn't flag up, but he got 1 kill in the first round.
Astro got 2.
I think someone else had 4 in the round, or collected 2, so 4 in total after it. Either way, another big round from Bullet. At the start of the last game on Border, we sat down and looked at Souls and said he's 8-2 after just 4 rounds. Here, it's another player stepping into that void and filling it, picking up the kills for the team, making sure rounds that feel unwinnable, like that round, still go the way of FaZe.
it's certainly not dampening the spirits of everybody here in Berlin. Plenty of noise still being made for Rogue, but FaZe is not phasing them in the slightest. Picking up round after round at the moment. They're going to be attacking onto Trophy and Statuary once again. They can rinse and repeat realistically. The problem that I think Rogue are facing here is, let's not forget, they got an opening kill off the back of a Nitro from Spoit last time around. I don't think that's going to happen this time. Souls is going to be aware, and they're not going to get away with the same. So whereas Rogue had a man advantage last time, they've got to come up with a new plan to get it this time, and they're going to be working with a hard breacher on site, which didn't happen last time.
Well, Rogue feel like they've got it at this point as well. They're going back to the same side of Trophy and Statuary. It's an alternative lineup coming in from FaZe. So they've dropped away from the Osler Execute. They're changing things up a little bit. And again, it's one thing I'm really enjoying about FaZe is every single round is different. They won't try and run the same attacking patterns. They will change up on defense as well, what operators they're running. They're showing that flexibility that just keeps other teams guessing from start to finish.
I think they're going to be looking for that ground floor clearance again. Cyber went in on his own last time, but looking like he might have a bit of support from Astro this time as Cameraman gets himself up onto the rappel and goes above. Bullet's drone is ahead of him as well, so there is a lot of work going on this bottom floor from FaZe just to ensure that it's clear. Deepek is playing over by the red stairs. I think he's gone all the way down into the basement here, and that is one of those areas, as we say, Des, that people just disappear into. Leon with a big opener onto Astro.
It's a good start. The thing is, I'm a little bit nervous about getting too excited for Rogue. We've seen these situations where they found the entry and then just lose 2 or 3 members in the mid-round, and before you know it, FaZe is staring down a 4 versus 2. So we'll see how the rest of the round proceeds from here, at least in the next 60 seconds or so. FaZe doing a lot of work in droning up on the top floor, just to figure out where these last couple of players are hiding. Spoit, who was inside of Astro, for example, is still holding firm.
Deepek is going to be spotted out there. He nearly kept himself off the radar, but now that FaZe are aware, they're going to be focusing on those staircases from which he will have to return. Little peek from Leon. Doesn't manage to find his man inside of Closet. He's pretty confident that the window is clear, though. He's looking to make a challenge if he can, but the opportunity's not there. Cut down by Souls as he moves into support, and that's going to be 4v4.
Looking a little bit low there, Leon, as well, rather than looking at head height, expecting maybe a crouch height player to be sat on drones or getting ready for a drone potentially, but instead being caught out for free. Now Crying's the one looking to mobilize, and this is exactly what Rogue did to FaZe back on map 1, is play it slow and just let the defenders be the ones that try and move into you. Rogue almost going and looking for trouble, and FaZe are more than happy to pick him up as and when. The bulletproof survives. Crying has got that cover to take out the shock drone.
Big kill onto the shock drone there, just leaving that utility in place and making it a little bit more difficult for FaZe to be able to push in or launch any sort of sneak attack. But Cameraman doesn't need to sneak about anything. He's going to take the quick peek instead and hit Spoit with a headshot. Souls onto Crying. You picked it up yourself, Des. You said too many times, Rogue, get the opener, and then find themselves 4-2 down as FaZe just chip away and take one man at a time. Here comes Kanto on the flank, shut down in bathroom by Souls. 4v1. Deepek manages to get one, but it's likely to be his last. No, manages to find a second. It's 1v2 now. He's got about 15 HP, but there is a chance.
The diffuser's down as well. That's the big one for him. Stepping across here. They held the angle, but Deepek, Big ET could go huge here. The 1v1. Cameraman stepping out far into the distance to look for a plant, and Deepek should know about it. He's holding tight, knows that this plant is going down, but can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Rogue their first round on Villa.
Absolutely massive from Deepek there, who jumps up, waving to the crowd. I'm a little bit worried about him holding that key down. Keep that diffuser going, Deepek. There's a lot of support here for him in Berlin, though, after a huge moment for his team there. Quad kill to lock down the clutch, and honestly, Des, I cannot overstate how much Rogue needed that 1v4.
You'll take multi-kills every day of the week if it gets you some round wins, Tim. Looking back at map 1, we spoke about Souls, we spoke about Cyber, we spoke about Bullet. Just multi-kill after multi-kill, giving FaZe some really tough rounds. You saw it in the one prior. Bullet picking up a 4K to ensure even when that diffuser was down and they couldn't quite stick the plant, he was still able to close the round out for his team. That doesn't necessarily take away all the sins from Rogue, mind you. They've still got to find some more defensive rounds here. They're still down 2-1 on their defensive half of Villa, and I still feel they're swinging a little bit too aggressively here, getting mobile, looking to disrupt FaZe, which I understand is part of the necessity in today's Siege game, but you're making it too easy. They're holding angles, they're waiting for you to come pushing, and whilst you're trying to guess what doorway they're going to be in, what window they're holding, they're just popping you in the skull for free.
That's it. That's got to be, for me, the line that they draw under this FaZe attack here. They can't allow them to keep getting on top of every round, and they can't rely on 1v4s. Rogue, Spike going to be getting off into the map. Kanto's down on the underneath with him. They're going to be defending Aviator and Games this time. Last time FaZe was super aggressive, getting themselves into the north side of the map. Kanto worries me a little bit. It's a flashback to round one. He was in the same position. He moved through. Astro cut him down with a big opener. They can't lose somebody that quickly, that easily this time, because it just opened the floodgates for FaZe last time. They were able to just dive their way in and take control of everything they needed.
Looking at that Capital coming in for cameraman. Something I've seen a couple of times from LATAM teams. We saw it in the semi-final yesterday between FaZe and W7M. A really good execute on Oregon to plant inside a kitchen when they had both Dining Door and Green Door burnt out by those fireballs, preventing the defenders from getting back in and stopping that plant going down. No doubt FaZe looking for something similar here. One of the operators that I still consider to be one of the strongest in the game as well. 2 smokes and 2 firebolts at 3 speed with decent guns. Just brings so much, and of course that's the hard breach gadget as the secondary gadget. Really slept on by some teams, I feel.
Big opening kill from Leon. This time Rogue need to do more work on top of it. Need to make sure that they're not giving FaZe back way into this round. Don't give them those kills. Don't allow them to get themselves established. Keep on top of them. Don't give them the time to think. Cyber down at the bottom of main stairs here, just looking to continue the push upwards, but Leon's holding that vertical angle for the time being. They're going to know exactly where he is as they see the Toxic Babe canister come through. Deepek, the hero of round 3, manages to find a headshot onto Astro. It's 5 versus 3 in favour of Rogue.
Could be a Deepek game here on Villa. 6-2 he sits at here across those first 4 rounds. Although I always look back to how Kanto started on the prior map. Real sharp to begin with, and then things slowly started to slip away from them. Cameraman's waiting inside a study here as well. Just knows exactly what they want to do in terms of the plant, but need the rest of the team to get into position. Souls has been flirting with whichever player is hanging up on top for the longest time, and now there are only 2 left. Could get stabbed in the back here by, I believe it's Cryan playing up behind him, but it's Cameraman in sight alone. Souls comes through, 1 off towards 90. Cameraman finished off by the smoke, finds a second. Surely we don't see a second big clutch in a row.
Toxic Babe canister comes out, which just takes a bit of damage away from Souls. Every little helps as Deepek shuts him down. And once again, another final kill for Deepek and another round for Rogue. It is now leveled up at 2-2, and Rogue, they desperately need these defensive rounds.
It was really hard for FaZe because Rogue had wasted so much time up around trophy and statuary area. We started with Kanto up there early in the round, but as he fell back towards site, FaZe felt they cleared that part of the map, only for Cryan to come and be a bit of a backstab coming up the Astro stairs. It's exactly the same kind of game plan that FaZe employed against W7M yesterday, and they've just been stung by exactly the same thing. It's good play by Rogue, not quite playing into their angles, but being a little bit more sneaky there and trying to catch FaZe off guard, wasting time, burning through drones. Really good stuff.
Now comes a bigger test for Rogue. They've got themselves a couple of rounds in the bag, but they're going to have to move down to dining and kitchen this time. So they're onto what would normally be considered a third choice site here to try and lock it down, try and keep that momentum going. FaZe have got an opportunity to open things up. They're going to have the book on side from Souls, so that would indicate to us that they're likely going to try and get top floor control and open up those angles down into sight. In doing so, they're not really necessarily looking for kills, but what they are looking for is to create space, to create areas where the defenders can't safely play anymore, and then they can move in and get that diffuser down. But there's going to be a number of obstacles to overcome, and the first is going to be Spite.
He can be quite the obstacle. That's been quiet so far in the grand final. I say quiet, it's still added up some kills to his team's total, but not been the wonder kid that we've seen throughout the groups and throughout most of the playoffs, you know, walking through 2Ks and 3Ks. Big clutch player. It could be him versus Astro up here as well, onto the balcony, and Spoit was just looking from there for a second, but Astro dropped away at the exact perfect microsecond.
You just know Spoit was ready to go out of that window if the opportunity was there. He would have done anything for that kill. The other element, the other main obstacle for FaZe here is going to be Leon on that pulse. Keep an eye on him because he's got Nitro in hand. We see quite a lot of success once the heartbeat scanner is working as well, but even once that explosive has gone, it's about the information he's going to be feeding into Spoit. Cryan needs to be careful because he might find himself challenged quickly here but he's ready, Des. He's ready, and he takes down Bullet.
Ready for the read as well, ignores the Lion scan coming in. He knew exactly what was going to happen as a result. So many times he's seen utility followed up by action from the side of FaZe, and Rogue are starting to read into that now. They've lost out more often than not, but they're starting to get back in. If Cryin can get back towards Sight here, after getting his second kill, he could juice himself up. But who needs Sight? He's down in the basement. A 1v1 against Cyber is inevitable. It's just a matter of time of one of them stepping through this doorway, and who's going to blink first?
Cryin doesn't need to peek here. The flashbang comes in, tells him Cyber's location, but Cyber is the one to blink, decides he's having none of that challenge and drops back.
Oh,
the push into Memorial, but Deepek gets his man. Cameraman manages to get the trade, but now finds himself effectively. It was a 1v5, it's now a 1v4. He's trying to peek around into sight. They know where he is. They shut him down. Kanto with the final kill of the round, and Rogue for the first time on Villa take the lead. It's 3-2.
3 rounds on the bounce as well, Tim. That's the biggest one. It's about the momentum. Not just for them, but for the crowd that are behind them as well. Their last defense is going to be in trophy and statuary. The site we've seen them step into a couple of times so far, and not ignoring FaZe's excellent execute as well. Bullet holding up as a big clutch, and Rogue were a little bit skittish on this site, moving around a bit too much, looking to play on flanks all on the same floor. It was too predictable for FaZe. So I want to see a little bit of difference here. Maybe some playing down below. Inside of dining might not be the end of the world for them.
For me, the last few rounds there for Rogue, Des, it feels like they've woken up. They haven't just won some rounds there. Rogue felt different in those last 3 rounds. It felt almost inevitable a lot of the time. And that's exactly what they need. It's the same exact thing that we saw against XSET. They were struggling, and then it's like a switch was flicked, and they said, nope, not today. This is not happening. And it just feels like they might have flick that exact same switch there over the last few rounds. Last defense coming up. It's going to be trophy statuary, and Rogue could well steal away a 4-2 half.
Oh, we know for Rogue it's win or nothing, right? That's the motto of the competition. You're seeing it written on signs everywhere. Win or nothing.
Win or nothing.
Sure got to win this round here. It's not quite nothing if they lose it, but 3-3 would feel reasonable in terms of how the half will then have played out. A win here, though, puts them up to 4-2 and gives them that nice little cushion to play with going into the first couple of attacking rounds. I always think back and remember Rogue very fondly from Stage 3 of EUL. They're one of the first teams that said, on a map like Villa, we're not bringing Harbreach. And everyone was like, what? We had no Hibana, no Ace, nothing to open up Study Wall, because their whole game plan was all 5 players get inside sight at the same time. We push it through single windows. They can't possibly kill us all. And they showed time and time again, not just on Villa, but across several maps, that all-in team aggression was such a viable formula on how to play the game, almost a little bit ahead of its time, dare I say. And these days, a lot of teams are employing that. Leon the first to go down this time round as cameraman finds him on the bathroom window.
Cyber's heading in underneath quickly as well. There's not going to be anybody there to challenge him at the minute, and he might have an opportunity to get a few nades going, especially after that opening kill onto Leon on the alibi. It's just going to give them a little bit more space, because Rogue can't necessarily now dedicate somebody to playing underneath. Cameraman at long range is going to be opening up the triple wall as well. Cyber still very cautiously proceeding here. I don't think he's got necessarily too much drone information ahead of him. He's not 100% certain, but he's safe for now.
He's still got Cryin looking to challenge
for
here.
now.
I'm sure for a second he was about to meet into Bullet, but there's 2 kills elsewhere. They've flooded into site team, they've killed the site players, and there's no one really left for Rogue. You got Kanto and Cryin both grouping up around red. But Cryine's thinking about maybe a solo push coming through here, but that doesn't mean the plant won't go down. Cryin shut down. It's Kanto, the last one left standing. There's enemies at the gates on all sides at this point. He brings down 1, but has got 4 more to do, and Nade chases him down, and FaZe closed the half up 3-3.
Well, we've had 3 halves so far, effectively, Des. We had 2 halves back on Border, and we've had our first half on Villa, and every one of them has been 3-3. There is so little between these 2 teams, whether it's defense, whether it's attack. This is one of the closest matchups that I can remember seeing between 2 teams in a major final.
I agree. We've seen swings, mind you, like think about SSG versus NIP. Started out very dominant towards NIP, then swung back the other side. We had Liquid versus NIP at SI21. That went all the way through to 5, but it was very clear at that point that Liquid were just out of steam, having already played their lower bracket final earlier in the day. It was a lot of siege to get through. And this is an interesting setup, Tim. This mirror window that's gone down inside of Astro, looking in towards Trophy itself. I'm looking at that and thinking, well, you can take that out from the window if you're not too careful. The exact angle, I think, is more locked off, but Crime will be looking for that Twitch, that shot drone, to get in and take that one out for free.
It's going to be important that they do. You know, we know the power of Mirror and holding on to Master Bedroom particularly. If they're able to do it from behind there, it's quite a bold call, really. Like you say, it's not one that we see done too often. The problem is, if the Twitch drone is able to get in there and take that mirror window out, then you're kind of doing the attacker's job for them. You're giving them a line of sight from Master Bedroom window all the way through into Trophy, and that is a problem. So they really need to be on top of stopping that from happening. The other problem with it is, from the bathroom side, it may be reasonably easy to get in and to smash that mirror window out from the other side. So they need to make sure that Astro is covering bathroom as well. I don't mean Astro, the player, I mean the location.
Great play. Drone comes in, taken out by bullets. Spoit is immediately there to take the gunfight. You can see the drone, but you get a kill, and that is a trade you will make every single day of the week.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen that used a couple of times where people, I've said it before, the closer you are to your drone as an entry, the closer you are to that drone in front of you, as it goes into the building, the more aggressive you're playing. The higher risk, but the more aggressive. But when you play like that, you give the defenders a choice. I shoot the drone or I wait for the man. Which is it going to be? There might be a nade to follow. There might be, you know, a second challenge coming in from another direction. So most players, as defenders, will choose to take the drone. But so often they are losing their life because their ADS is down at the floor.
Cameraman still sat downstairs. We just saw him barricading up the memorial door. Largely unchallenged by the side of Rogue. I think Kanto has now taken it upon himself to go and hunt him down. But he's opened up a lot of these shotgun holes in the floor. That means it's almost impossible for Rogue to go pushing him blindly through sight here. They'll have to clear him out first. Rogue is still about half the round to play through here. They'll have a lot of time to play with. And clearing out Cameraman should maybe be something they can prioritise, because, as said, that C4 sat in back pocket could be the kind of thing that ends the round.
Just clearing out the one-eye magnet in front of them there. I think we're going to see Spoit send a nade into sight, just looking to clear the behind, the back of that mirror position so they can start challenging Master Bedroom. Leon, he finds Souls. 5 versus 3. There's a pre-placed Nitro on the floor, though. Cameraman pings it out. He's looking for a shout, but Leon is going to take down Astro. Leon going big here in round 7. Rogue continue fighting, continue pushing their way into sight. Cameraman with the pre-placed Nitro manages to find one. Cryan shuts him down underneath, though. Leon with his third in the round. That's going to be a big round from Leon Gids, and that's going to be Rogue going ahead for 3.
A 3K march through Master Bedroom there as well. Unbelievable. FaZe looking to challenge him really hard, up against the window for 1. Again, as he steps his way through towards bathroom, but he just kept on going, picking up 3. And Cryan found Cameraman with the backstab after his C4 kill as well. Good round for Rogue, another one that does lean a little bit in towards those hero plays, but a round is a round, Tim, no matter how you get there.
See one of our UK casters, Jerry, there in a tasty shirt today, just enjoying along with the rest of the crowd. For FaZe now, Des, I feel like they need to try and pick the pace up a little. The pace being at a high tempo has suited FaZe more than anything else so far today. I feel like they need to be trying to find those quick early kills again, like they were on board. They're just really starting to stagnate a little bit at the minute.
They are trying. They had that challenge onto the master window as soon as they knew that Leon was out on the balcony. They were there ready to go for the challenge, but Leon just a little bit too sharp. It's something I speak about in Siege. There's sort of the two halves to it, the two sides of the coin. You have the strategy side and the FPS side. You can be the best strategical side in the world, but if you aren't winning your gunfights, it can all mean absolutely squat. And that's what you saw a little bit in that round. FaZe didn't play it bad, I thought, was still looking for the early aggression. But Rogue, Leon especially, were just that little bit better. This round could be a saucy one too, as you've got Cryan here playing on the Amaru. It's not always a scream and shout, get excited moment when you do see the Amaru, because it's not always going to be something that comes hopping into a window or up through a hatch. Often it can just be to get quick entry into the map early in the round. So look out for that. You might see Cryan bursting in towards 90. But for now, the whole of Rogue is focusing on this bottom stairs, the main stairs push.
Spoit's getting really aggressive here. Nade is going to go in. There's nobody behind that shield. He's safe to proceed. They're just waiting for that to explode. Cryan manages to find Cameraman, but it's immediate trade from Astro, leaving us now in a 4v4. Spoit continues this push, though, and instead of FaZe trying to up the tempo, up the aggression, it's Rogue here on the back of a couple of rounds that are starting to build that confidence.
Deeplet's got to find Bullet here, who's sat at the top of 90 as well. They're surely going to come head-to-head any moment now. But I think more than anything else, that came down to Cryin going into 90. Sure, he died out, but found a man first that cleared 90. That meant Rogue could get the early control they needed. For Bullet, he's now pulled back towards top red. So very slowly, Rogue are boxing members of FaZe in towards red stairs, away from their entry into the map itself. FaZe like Liquid just moving around them as well. Not feeling they have to go too aggressive here. Just let Rogue come at you.
Kanto just paints a picture on the wall around Cyber there, unfortunately. As Cyber steps out, gets himself a solid headshot into Study and just really slows down that Rogue progress. Leon is low health as well as he tries to move through. Ooh, nearly catches the head of the man just behind the map's door at the top of red stairs. Spoit gets Cyber, and that might just give FaZe something to think about.
But one more juice here as well. Top Leon up before they try and make their play. You got Souls sat in behind the bar at this point. They're waiting for him to step out for any kind of swing, but he's being so patient so far. Astro also just outside of the aviator door, which has now been smoked off. And Rogue looking for the angle in. They're rotating instead here over towards this 90 corridor. They're thinking about pushing into Souls, as they'll have a great angle to press into.
Hard right of the wall is going to be the problem, as Leon finds out. He gets one, but no. Cut down in a trade by Spoit, leaving us now effectively 2v2, but Astro gets the kill onto Spoit at the single door. It's all up to Deepek. We've seen him do it before, but it's a big ask for him here. Another problem for him is that Souls is down inside a site, so he's acting as a live camera at the minute. He can tell them, look, he isn't pushing through single door here, so there's got to be a bit of focus towards maps from FaZe. They know where he is, and you can see them just dropping away, just lengthening the line of engagement here, and just prodding from either side until they get the kill. Just toying with Deepek, keeping him on a string and shutting him down.
Really smart play from FaZe. I spoke about how in the round they were like Liquid, just moving around Rogue, letting them take what they wanted to, and playing those longer angles. The number of teams I've seen play on Villa in the last few months that have been really punished by those feet-level holes down the 90 corridor is unbelievable. Because you're so close to them, you don't get as much of a view as those that are inside of sites itself can see, and they punish them every single time.
We're going to be heading into round number 9 then. FaZe will continue on the defense. It is 1-1 so far in the second half. One successful attack for Rogue, one unsuccessful.
That was the angle I was talking about here.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I won't lie, Souls, so unfortunate to not pick up Spoit there as well. Shotgun at that range should be a kill every day of the week, but I think some of the soft debris just blocking some of the damage coming out, which means he doesn't complete the kill.
It was really well played from Souls. I can tell you from watching many of Souls' games that it is one of his, I won't say necessarily a party trick, but he likes to just tuck himself away in a tight corner like that. He's got amazing trigger discipline, and he will just wait for the perfect moment that push comes round. I've seen him do it so many times, and that was absolutely no different. It really gave FaZe the boost that they needed in the late round. Round number 9 is going to see us potentially have Astro throwing a Nitro out a master bedroom window here. He's just waiting, but unfortunately for him, Leon has gone the other way.
Otherwise, could have been a beautiful start. Not quite in the same manner we saw back on Border, where it was spraying through doors and soft walls and windows, you name it. But instead looking for those cheeky spawn kill C4s that I'm sure we've all been the victim of in ranked at least a couple of times. You've got Cryin looking to move his way up through red. He's got Bullet off towards his left-hand side, so he's got to be wary here. But by the looks of it, Bullet has actually moved all the way up towards north side now, as well as got Souls on his south. So Cryin very much in a dangerous spot here. The hunter has become the hunted, as Souls knows roughly where he is.
I think Cryin has an idea, but the ping comes out to tell him there's somebody just maybe pushing Memorial as well, so he's going to turn attention possibly in the wrong direction here. Astro gets a headshot onto Deepek, and as you say, Rogue may be in a position to try and take a little bit of ground here, but they need to make sure that they're not ignoring what's behind them. How about that? Cameraman finding the melee kill onto Kanto as he tries to step in, seeing the Nitro toss. He thought it was his opportunity, but he couldn't get the job done.
At that kind of range as well, you're hoping to complete the kill as Leon comes swamping in. They've got the control, steps in for a second. His second 3K in the game. Leon is on fire in this game and is in a spot to make a plant happen. Spoit is holding Memorial, Cryin, overseeing Leon as he gets the plant work done. And Spoit here versus Souls is the big one, and Souls wins it out. Cryin steps in, wins out the trade. It's a 2v1 against Astro.
It's all getting a bit frantic inside a site there. You just felt for a second Cryin and Leon might clash, but the only clash that matters is Leon and Astro in a 1v1. Leon with another triple kill round, bringing it home for Rogue.
Huge 4K.
4
in that round. He started out with a 3 and found the closer for the 4th.
Happy birthday, Leon.
I imagine you guys at home can hear, but in case you missed the chant, it's in the bin, time and time again. The Leon Classic. This is pure chaos in itself. That push in from Kanto not quite going the way intended, but Cyber's dropped down for the support. Also really smart. But fundamentally, Leon was the difference maker there. Again, a huge 4K. And FaZe take this opportunity for a timeout, acknowledging that maybe the game could start to run away from them here.
Exactly that, just feeling that they need to hit the pause button, need to do something to break the momentum, take Rogue off the tracks that they are currently on, because they're steaming towards a victory right now. They haven't got themselves too much distance between them on the scoreboard, but as I said, over this course of Villa, particularly from about round 4 onwards, you just feel like Rogue have flicked that switch and they've really started to up their game. They've gone into another gear here, and I think FaZe can feel that too. Taking the tack time out and just trying to slow down that progress. We're going to have FaZe going to Trophy and Statuary. It was the site that we saw them defend first time around. They were unsuccessful. Rogue able to get the win on the attack, and it was reasonably comprehensive actually from Rogue.
All right, can you hold on at this point, Rogue, as well? We've seen things get clawed back and forth. FaZe were up 6-4 at one point on border for Rogue to win the next 2 rounds and career us through to overtime in what turned to be an absolute war between the two, all the way up to round 15. Rogue win here, they get 2 rounds clear and have 2 opportunities to close things out again on a map that they have not played for a long, long time. But it would be a classic best of X series, Tim, to be honest with you, if the teams were to win each other's maps to start it out.
I mean, when we talk about each other's maps, we know both of these teams have got, you know, reasonably good map pools. They've got a lot of familiarity. They are able to play, you know, almost anything that you're going to put in front of them. And they're proving that here. And that's exactly what we want from the teams in a major grand final, really at the top of their game. Cameraman just trying to hold on to the angle of Study. It gets difficult to hear myself in here as the crowd are just willing Rogue towards a victory.
It's starting out with some smaller chants that are more like the football chants we're used to in the UK that then gets drowned over by those that are like, well, I don't know that chant, so I'll just do...
I'll get on board, though. Let's make some noise.
Let's make some noise. It's not a bad thing at all.
Just going to have a little peek onto the bottom of Astro Stairs there, Crying. Able to escape without taking nor dealing any damage. And he's just going to disappear off into the map a little bit. Bullet looking for the peek out of the window there. Needs to be careful because Crying is on the downstairs and he might just be looking to catch his man. He's moved around. He's going to take out the default cam, but he doesn't know he's there. And he runs headlong into Bullet.
That's the problem here. You're relying on Crying to do a lot by himself as the lurk player. Droning himself in, finding out information on that Jackal. But really, he needs some support if you know there's going to be roamers. And I've said already about the game between W7M and FaZe yesterday. FaZe love playing the map. They will challenge every inch of it given the choice. And at the minute, Rogue are giving them that choice, and it's looking like a really fine one to take, Tim.
Leon knows there's somebody at the bottom of Astro Stairs, but I don't think he's got anybody on the underneath in support, so they can't work a pinch, they can't work to cut that player off, and it's just going to allow FaZe to have somebody out there in the map that is a nuisance, and right now that's, I think, what Rogue are looking to deal with. You can see Kanto on the Iana. He's looking to make his presence known on the underneath. He's in the clone at the minute, just trying to find this player. Have they come back upstairs? Where are they? And this is a little bit of a problem for Rogue because it's going to eat away at their confidence of that final push onto site.
Deepek's droning in Kanto at this point. They know that one's on top red stairs, but do they know Bullet's joined in for a bit of a 2 versus 1 potentially? Cameraman's dipped away as Spoit comes in. Shotgun in hand could be enough to get this closed down. As Spoit does win that 1 versus 1. And that's the kind of play you're looking for, to open up top red stairs. Now Cyber will be the second challenger on red stairs. You can see his outline on your screen as Kanto steps round. Nade coming through, just about dodges away from a couple of shots coming in there.
He needs to be very, very aware of red stairs here. Bullet manages to pick up Deepek as Spoit forces the player back. Leon onto Bullet with the immediate trade. 3v2, 2v2 as Souls manages to find him. This is just back and forth. These two are just wailing on each other. Kanto just manages to find Souls. Cyber. He's going to take the man down. This is effectively 1v1 until Kanto gets put back on his feet, and that is now Cyber pushing forward, looking to get aggressive. He's got a bit of information ahead of him, but it's not enough. It doesn't matter what he knows, because Kanto knows more.
Unreal bit of play from Rogue as well. You caught it yourself, Tim. Back and forth throughout the entire round, but when it really counts at the end, Finker comes in clutch, gets Kanto back on his feet, and he closes the round out. Rogue at match point. One more to go, boys.
Not only is Kanto on his feet, but so are a lot of the fans here inside of the theatre, jumping up to applaud that clutch coming out of Rogue, managing to close things down. 6-4, as you say, 2 more chances for them to close this down. But I think it's quite clear here what everybody wants to see, Des. Just one more from Rogue.
One more round. That's all they need. That's all they need.
Honestly, never at an event have I had to turn up the volume of you in my ears. If anything, Des, I normally try to turn you down. I normally
Straight down to 0.
Down to 0, and I try to ignore it.
And just wait until the mouse stops moving, and then you talk.
I'll just come in. I don't listen to a thing you say.
I love how much of a team game it's feeling as well between both of these. I know we're seeing lots of big clutch rounds, but it's not like it's 1 or 2 players dropping 20 kills and dragging the team through. Looking down the side of Rogue, the lowest is Kanto, who just clutched out the last round, sat at 5 and 8. On the other side, I will say I've been watching him across these 2 maps. Cyber has been quiet. He's been arguably one of my favourite players to watch. There's been a few new players that I haven't watched too much of before. Cyber's probably up there with one of them. I have cast him a number of times, but it's like, okay, cool, he's had a cool couple of tournaments, but he's really been shining here, like dragging his team through some rough games. But Souls, he's been a man that's also on one, 10 and 8 so far. It's a bit of a trade, though. Not onto the same players. Exploit finds Bullet.
And that's something that Rogue have done particularly well. We saw it in the last round with the back and forth, even when they're losing players, and it's not something they did on Border a lot. It's not something they did in the first 3 rounds here on Villa. But when they're losing a player, they're able to then have an impact back themselves. They've got an answer waiting, and that has been particularly important for them. At the minute, FaZe, for me, they feel a little bit broken, Des, if I'm honest. The last few rounds, it feels like it's got on top of them. The tack timeout didn't really do the job, and they're on the struggle bus at the minute.
I'm so excited for the next couple of maps, though, Tim. We've got Skyscraper and Bank waiting for us. Both of these teams' top maps.
Skyscraper's going to be a classic.
It's my favourite map. I enjoy watching it so much, and knowing we've got 2 of the best teams in the world on it right now, about to head to that, in itself is a real tantalising prospect. For now, at least, though, Cryan has kept himself alive on the Jackal instead of being picked off early. Sees a man up on the bed napping, but can't quite finish him off.
Does take a little bit of chip damage, though. Souls does manage to get himself juiced back up at one of those corner salvation stations that the Thunderbird has placed earlier in the round. Rogue just feeling like they might have stalled out a little bit here. They're still not sure of the top floor control. Leon's going to come head-to-head with Cameraman, and he's going to find a bullet in his head as Cameraman manages to take him down with the SMG. A lot of damage done in return, but as I said, there are Thunderbird gadgets on site that Cameraman will be able to use. He's working for a backstab here. I don't think they know that he's inside a sight. That's one. Can he get a second? Cameraman is low health. There could be an opportunity here. It's 2v3.
But the thing is, Tim, the diffuser's down inside Red Corridor at this point. They've got to really fight to get this one back. They might have sight, but without the diffuser, it's worth nothing to you. Souls has stepped out wide as well. They're going to have to come pushing down Red here as well. And they know a loose idea as to where the man is playing. But do they know that he's on the other side of the soft wall? I really doubt they do.
Working together here so they can at least have an impact on each other's fights, but they then separate. They're looking for the pinch. Cyber manages to get one, but there's a big double from Deepak. Surely not again, Des. We've seen this before. It was a 1v3. It's now a 1v1. Deepak, he's looking for his man. He sees him inside.
Trading their respective map picks, and that means Skyscraper is really boiling up to a fever pitch now, Tim.
Rogue were just not going to be denied in that final round, as they had decided that Villa was theirs, and Deepak delivers once again.
Unreal. We'll throw out to a break, and when we come back, Skyscraper awaits.
And we are back. I miss this so much. Oh my God. Here he is. 1-1 tied up. Rogue make it back on Villa. Not bad. We got a game in our hands.
That we do, Milos, and the crowd are in it as well, which might be the more important thing. I mean, it really feels like they're starting to pop off in a Rogue. They're feeding off it.
Yeah, well, Rogue victory, but it was not an easy one at all, Jacob. FaZe really were giving it their all.
No, it's true. I mean, if Deepak doesn't get 2 clutches in this game, then there's no way that Rogue win this one.
I love this.
That's got to feel good.
It's so loud and visceral, and you imagine we're listening to it from here. Imagine the players up there and how everything is reverberating around them. Pengu, you've been in these spots, hot moments, right? 1-to-1, you were supposed to bring it up and tie it up in Villa, and you end up happening, but you've got your teammate that's really backing you up and getting those clutches when never really should have happened.
I mean, FaZe had it yesterday against WCN, right? They're winning rounds they should never win today on the opposite end of the stick where they're losing these rounds that they should be winning. And it's Biggie T time and time again. You said Cancer Kitty this and Cancer Kitty that. I said Biggie T, baby, MVP all the way. There it is.
Now, there were some big plays, Jesse. You want to talk to us about one of them?
Yeah, absolutely. This was the play that we saw, not from the man of the hour, but from the birthday boy instead, Leon. This was a big 4K that he had, and this was a nice kill because he's able to turn the tides of this one, right? Coming up from the pantry, he's this hard support. He's not supposed to be the one getting all the frags, but he's able to trade out his teammates so well throughout this round. The way he's able to push in through pantry. This was a disaster spot initially for Rogue, but Leon turns it around. He changes the tides. The final 1v1 going his way as well. Such an important round to get Rogue back on their feet, get their momentum going.
I mean, going to a map like Villa, one that you didn't pick, one that, yes, you've played a lot, but still not the one that you are expected to win. If the general idea is that FaZe's playbook for this map is better, then what better way to win than off of that many clutches? We had how many 1vx's in this one from Rogue? 2, 3, I'm pretty sure? At least 3. From both Deepak and Leon. It's not the kind of stat you want to be relying on, but if it's your opponent's map pick, then you don't care because you still walked away with the dub, and you did it in clippable fashion, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard is flipped right now. We see Deepak Leon on top, we see Spark Crying Cancer at the bottom. Similar stuff for FaZe, it's Souls, where that support plays really shining in this matchup for both teams.
Yeah, and we talk about Cyber breaking a kill record. It's not happening with performances like that. 4 in 10, the star player of Brazil. Many people would say the best player in all of BR, stumbling to Leon and Deepak.
He started 0-5 before getting any kills.
Yeah, it was
Only
tough.
got 4 after that with 4 more deaths as well. That's bad.
Well, gentlemen, we'll be back to talk about our next map. In a moment, though, we have a supermodel on the other side of this stage. Give it up for Fresh! Got us.
Hello, Milos. Hello. I really want to sing my song about Deepak first, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to leave it.
Thank you.
Once again, I've got Telestration, and once again, it's about the losing team. But this Telestration is going to be about FaZe and an attack that I actually genuinely really liked. And they did it when they were in numbers disadvantage. They used Osa and they used Ying to try and basically get a door on the a plant on the door of the statue door on concrete. So you're going to see the Ying go up to the rooftop here. Now, there's some really nice lineups you can get on the rooftop, and if I just pause it there, basically, what Ying is trying to do is drop the Ying Candelas down the skylight and the smoke grenades at the same time. I don't think she actually ends up dropping the smokes, but the Candelas go down the skylight, and then the main plant is supposed to go off over here. Now, FaZe, they do lose a couple of members, but actually, they do win the round because they still stick to their guns. They still stick to that attack. And as you can see, I'm going to go into the next clip. This is the point of view when the Candelas have gone off and as the clip loads in, the Osa shield goes down, punches the shield, and then goes to the plant. Now, it's a 3v5, and Cyber's then dropped to go to Wolf Window, shoots the C4. But sticks to their guns, still tries to get the execute, cause that chaos, picks up 2 kills in terms of Astro, and then gets the round back to a 3v3, and then goes to the plant and gets C4'd. But FaZe, that's what I like about them. They're dynamic. They do things that aren't necessarily considered default. They do them well, and they stick to it, even when they're in numbers disadvantage.
Thank you very much, Jack. There it is. Give it up for Fresh! Thank you very much. I'd say Budget Ninja, but we got Justin Bieber on here with us in the house. Let's go into our next map, Skyscraper. Sorry, you're the Canadian in here.
I get it, I get it.
We're going to have the maps just pop up on the side just to remind you, but we'll talk about Skyscraper. How do things look numbers-wise, Jesse?
Skyscraper is such a good map for these two teams. I think there's a very strong argument that these are the two best Skyscraper teams in the entire world for Rogue. They're undefeated, never having lost through 3 games against BDS, Secret, and Outsiders in a series of progressively more dominant EWEL matches. And then you look at FaZe, a 5-game win streak. They lost their first ever match that they played on Skyscraper to NIP 7-5, and since then they've been flawless against Ints, Furious, NIP again, Sandbox, and then Furia. It's the only map that they have not banned all tournament long.
There's actually a pretty big discrepancy statistically here, though. If we start specifically on attacking side first for FaZe Clan, that's going to be a bit of a problem because when we make the flip back again, Rogue themselves maintain 89% on the attack for Skyscraper. So if they get to that side, be prepared for them to blow FaZe out of the water. It's about to be a fireworks show.
Be prepared. That's the reference. Yeah. Bengu, your final thoughts?
I mean, we see Astro after every single round with his script in his hands saying he knows exactly what's about to go down, right? The moment FaZe they win or lose a round, it's the papers in his hands going, this is the next step. You would think with the script right then and there that FaZe would have an easier time, but so far, it's been a challenge every single round.
Well, that means that we're going to have a banger of a map 3. I won't ask you for your opinions here. We'll ask it later on. So thank you so much for helping us out. Berlin, are you ready? Map 3 about to begin. Let's take a quick one. And when we're back, Dozen Ace will take you through Skyscraper.
venue, ladies and gents, for what's proving to be a screamer of a grand final already, Tim. They've won each other's maps. It's nearly come down to overtime in the second. We have Max OT in the first. Could you ask for much more drama?
We really couldn't, could we? It's not just about the score, it's the nature in which it's come about. Both teams really going at each other. Deepak, the absolute star of this game so far. He's hit a 1v4. He's hit a 1v3. Is there anything he can't do?
He's ludicrous, isn't he? He's absolutely ludicrous. Here we go into what has proved to be my favourite map, Tim, in the game for a good amount of time now. Skyscraper, we're heading into for our third, and where this series gets so saucy, Tim, is Skyscraper and Bank is both of these two teams' favourite maps. You look at their recent results, their preferences, what they banned away. Both of them prefer going to these two maps over all else. So map 3 and 4, I'm so glad that we at least get to see both of those. But can our hearts take a map 5 on Clubhouse? Whew! I think we'll have no choice.
It's certainly stacking up to be going in that direction. I'm looking forward to seeing the rogue hold of Tea and Karaoke here on Skyscraper. They do a fantastic job of it. Montagna going to be the first band taken out.
Can we do this with them, Tim? Can we do this with everyone?
We can if you like.
Can we do it now? Ready?
Ooh. There we go.
Love it. We won't do every single one, but
no. Montagna and Thatcher will be the first two bands coming out.
Just kidding.
Oh, we're getting waving along with it as well. There is absolutely no control in you, is there?
Greatness comes from chaos, Tim.
Kaid will be our... I'm giving up.
Love it.
I'm giving up.
Cannot be controlled, Tim. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, everybody, for joining in with his chaos.
They
Don't encourage him.
Hey, I joined them. They were already doing it.
Here we go then. Round number 1, Skyscraper. It is one map all between Rogue and FaZe. This one is poised for potentially going to all 5 maps of our best of 5 here. There's a lot of support coming in for Rogue still. That has not dampened down, no matter losing, drawing, winning. It doesn't matter. They have been all over it for every minute here in the venue.
I'll say something probably wildly unpopular with the venue, Tim, but fair play to FaZe as well. You're staring down the barrel of 1,500 fans all supporting the other team. You know that they are not so much booing, but no one's celebrating anything that you do in these rounds. They're looking on it with scorn, with disdain, and every action Rogue take is getting a big cheer. So to be sitting in front of an audience like this and still be playing as well as they are takes a lot of effort. Let's see how things go then with this first Karaoke and T defense. We've seen this an awful lot throughout EUL2. It's been quite a popular map across that and APAC North, often starting out with an exhibition hole that then moves their way across the field.
It would be remiss of us to continue without mentioning the final ban that
doing the
came
whole way
in. You were far too carried away for us to pick up on the Aruni being banned out, which is an unusual ban.
And you were too distracted.
Far too much. It means that we will have no laser gates here in Skyscraper, but, you know, the Aruni can be not just about the utility that can be burnt, it's time, it's, you know, everything that needs to go with it to deal with that gadget.
A cheeky little rat hole from Spoit here is looking to try and get a bit cheeky, I think, out through the rotation that it opened up onto that outside wall. But you don't want to leave that one open. That's a very contested wall that attackers will always want to open up. It's exactly why it's having a bandit battery placed down on it, just to frustrate the attackers that bit more who don't have the Thatcher on side, given it was banned away by FaZe. So good bit adaptation coming out of Rogue here to force that to come through. But I can't help but not ignore the Sens pick coming out for FaZe, Tim. We saw this back in map 1. They used it excellently.
Crane just taking a couple of shots of damage there. Doesn't do too much, as I think it was through a soft surface, so it just reduced the impact a little bit of those bullets. So he's fine to continue here. He's pretty confident that he's going to be looking at somebody coming in from the bathroom side, but it's actually Cyber that could be the problem. He's underneath on just the opposite side of the restaurant area. He's off to Crane's right rather than left, and he could find himself coming head-to-head with that LMG if he's not careful.
Cryan loves playing on the downstairs as well on this map. We've seen him on things like Goyo historically playing C4s upwards. On the attack, he'll always try and get in below and toss nades skyward. So I'm not at all surprised to see him, even not on that kind of operator, looking to play on the downstairs. Cyber chunked out an absolute ton here, as both Kanto and Cryan are looking to threaten him. He's got to be so careful of what angles he's playing.
I love how Cryan was completely unflappable then as he moved through the bar. There's shots coming in through the door. He didn't even look. He just carried on going. He's like, yeah, that's not a problem. As he continues on his hunt for Cyber, Kanto Kanto joining him as well. It's a nice crossfire that they've got established here. If anybody does try to push towards Drum Stairs, they're going to be in trouble. But right now, FaZe are trying to start to work the balconies here. Crying knows he's going to take more damage. How long can he hold on here? He's already burnt 2 minutes.
This is the thing on the downstairs. Maybe they're trying to find a way to ignore it because they definitely aren't going to be able to clear it out at this point. There's 2 players on the downstairs too. Big ET, Deepek himself, starts out the same way he ended the last map, with a kill.
Exactly, starting as he means to go on. Crying just going to allow the clone to go past him. I don't think they've picked up on his position there, and they're going to look to get themselves onto the rappel. Time is ticking down, and FaZe have no choice but to start pushing towards site, and I can't help but think that they haven't made an awful lot of progress yet, Des. Cameraman, he's going to put down the light barrier from the Sense, just trying to work his way in. Gon6 as well, clearing utility, but with 19 seconds left to go, it's now or never for FaZe. They're going to have to start making a move. Kills rain in, Deepek onto Bullet and Cameraman. Cyber manages to get one, but with 8 seconds left to go, this is looking unlikely. The last is inside Karaoke. Astro has Diffuser in hand. Is he going to try and stick up on? He has no other option here. They were waiting. They've come back to site, and they're going to win the round. Crying and Kanto close out round 1 for Rogue.
Again, just Deepek can't help himself, can he, Tim? 3 kills in round 1. Getting things started the way that Rogue will no doubt want it to continue. Great stall coming out at the end as well. FaZe bring along the Sens with that light wall gadget to give them a wonderful angle down through main corridor where they can't be contested easily. But then Leon just stops everything in its tracks with a couple of smoke canisters, and they can proceed no further. Because FaZe ground to a halt, Rogue have a bit of time to get themselves into good positions, hold those angles, and wait for the push to come through. A great flurry of kills there in the last 15 seconds or so. Rogue now move over to the other side of the map, still on the top floor for Exhibition and Office, which plays much in reverse. You should see these defenders here moving out towards playing on the west side of things, out towards Karaoke and T, and then slowly move their way back across towards the east as FaZe come after them.
I'd be concerned if I was a FaZe supporter after that first round. This is a map that they are supposed to be, you know, very good on, but they just had no answers then, Des. FaZe really did stall out. As we saw, it came down to just trying to jump in through windows with 20 seconds left to go. They never got any control. There was never any real pressure onto site, and Rogue, I would say, were extremely comfortable throughout round 1, and they're going to have to be bringing more to the table if they want to be picking up attacking rounds.
Okay, let's see how things shape up from this point forwards. We're still seeing that Warner coming along, and look at the jump out here from Deepek. They wondered for a second what it was he was considering, but was hoping someone would be coming in through the double doors off towards his right-hand side. No such joy to be found. A lot of downstairs play coming in, so rather than a full-on extension out towards Karaoke and T, there is some downstairs attention coming in from the Rogue players.
Cyber just watching the long angle there on Sabinja. He sees the berry of Alibi, decides that he'll take a little shot at it, but it was only the decoy that had been placed by Leon earlier. So that's going to ping Cyber out. It's not really going to be a problem. Nobody's going to be taking on a long-range challenge like that, but he will drop away without a kill. Now then, we're going to get the double wall opened up here with the thermite exothermic going off, but again, I'm often cautious about sort of thinking of that as major progress, because so little do we see teams really push in through there. It is step 1, and they don't tend to, you know, go back to that until towards the end of the round as attackers if they need to, because it's just too risky to play in that area.
As Leon starting out with the entry onto Cameraman here as he steps forward. It is the Hard Breacher Gon who's already done his job in the round, but attention will turn towards the Ossa here of Astro. That is what this round really rides on. And oh my God,
no,
Leon!
you cannot!
He can on his birthday, Tim. And that Ossa that I said everything spun around, not anymore.
Bullet, he's looking towards taking a fight here, but can't get the win. Takes a lot of damage along with it. Crying, he's going to have to dip himself away, but that is largely job done because it is going to slow Bullet down, and it just means that one of those gunfights later in the round might just be all the more easy. Now then, Bullet, he's just looking for a cheeky vertical angle up through the hatch here, just seeing if he can catch any of the defenders out in behind the desk, maybe holding on to the breach, but for the time being, he's not going to have any joy. And as I said, Des, often this double wall is used as not desperation, but you're now in a 3v5. You've got to try and get something going, so we'll go back to the breach. But that is what so often happens. That's 3 for Leon.
Could make it 5 if he carries on here. An ace on your birthday in a grand final would be a dream. He's still got souls on the downstairs. He's Crying, denies Leon the chance, but definitely gives Rogue the round. Bullet, 40 HP, has still got so much to do in the last 35 seconds that it's almost impossible.
We've said that a couple of times today. Deepek in a 1v4. Let's not forget that he was able to close out. But, as you say, this is the time to expire. Looks even more difficult. Bullet manages to find the first headshot onto Spoit. 1v4 now. 20 seconds left to go. And he's just not overly chasing this. You feel there's maybe a bit of discussion going on within FaZe as a team as well. Just taking the opportunity until ultimately Bullet is cut down by Kanto. And that is going to be Rogue taking round number 2. And it leaves them 2-0.
First couple of rounds not going their way, and you can see a lot of passion as well. I'm looking up now at the FaZe players, and you can see hands moving, gestures. Chops are definitely moving, Tim. They're having a good conversation here about what needs to be course corrected, because Rogue in those first 2 rounds have looked so comfortable. The only downside now is that they've got to head to the off-site that many would consider barbecue and kitchen. But you can play this site very similarly to how you play karaoke and see a big vertical hold. You just want to make sure you've got a couple holding around pantry and in towards sushi, because those 2 areas are the sort of center points for this site. You can't go letting defenders just hop straight in once you get a bit of control of Geisha, for example. Attackers hop in once they get a bit of control of Geisha, sorry. But that should be the direct-to-site approach that FaZe want. Get control of Geisha, play around window, get control of pantry, and look for a plant inside a kitchen. You haven't even got to worry about barbecue if you don't want to.
No, not really, but my concern for FaZe on the attack here, Des, is this is kind of tea and karaoke with an extra step. And they didn't get anywhere near tea and karaoke. So they've got all that work to do to get hold of Geisha, get hold of top floor, but then they've got more work to do to get onto site and get a diffuser down. And FaZe were just a little bit slow last time. Look at this from Crying. This is absolutely disgusting. He might just get his man here. The Thinker's coming around. It's a freebie. It's Leon taking down Cyber.
Free.
It was. Crying was on the top floor challenge. Leon went from underneath, I think. They doubled down on it.
I guess if he gets one of you, the other is guaranteed to get the trade, and they probably know that from a bit of study as well, from watching back the way FaZe play this map. To find the Thinker, the operator I keep on talking about, the LMG, the Gon 6, the nades, the 3 juices as well. All that together in combat makes for a terrifying operator. You take that offline, damage stays permanent onto those attackers. They can't heal their way back through it.
This is dangerous. Deepek's been spotted out. The challenge is likely to come in, and it's going to be a pre-fire, I would imagine, from the window, but he's just watching the angle. Instead, they're going to switch over to the nade, but dip it away as cameraman manages to get the kill anyway. But there comes the challenge. Spoit, he's getting aggressive. Rogue getting confident here, Des. Rogue looking dangerous.
Astro's still on the window here as well, very much in isolation. Has to rappel his way through. No one there ready to go for the challenge, but they should have the idea that he's now marching on in. He's looking for the man sat around gold, and I'm not sure he's going to find him for free. Bullet getting into a gunfight here with Leon, both down to 40 HP.
Spoit's just going to be biding his time in the corner of gold there. He's got support from Kanto as well, and this could be a big play from him. He could really hit them on the flank. 3 versus 4 FaZe without the map control that they need to be able to put the diffuser down. They're trying to start to work vertically, but they could find themselves challenged pretty soon as Crying, he's working his way back in that direction as well. Souls, he is in control of Geisha, finds the Valkyrie cam and takes it down, so that's at least something for FaZe. 3v3 as Bullet manages to find a nade onto Spoit.
Always that worry. We keep on speaking about these 4v2s that get thrown away to being, well, the entry, that come in for Rogue that then get turned on their head and end up as a 4v2 for FaZe. They took down a couple of members. They were in this 4 versus 3, but FaZe are just playing it so carefully here, just one step at a time, looking to pick off the stragglers from this Rogue side, and that's why you can see them playing so tightly together. Leon playing downstairs, seen out by a drone with a couple playing above him, up towards Shrine and down towards Drum. And it feels like FaZe are trying to chase ghosts at this point, Tim. There's still so much to do, and they've only just got the top floor control.
Only 4 drones remaining, so it does limit them a little bit in terms of information. Bullet just trying to work in secretly for a horizontal push here. Kanto gets Souls on the top floor, and that is going to be a big blow to FaZe. Astro with the trade, but Leon absolutely shutting down the knock, saying knock today, thank you, Astro. He's looking to get himself inside a site now. He's not really much of a choice here with 20 seconds left to go. He's gone for the route 1 option, directing, get the diffuser down, but the challenge is going to come. Crying knows where he is. Surely there. Yeah, nice and easy for Crying and Rogue. That is a full defensive sweep, 3-0, and they can just roll back through those sites again.
I spoke to some of Rogue's backroom staff after their game against G2 the other day, and in their words, and I've seen this from several players over the last couple of years, they have what's called a lifer game, where they play arguably the best they'll ever play. It's a 20 kill plus game, and Alamau had that against them. I'm not saying Leon is never going to get above this peak, but throughout this series, he has been absolutely extraordinary.
He really has, like you say. You know, we've had
terrifying
big multi-kill rounds. If we look at his stats, he's 5-1 so far here on Skyscraper. He's just been, you know, it's not just about the kills, it's about the positioning, it's about the dominance that he's showing inside of the server and always having the answers. We've got the tactical timeout coming in for FaZe at the minute. Not too much of a surprise. They've been absolutely battered here on Skyscraper so far.
And it's one of those that it goes to say the thing I always used to say about the quarters of the game. Every 3 rounds kind of represents that quarter. It represents the changing of sights again for the defenders. FaZe know they have to play back through those same 3 sights again, where they've looked a little bit lost, where they've been torn asunder by Rogue, like you say, Tim. You've got to go back through those 3. Have that conversation now. What has got to be course corrected in this second quarter for us to be able to battle back in? Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of a 6-0 and Rogue need a single round to get over the finish line.
This could be really big for Rogue overall. If you think about the timeline of the game, they were a little off the pace on border. They were able to take FaZe into overtime, but just couldn't get it done at the end. But you just felt through a lot of that map that it was FaZe that were in control. And then Rogue battled back fantastically well on Villa, and now we're absolutely dominating here. And you just feel if they get 2-1 and they've got that series map opportunity, I'm pretty sure they're going to take it, Des.
It comes onto banking map 4 and Rogue are up 2-1. Quite fancy their odds, but I can't discount how good FaZe are on that map as well. I said it earlier on once we came back from the break, or even maybe before, maybe even during, I can't remember at this point, it's all blurred into one. The Clubhouse would be the ultimate battleground to decide who wins this. But I don't think anyone's heart can take it if we get to that level.
It's not going to be easy, that much is for sure, but there's a way to go yet, and if Rogue have anything to say about it, we're not going to be getting there. They're 3-0 up on Skyscraper. We've just had a tactical timeout from FaZe. They're going to come in on the attack again. This time it's going to be the attack back onto Tea Room and Karaoke. We've got the presence all around the map once again from Rogue. It's something that worked for them fantastically well last time. So the big question for me this round is how do FaZe deal with those roamers and how successful are they in doing so?
I've seen that IQ pick coming out from FaZe, and I know that we've seen Rogue running Valkyrie in the first half of this map, but almost feels they didn't know that the Valkyrie's there and they'd rather just be safe. Playing a little bit scared, arguably, here, fearful of the damage that Valkyrie can do for the defenders if it's left unchecked. It's almost like the reverse of what we see from defenders these days, where you bring the Warden just to dissuade the attackers from bringing along things like the Ying.
I like this from FaZe at the minute. They're not really playing too heavily into the ground floor, which is where they had the problems last time. Souls is looking to potentially stop any rotates up the office stairs, and by doing that, it means that the others coming in through the breach, Bullet and Cameraman was with him, can be confident they're not going to get hit on the flank. They can start sweeping across, but this is playing into a textbook Rogue hold of holding on to Drum and holding on to Dragon.
Yeah, both Shrine and Drum being held down here by Rogue. 2 or 3 players looking to challenge that angle. You can kind of, not so much subvert the hold, but you can put it under pressure by opening up Geisha first, whether it's the wall or the window. Either way, you give yourself an angle to be able to challenge, because the player that's sat inside of Geisha is the one that's giving you the support you need on Drum. You lose that control, they can open up the soft wall and just hold the doorway angle straight the way through, and you're then stuck inside a Drum being pinched in from 2 different sides. So FaZe, they've got to make a decision either way you look at it. We're down to that last 60 seconds, and they've only just got started inside of Geisha.
Geisha wall does get opened up, which is something for FaZe at least. We're just going to see Rogue not vacating completely, but certainly backing away from the challenge inside of Geisha. As they moved in last time, they found themselves challenged from Drum, did FaZe, so they just need to be cautious that that's not going to be the case again. Deepek looking to get aggressive potentially onto the breach, doesn't get any joy. Cameraman managing to open things up with a kill onto Cryan. Now this is a real commitment from Kanto to the jump out. Doesn't manage to find anybody. Leon does, however, and that was all that was needed. It took the attention of Cameraman and leaves them now 4v4.
And clears that attention away from the north side. So everything now is Geisha for the attackers. Rogue know where they're coming from. They can just hold the windows, they can hold it down with smokes, they can stop them from moving through. And this is where FaZe, I fear, have already kind of painted themselves into a corner. It's great adaptation by Rogue to identify the lurk coming in, abandon Drum, and turn all their attention towards site itself. But FaZe have stormed in. 3 players step forward before Spoit finds the cross back. They've managed to find a second as well. And with the control established, they can look in for a plant. They've got Deepek set up on the cross here as well, but plant is down. Cyber's sticking it out, but can they find the second? No. It's Deepek left in a 1 versus 3.
He only needs one bullet effectively, but it's too late as Cyber secures the plant and gets the final kill. And Rogue, FaZe finally get themselves around here on Skyscraper.
It was a good little push there as a group. I really thought they'd be stuck for a second, but Rogue almost allowing a bit too much room inside of sites itself, stepping out towards Shrine, out towards Dragon again, sort of retaking those positions, and just letting FaZe repelling towards site, pushing through the Geisha rotate, have one man come up Black Stairs as well, and Rogue seemed largely unprepared. They didn't know it was going to come from that direction that strongly, I think, and they find the 3 or 4 kills they need.
We're going to be heading into round number 5 then. I don't think Rogue are going to take that loss too hard. They've played fantastically well so far on Skyscraper. They'll be confident of taking another 1 or 2, but what I would say, I won't say that a 5-1 half is important for Rogue here, but 4-2 certainly is. They've been so dominant so far. If FaZe are able to rein them in and get them back to 3-3, that's going to be a big blow for this Rogue team, because they probably felt like they'd sort of broken out a little bit, that they were starting to get some distance between them and their opponents in FaZe.
This crowd have been incessant today.
Absolutely unbelievable noise inside.
Imagine an EU team gets to the final and an EU crowd doesn't go quiet.
Can you imagine?
Weird, that. Very weird. With how things are shaping up really for Rogue, those first 3 rounds, FaZe will look at and say, right, let's put them to one side. Didn't go how we wanted it to. They've got 2 more rounds now to play through. If Rogue can take that as a 2-1, that'll be a really good sign of their strength on this map, I feel. If FaZe can bounce back and find 3 and start to get a little bit nervous, they've already found the entry. It is Kanto on the Wamai. Not too many nades in the back pockets of FaZe, mind you, so not like they've really gained too much by taking down the Wamai.
Rogue just trying to get that early advantage once again, as they did previously, but no success this time around, and they're going to have to this time play from the man down. They're going to be playing on Office. That is going to be the site that they are defending, and FaZe are once again going to get straight onto that breach and open it up. Beyond that, they struggled to make too much progress last time around. They need to get themselves, I think, established surrounding the defense here. They need to be coming in from T and Karaoke as well, getting themselves into Drum, into Terrace, into Dragon, and pressuring from all sides before they start working onto that reinforcement.
Cryan's trying to be the kind of flank player here for Rogue 2. Currently got himself holding off towards Red Stairs, whilst all the focus from the attackers goes in towards this east side. But Mind find himself coming head-to-head shortly with Cyber, who is on the downstairs here, but in a good spot to be able to challenge. And from down below, no nature really comes singing up. I mentioned that kind of lack of utility the attackers had. Only a couple of nades and both have now been expended.
Could see Spike there thinking about the opportunity to get the Nitro out of pocket as the Rotero came in, but the Flores is hidden safely around the corner. He's going to be moved once again. Leon manages to get a kill onto Cyber, as he has done so often, able to get a kill at just the perfect time for Rogue. And a second, Leon continues to step up for the EU side.
Tell you what, this interview could be something special. A C4 comes over, but it's a double run out! Deepek gets 2. Cameraman and Astro fall by the wayside, and Souls, all that remains. Arguably the soul being taken out of this team, with 3 Rogue players still staring him down. 45 seconds to play, but the damage has been done.
I think we might be really finding out at the minute who is the best team in the world on this map. Rogue absolutely dominant so far. The challenge continues onto Reception Breach as Leon is looking for that final kill. He's just wanting to boost those numbers up as much as he can. He's played fantastically well so far, but it's Deepek, who is his partner in crime, who finds that final kill.
And a 3K in the round for Deepek too. Another big one. I've got to really acknowledge the cute bit of team play that we saw from Rogue as well.
It was beautiful. I know exactly what you're going to say, and it involves a Nitro in the breach.
Not quite, no, not for me there, but that was also beautiful as well.
Beautiful as Deepek times the run out.
They did the same, and this is going to sound weird, but using an attacker's drone. Because what happened was, Cryan got droned out around bar area, yet he kept on pushing up, down past reception desk, as if he was going to challenge in towards house. At the same time, he was spotted on the drone, and he knew the drone had sent him because it was in front of him. That was when Leon swung down from the house stairs, and they took this 2 versus 1, where the FaZe player, bless his soul, who was sat inside a house, had no idea what was about to hit him. So it's small bits of cute team play like that are really rewarding Rogue right now. And FaZe are feeling a little bit torn in all direction, being pulled limb from limb.
Deepak just getting that final kill there. Seriously long range as he cuts down Souls and gives Rogue a big advantage. 4-1 on the half, and they could well finish this 5-1. They're not going to go back to T and karaoke after losing it in round 4. Instead, they're going to head down to the ground floor. It's going to be kitchen and barbecue, which they were successful in defending back in round 3. FaZe, the time is now for me, Des. They have to start turning this around as soon as possible, because this is running away from them.
One thing I'll always say, Tim, and I say it every single game, you just wait until that second half. We've seen teams be down 6-0 in the first half and still come back to an 8-6 win, or turn a 5-1 around to a 7-5. It can happen, and I like to think that Rogue's attacks are going to be lightning quick on this map as well, but you just don't know what to expect.
Now then, where is Cryan sneaking off to? We hear the Gon 6 come out there from Cyber. I think he was just clearing out a barricade potentially, maybe to let a drone in, maybe a bit of utility. But Cryan was just working his way down those stairs. He's actually got himself back up to the top and into Dragon. So his defense of the top floor continues, I would imagine, along with Kanto. They're being forced back a little bit from the office side, but for the time being, that's fine for them. They're just wanting to slow this push down, and as it goes, they'll go all the way back over to Karaoke and Geisha and ultimately fall back to site. But right now, not too bad from Rogue. They've wasted 1 minute 10.
You've got that same player, though, in Astro, I believe it is, that's playing on the rappel inside of Karaoke. He's waiting for his team to play catch-up here, essentially. Otherwise, he's sat there droning the team in, watching for jump-outs, you name it. In general, just being the player that wants to wait and come in for the rappel when the site execute happens. That's exactly what FaZe did last time around. Now, for FaZe, they did clock at about this point previously. Okay, guys, ignore it. Let's get over towards Geisha instead and make that work. Souls managing to find Spoy after that initial kill came through. And E1D rings out as Kanto finds a second in the round. Starting to warm into this one a little bit more, as we've seen across so many of these rounds. That 5-1 half looking very possible.
Every time there is a FaZe kill, it feels like there is a Rogue kill not far behind. Leveling out at 3 versus 3 now, but only 1 minute left on the clock. Last time around, it was down to Astro to just try and run into site single-handedly and get the diffuser down, and it looks like it could be the case again as Cryan manages to find a kill onto Souls. That gives him the freedom to rotate underneath and start working his way back to site. At this point, Rogue, they've pretty much given up the top floor. 45 seconds left to go. They don't need to worry about it. They've got the man advantage. They've got the kills as Kanto and Cryan close out the round, and that's 5-1 on the half for Rogue.
Do you believe in magic, Tim? Because I think it's about time we all start believing. 5-1 Rogue sits out 2 more rounds. They move on to not just match point, not even just series point, but tournament point as well. Championship points in. That's how much closer they're getting. Well, map point.
Championship map.
Championship map. That sounds more boring.
In the next one.
Championship map points. Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
No.
Whatever.
You're confusing me now.
You know what I mean, though. Just banked to get through after that point. Again, another really solid round, though. For FaZe, I feel gave themselves a little too much to do in that round. They started out on the far east side, out towards Exhibition, tried to tweak their way across, didn't really rotate players over to go in through Geisha. They did send 1 player in, but not quite enough of them. And Astro has sat there really for 2 minutes, doing literally nothing. He was kind of stuck waiting for his team. Eventually repelled him through Black, but at that point, there was this wonderful crossfire set up by the Rogue players, 1 inside a restaurant, 1 behind the bar, and as soon as he stepped forward, he was a goner. End of story. So FaZe could have been a bit more focused, I feel, in that first half. We'll see how they do in terms of map control here on the defense, as Rogue now have got to show what they can do on the attacking side.
Keep an eye on Cyber. He's bringing along the Vigil. It's going to make him very difficult to pin down. I would expect to see him up on the top floor over maybe Office Exhibition, roaming around, making himself difficult to pin down. That's sort of the area that he's heading at the minute. Yep, he takes down a drone as he passes, I think, and then just heads himself up towards reception. So that's going to be a big job for Rogue to clear out, because they're going to know that he's present. They're going to have the, the signal interference on the drones that is going to tell them that there's a Vigil over there, but they're going to have to largely go in and face check to find him. How quickly can they do that?
Dealing with him, it's the Valkyrie, it's anyone who might be out and about the map roaming, and given the lineup from FaZe, you see him potentially the Melusi, the Vigil, and the Valk all getting busy around the map. Not forgetting that we had Cryan doing much the same in the first half on the Frost, so you may even see Cameraman doing the same as well. It's Bullet out towards Bathroom, at least on the ground floor here. So a lot of map control being exerted by FaZe, and Rogue here have got that opportunity to say, right, we found someone. They're overextended. They're not too close to the rest of their team. Let's get the pinch in. Get nades flying in, for example. And right now they're feeling that out, but 60 seconds has passed. And Leon's the first to go down on that to KB.
Cyber going to kick things off, as I suggested, on the Vigil, making a nuisance of himself. There's mute jammers up there on the top floor along with him. It makes it extremely oppressive for the attackers trying to go in. Cameraman, he manages to find Deepek, and Rogue, they are finding that FaZe are a different beast on the defense of Skyscraper as they are cut down left, right and center. Kanto, he's the only one remaining inside the site. He's battling as hard as he can, but that is going to be a flawless round for a FaZe to kick off the defense.
And this is why I say, Tim, wait until you see the second half. You just don't know what to expect. Teams can look night and day once they switch sides. Getting on a certain operator, holding a certain gun that you're just far more confident with can really turn things around. Do I still believe Rogue can pull this back on the attack? I absolutely do, but it might take a couple of rounds for FaZe to knock the wind out of them, a tactical timeout to come through, then you'll see Rogue bounce back.
That's the big question now, is when does the resilience and perseverance that we've seen from Rogue kick in? Does it kick in? Because there are going to be wins for FaZe here. This is not going to finish 7-2. I will almost guarantee you that. There are going to be more defensive wins for this FaZe side. I mean, they've just run through Kitchen and Barbecue there in rapid time with a flawless round. It was too easy for them. Rogue, the first focus for them, I think, needs to be getting entry kills. They need a round where they're 5 versus 3, and they can just swamp site. They can make FaZe's life uncomfortable, grab a round and put themselves on match point. If they can get in there, get in the map, get the first kill or two, it is going to be big for them.
FaZe again, making that real smart call with the extension out around the map as well. Sat behind shields, kind of being willing to take these 1v1s, but I think we saw from Deepek's initial vault into Kitchen, they didn't know there was a player inside a pantry. You got a lot of time to get on the drones, boys. Don't feel you got to rush these things, as we said several times over. This round, I'm looking in towards the Ying, though, of Deepek. We always see the Ying coming in when teams just want to hit site hard. Candelas come out, smokes go down, same from the Thermite as well. But I think, curiously here, Tim, they've actually left half of the double wall soft for this exhibition defense, just to give them something to worry about. And oh, Cyber on a run out. Sure, they find the nade back on the other side, but that's going to sting.
I absolutely love watching Cyber on this disruptive role on defense. It was Vigil last round, it's Oryx this round. He has been teasing that doorway for 35 seconds, but just keeps going and going and going until he gets what he knows is there for him to take. Removes Deepek, but not only does he remove Deepek, he removes the Ying Des. The Candelas are gone. That is the backbone of this attack. That is the strategy. That is the execute. Removed.
They still have smokes to play behind, but again, with the wall being left half soft at this point, you're just running the risk of potentially C4s come flying in, impacts from Astro. It might be a bit harder to get that double wall than you think. I spoke about the vertical play before from Rogue as well. You can see all these nades being tossed skyward. They've gone through 4 of the 6 so far. Still 2 more to go. Trying to find what they can, but there is no one to be found on site. FaZe playing this very smartly. They know the kind of style of play that Rogue likes to employ, and it does lean very heavily into those vertical explosives on both attack and defense.
Not managing to find any damage onto any of the FaZe defenders at the minute. Bullet is looking underneath the Dragon. Manages to cut down Crying in a trade as he finds Cameraman. 3 versus 3 now, and FaZe, they'll be quite happy with this attrition at the minute because the attackers' options become more and more limited as things go on. Every operator that dies just removes another angle, another option, another piece of utility. And Cyber, he's the one to watch for me. He's still teasing around those runouts. He's still keeping himself off the radar to be disruptive as much as he can.
This is where some drone play from Rogue, I think taking 10-15 seconds to just figure out what's going on here would be smart, because FaZe have got themselves boxed in to a small triangle. With these 3 players still able to come pushing in, they should know that it's pretty safe to get here, and Leon finds one for free. They're pushing in, they've got the decoy leading in first, but Astro finds Leon anyway. In comes the second man, but does he see the side angle? No, he does not. They're hunting down the last man on site itself, but Bullet is playing below with a C4. He could play spoiler here. Astro finds one, and Spoit is down. Can juice himself back up, I think, surely. No, he cannot. It was on cooldown. FaZe find the close.
Well defended from FaZe at the end of the round there as Leon takes out Cyber. You start thinking that that could be the entrance that Rogue need. if he hits his shots onto Astro, that round goes to Rogue. But Leon just unable to finish the man at long range into reception. It came down to mechanical skill on that one, and FaZe were the winners and put themselves now 3-5, and they are on the comeback trail.
I'll keep on pulling back to that point, Tim, as well. I'll never get too excited about a 5-1. It can just be so easy for the other team to flip things back on its head. Rogue looking somewhat competitive, especially in that last round when it came down to a 2 versus 2. It was close, but FaZe still play that close a little bit better. Rogue, I really felt, should have paused for 10, 15, 20 seconds more and just sat on the drones. They still had 3 out on the field and 2 in back pocket. That's kind of utility that should be out on the map there, feeding you information even on a flank watch, if not inside of the site itself. But Rogue running their own chance here, taking their own risk in running the Sens, an operator that we haven't seen all that much. We saw it a little bit back on the last, well, not the last map now, it was 2 maps ago. Time's flying, Tim. Back on border. They did employ it. I mean, they tried it in the first round of this map. It didn't work out. FaZe dropped away from it. Deepak best have a good use case.
Tea and Karaoke will be the site for round 9. There's an interesting ADS setup on Tea Room door. All 3 stacked up there, so obviously expecting a push coming through there, whether they know that it will come from the Sense or whether they're just looking to hold off the flashes, the nades, the potential smoke canisters. There's none on board, but the defenders don't necessarily know that at this stage. They're just wanting to burn as much throwable as they can on the Black Stairs door. And right now there's a lot of droning going on for Rogue.
And a lot of noise for Rogue still, Tim. It's 5-3, it's not like it's match point or...
This crowd has been absolutely relentless in their support of the EU team.
Unsurprisingly. Here we go. Rogue starting to square themselves up around Restaurant. 3 players converging with 1 on the rappel. We also got 1 set outside the double door down towards Pantry.
This is without a doubt one of the loudest audiences that I have ever cast in front, and we're not even at the meat yet, Des. There is more to come from them, I am absolutely certain. 1 minute 10 we are into the round. Rogue are still slowly making progress across that bottom floor, making sure that it's clear, looking for any challenge they can take. Souls is holding a tight angle down behind the bar there, doesn't manage to find any shots onto Kanto, but at least sends a warning that every inch of this map is going to be challenged.
Slower start. Similar thing from Rogue that we saw from FaZe in the first half, just kind of still deciding what it is exactly they want to be getting on with. Taking things slow, not looking to play into the hands of the defenders who are more than happy to sit mobile and pick you up as you try and move around. Cyber dancing around this barricade as well, just daring someone to step in through display. Spoit's got the right idea, narrowly misses his head there as he crouches down behind the table. And it's Cyber the first one to go down as Leon pinches in with him as well. Souls hits the deck. It's a big 2K start for Rogue. Another 5v3, but can they convert the round? That's the question. Astro saying no to that.
Just going to be moving across, getting himself back into sight, and FaZe just trying to hold on to what they've got here. It's 3 versus 4. They don't want to give up any more control, particularly of the site itself. It could lead to a diffuser going down. Leon well aware that Astro might go for that jump out, takes down his man, and this could be the round of advantage that Rogue needed. 4v2. They are pushing towards the final 30.
The drones, Tim, is what I've got to see. They're not droning in. They're not taking 10, 15 seconds to figure it out. They've found the one they need. There's just cameraman left standing. He's got 3 smokes in back pocket at this point, Tim. Diffuser recovered. Does he see the man come charging past? This could really sting, but Ryan hits the reverse. They move up to match point and could find themselves going up 2-1 with just 1 more round.
The danger for FaZe here is they now need to find 3 rounds back to back with absolutely no mistakes, no errors, because you just know that the way Rogue are playing, they will punish them if they are made. It is 6-3 to Rogue. They managed to get that 1 attacking round that they needed to put them on match point, and they're going to be moving to attack onto Barbecue and Kitchen.
The beauty for Rogue here as well is they can afford to lose a couple of these attacks. They know that FaZe have got to rotate through every defensive site here to make this work. You've only got to make one of those 3 work out for you, and this may not be a terrible time to try something a little bit crazy. We've seen Deepak on the Amaro earlier on, currently considering it as well, having swapped away from the Buck. And what I loved, Tim, I know there's been tons of pressure piled onto players like Spoit, the young, new, up-and-coming gunner who has really shone throughout Stage 2 and the group stage of this major, even through some of the playoff games. He's having a quiet day today, but it's about the team play. When he dies, there is a trade waiting for him. But lots of eyes are turning out towards players like Deepek, Leon, crying. Leon especially knows the pain that he's been through at several events in the past. 4 times he has been to an S-tier event where they have finished in the semi-finals. They have been sent out. A final wasn't even in the conversation. But here he's heading towards a win on his birthday with Meepy, a player/coach that has been with him from start through to finish at this point as well. Can't even imagine how much a win like this would mean to them.
That's it. It's just going to take them into the stratosphere, isn't it? You know, the response to that is going to be absolutely unbelievable. Leon looking to get aggressive here onto that black stairs door. We've seen this method of pushing this area so many times. You plant the first toss of shield, you move in behind it, you plant the second, and you force them out of the corridor, out of Karaoke Tea, and it is a real direct route to trying to get yourself into Geisha and get that vertical control.
I think the game plan here will be to get one up here inside of the Karaoke Tea hallway. It stops anyone playing across the top. I mean, Cyber's just stepped across and absolutely slammed crying, but he's the kind of guy you're looking to control by having an Ossa shield watching all the way down. No one can come up red, for example, without being shot out from behind the shield. Coming up black will be hard as there'll be a flank drone there, but it's about the vertical control. 2 quick kills for FaZe to start things off. Again, not surprised to see this. I do think we'll rotate through a couple of sites before we do see Rogue bounce back in, but they're 2 execute-based operators here. The Ossa and the Amaru, still the ones only left alive.
You can absolutely guarantee that there is going to be a twist in the tail here for FaZe. They are going to fight back tooth and nail, and that's exactly what we're seeing at the minute. Leon manages to get himself one, leaving us now in a 4v2. There's plenty of time for Rogue here. They don't need to worry on that front, but they do need to start finding some kills. But I tell you what, Des, if they find the next and it's 2 versus 3, then that starts looking a little bit different. Leon sees his man. He gets the spray down.
There's surely no way. There is just no way they pull this back from a down in a 2 versus 5 situation. Deepek's on one side, he looks away from his man, he's holding, but he misses, and Deepek finds it! They're back in a 2v2, Tim. They've got no shields left to play with, but they've got smokes, they've got flashes. Bullet is hoping to play the vertical angle from above, but I don't know if he'll be able to find it. Astro is in a similar spot. They're relying so much on being able to deny from above that it all comes down to this, and they want to fight them, but they both run into their bullets, and they get shut down.
FaZe making a good choice there to hold on from above, confident that Rogue would not want to put the diffuser down, whilst Astro and Bullet had that high advantage up above them to be able to rain shots down, opening up the floor with the Nitro, doing everything they could to give themselves every opportunity to hold on to the site. So much so that has led Rogue into a tactical timeout.
I mean, Tim, I've said it already. They've got so much time to play with. They've got 2 more rounds here to figure this out. That last round, I thought to myself, look, we're going into where everything started. I don't think I can repeat that one on broadcast, guys.
There's a new chant taking hold.
There's a couple of them really starting to ring out for sure. But again, they've got a couple of rounds to make this work. They've gone through barbecue and kitchen. They know they're going to rotate now through Karaoke Tea and Exhibition Office. That gives them plenty of time to figure this one out. Or can FaZe hold on and really turn the table, send us through to overtime, because that's there's much they can hope for right now.
There was just a moment of belief, wasn't there? Especially, let's not forget, Deepek has already had a 1v4 and a 1v3. You put him in a 2v2 and you start thinking, this is definitely doable.
With Leon as well.
This is easy street for him compared to what he's already delivered. But no, FaZe stood up fantastically well. You got to give it to him there. Astro Bullet particularly up on the top floor, really locking it down, giving them absolutely no chance. Look at
soft
beautiful
wall as well.
Soft wall, information, everything that they needed. Tight angle through the door, played beautifully by FaZe.
Really good stuff. Now we step then into Karaoke and Tea with the Bandit on side, so wanting to hard deny out Geisha here. You see both of those walls being electrified out. It's interesting how for some teams when playing on this site, what they'll actually do is that single wall you see going between Geisha and between Drum gets left soft. They'll open up a rotate between it, especially APAC teams you see doing this, as it gives you yet another angle to be able to challenge the defenders with, when they, or the attackers, sorry, when they come pushing in through Terrace. This time around, though, it's fully locked down. They're really trying.
Cyber just roaming around on the underneath. We've seen Cyber been able to really cause a problem.
I feel like I've gone to a footy game.
Cyber's been able to really cause a problem, a nuisance, a disruption when he's been out on the roam so far. FaZe really need it now more than ever. They need Cyber to get that big 2K at the beginning of the round, really power them into it. Him and Astro, 9 kills apiece, leading the line for FaZe right now.
Took a bit of time, but I don't want to hear anyone talking smack about EU crowds and their chance anymore. First couple of days, all right, it was patchy, it was a bit ropey, but day 3, we've warmed into it more than ready. I think we've got a few FaZe fans above us sitting on a balcony.
I think they might be.
And that's where we're having a little bit of the chanting directed at. Chanting puts it nice and neutrally, and we'll leave it at that. 60 seconds into the round. But now at least Rogue have got themselves squared up on the east side of the map, trying to sweep their way across towards the west. A very standard defense on this map for the defenders to hold Drum and also look to hold Shrine towards the top side. There's no one actually actively playing Drum at this point. They are 2 of them playing on the downstairs, so it's a little bit alternative.
Spike's going to take half health damage there as he tries to get himself established inside. Astro taking a little bit as well. Kanto having a tickle. Out comes the Nitro though, and that's more than a tickle, Des. He gets absolutely decimated by it, and that's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 4 for FaZe, as once again they start looking with a solid start to their defense.
They do, yeah. Once again, that big entry coming in that they were looking for. Nades taken offline, for example. There was only one in the back pocket of Kanto still on side, so not quite the end of the world, but you lose that ARX, the biggest team on the biggest gun on this team, alongside the LMG coming out of Cryin. A couple of interesting changes as well, with Spoit going across to the IQ here, handing that finger off to Cryin and saying, look, maybe my game ain't as strong as it's been previously. Let's put me on some more utility-based operators and let you boys that are getting the kills start to shine.
5 versus 3 as Souls manages to find Leon, and FaZe are fighting back fantastically here, Des. They're keeping themselves mobile around the map. They're making Rogue fight over every single inch, and those fights are being lost right now. Souls continues to hold inside of sight. Cameraman finding Cryin, and this is starting to fall apart. They've got every angle covered from inside of sight as FaZe are just locking out round number 11.
It's a really good flank coming out from Cyber as well, dancing around downstairs, but not coming up too soon. Just simply did not give the player playing on red stairs, the chance to be able to react. He's done this all tournament long to several teams. We saw it in the group stage against G2. His flank play is unmatched. Fantastic stuff out of FaZe, who take a flawless round. Rogue are now out of their 3 lives. This is their last chance to close it out in regulation. Otherwise, Tim, we get yet another overtime.
I mean, what would a best of 5 that we cast be without at least 2 or 3 overtimes thrown in there?
Wouldn't really be a best of 5
Wouldn't really be a best of 5 at all, would it? Would we even be casting at all? Once again, the crowd getting behind Rogue here, trying to just buoy them up, give them the spirit that they need to be able to get that. Thank you, Des, for that.
You're welcome.
That's a problem now that Des has realised that one of the crowd cams is in fact the camera right in front of us.
That I have this power. It is. It's a multi-use camera. It swivels on the spot. It can sometimes look at us. It can look at the audience. It's great.
You can stick your head in front of it, apparently.
Yes, I can, Tim. Yes, I can. Here we go then. Exhibition and office of what could be, yet again, last round here for Rogue to hold on. They've got to find simply one attack, Tim, just one attack. But FaZe are making it so difficult for them. 3 C4s brought along to the party. We've got the mirror on side as well, one of them already being deployed inside of site itself, looking down towards the double wall. I always reference what we saw one team in EUL do. I want to say that it was secret, and in fact, we may be seeing it now. He's actually having a mirror window on the downstairs. Reason for this being that inside of that coat check room itself, just outside the windows where attackers can stand and chuck a nade skyward, and it clears out any electricity or any kind of jamming device that is placed on the wall itself. That's exactly why you're seeing Spoit squaring up there now.
Cameraman is getting the second mirror, thinking about getting the second mirror deployed. I'm just going to reposition a little bit. He's having a very good think about it. It's going to be going in towards terrace potentially. So looking to again feed information. Anybody coming in from Drum, anybody looking to get aggressive there. First nade is going to be caught by the Microtech Gadget. Second goes out.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Overcooked. Great game.
That's going to make that reception wall potentially difficult to open up. We'll see as the round progresses as to whether the denial did survive or not, but I think it likely was the case. The nade exploding just as it got to the window frame. So, as we say, probably a little bit too low. Thank you very much. We're going to have a little look over there. No, they've managed to get the wall open. So, good start there, but the keeper barricades are still going to burn more time.
Ah, that was Hap. Hap! Stop it. I tell you what, he's not even casting, you can still hear his voice, even through the headset.
Nothing can stop our Hap.
The unstoppable Hap.
Not when it comes to Benelux and we've got Deepak in the server, so.
Absolutely not. But I'm sure that's a good moment you'll see on Twitter later on all the same. The site right now looking a bit like Swiss cheese, Tim. All these floors have been broken apart inside of Actual Office itself. Exhibition still looking relatively intact. The vertical nades from Rogue have been exhausted. They have used all 6 and found nothing outside of the tiniest bit of chip damage on towards Cameraman.
FaZe are pretty comfortable at the minute. There's exactly that. There's 1 minute left to go. Not really been disrupted inside a site. They're all, as you can see, just stood holding angles. Now then, that's going to be the mirror winner taken out by Leon. That's going to give them potentially a little bit of something, but Cyber takes something back as he finds a headshot on to Spike. But beautiful from Leon, punishing them for opening the mirror window.
Still, what more can they do? Cyber's down to about half HP, but his camera, oh, it's 3, just fall out of nowhere. We'll go into overtime, Tim, yet again.
We really are, Des. It is going to be an extra 3 rounds here on Skyscraper. And Rogue, I won't say have crumbled because they haven't, but they started so well with the 5-1 half. They just couldn't better FaZe when it came to that defensive side.
I'll scream it until I'm blue in the face, Tim. Never judge a game fully by what you see in the first half. You have to see how the team that are winning are playing once they get onto the other side of the map. And this serves as a wonderful example. 5-1 halves either way. Couldn't get too ahead of ourselves. The only real solace that Rogue have got here is they are on the defense here in overtime. That is a massive advantage given how defense has gone. We've only had 2 attacking rounds win.
We're getting some chance really going for FaZe from up above us, and I'm starting to wonder if it's potentially some of the other LATAM players that are in here as well, that because they're always very supportive of each other. If you think all the way back to OGA Pit Des, if you remember when we were out in Croatia, and Liquid were in the final, MIBR and everybody else were down there, and they were absolutely screaming for them.
Absolutely, just so far I'm not too sure that they used to be screamed, your shit's back at them. Possibly not. They've enjoyed it far too much. Here we go then, let's see how this one shapes up. FaZe on the attacking side, we'll see where they spawn and exactly what the game plan is. A couple of them out towards the northwest here on their start into the building. And Crying, looking slightly the wrong way, buddy. No one on the south spawn this time around, but they are off towards your right-hand side. A couple more spawning up towards the northeast side, and then no doubt a couple down towards Vents as well for 5 players, of course, all in. I think I said a couple 3 times there, Tim, which would mean 6. Teams don't have 6 players. Despite it being
not the last time I checked. Not the last time I checked. Rogue are starting on the defense, Des. We can't skim over that. We can't avoid that. They went 5-1 on the defensive half, as did FaZe. This has been extremely defender-sided. 10 out of 12 rounds have gone in that direction so far. This is a big advantage for Rogue and a big opportunity for them to get that second map and to go 2-1 overall in the series before heading into map 4, which is Bank. Now then, Leon, he's looking to get aggressive on the reception wall. Takes down the drone that is there, waiting for the potential of anybody peeking ahead around there, but there's not going to be anybody moving in that direction. Instead, they're going round to the terrace door.
So slow and steady wins the race, it feels, to the attackers at points, but arguably a bit too slow throughout several of these rounds. So both teams on their attacks, we said, we get to that halfway mark in the round, and it feels like they're still trying to decide exactly what it is that needs to be done. The drone's doing the work for them, but no one really taking the ground. They're then droned out because the defenders are playing so spread. And even for Rogue here, you've got 1 sat down in Barbecue, 1 in Terrace, 1 in Shrine, 2 in site itself. And apparently this crowd absolutely love bandit tricks, Tim.
And that is a huge bandit trick because that is the second exothermic gone, meaning that that double wall is staying closed.
This is just like when you're attacking into Clubhouse in towards Cash and CC. You need to have nades or Zofia impacts, whatever it might be, coming onto that wall at the same time you're trying to get it open, else they will just trick like that. Bullet goes down. Rogue on that defensive side looking more empowered here as Leon is on 16 kills, Tim.
Going absolutely wild at the minute. Maybe he's trying to find his age in kills today, but...
How old is he?
I don't 100% know. We'll double check in the break.
23.
23. There you go, Leon.
But he's not far off.
It was beautiful play because I just feel like they baited Bullet into that situation. There was a player just standing still, bottom of Black Stairs, had been spotted out. Leon manages to get a second headshot. And the third up to Cameraman. Astro shuts him down eventually, but the damage is done.
Now can they win the 4v2, Tim? I keep on stressing about these 4v2s. Spoit, unknown, unseen, whiffs his shots. What is going on? Gets the shotgun blast, sees one more inside a terrace. Cyber's going to try and push his way through. C4 onto the wall, in his steps, but he ends out the shotgun. Spoit with a big 2K, Leon the 3, moves Rogue up to map points.
Advantage Rogue once again, and remember, this is overtime, so the sides will switch every single time. It's going to be FaZe Clan on the defense next of all, so it wouldn't surprise me to see them taking us to that final round, but then Rogue will have the advantage of being on defense. They've got T and Karaoke available if it comes to round 15.
If it comes there is the big one, Tim. We go to that barbecue and kitchen site once more, where we saw FaZe start out their defensive half. I'm just looking at it again and just thinking for Rogue, it was a bit scattered. You had Deepek vaulting in through kitchen window while someone tried to push in through front door, and it was all too easy for cameraman and the Frost to pick up one of those and then assist in the second kill that came in once they had a player step across from the reception desk to take that spray down. I believe that round was also a flawless round, if I recall rightly, Tim, in round 7. FaZe looking relatively unflappable on this site.
Round 7 was indeed a flawless round, Des. You're absolutely right. Like you say, they were really dominant. To be fair with FaZe, there was just absolutely nothing Rogue could do. Every challenge they made, they tried to press about 3 different angles, and it just didn't work out for them. Ultimately, came down to FaZe just winning the gunfights. Now then, Rogue, they're going to be again looking for those kills on the top floor. It's going to be about getting that lockdown. Last time as well, the second time that they attacked onto kitchen back in round 10, it was the 2v2. It was up on the top floor. You know that's where FaZe are going to make the last stand.
I'm not sure what it is we're doing this time, Tim.
It just sounds like general booing this time.
I don't think it was a boo, because it was kind of like jumping up every now and then.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know then.
You guys will have to do it again at some point so I can understand what the hell you were saying. We'll get... Soothe! Ah, that's the one. There we go.
There we go.
We haven't got Mowgli to run and do the whole jump, though, like he was doing throughout all the group stage.
Right then, Cryan, he's getting himself onto the rappel of Karaoke again. What they're trying to do here, Rogue, is cut off those rotations, cut off the movement for the defenders, make it difficult for them to be able to play on the top floor. Terrace window open, Karaoke window open. It just means they need to check every time they move in anywhere. Spoit on the IQ, he's going to start that push across. He's just pinging out the gadgetry for the time being, and then he's going to go on the hunt.
Making sure the team is safe as well on the step through. No Nomad being picked up here, a double stack.
That's pretty smart, because the first one has been left purposefully visible.
If that catches someone, I will buy Spoit a steak dinner. I'll take him out.
We've got it on stream.
There's a lovely steak restaurant on our hotel that I'm sure I'd absolutely love to go to. The most expensive steak on there is like 106 euros or something ludicrous. And I have no doubt it'll rinse me for all I'm worth, bless his soul. I doubt it works. It'll probably get impacted out, or they'll shoot it out and march their way through. But if it does, whew.
They've made good progress here of Rogue. They've got themselves across the top floor. They've got themselves across the top floor to T and Karaoke. And they've actually been able to force FaZe away. You can see there's no FaZe players up on the top floor now. They're just being careful here. I'm obviously not completely aware of every corner, every nook and cranny, but the clearance continues. And whilst they've been pushed back down to that bottom floor, this could get a little bit uncomfortable for FaZe. But Rogue, they need to make sure they keep moving. There's only a minute remaining.
Someone's moving their way towards house here as well. Potentially looking to go up the stairs. If they move the way up, then this could be a real dangerous spot. There's 2 of them lurking around it. Is any of them going to step up? I really want someone to go up the stairs now, please. Let's put this to bed. On the step 4, they've already been cleared out. That is so disappointing. I'm so disappointed.
We had a new building, we had everything, and they were already gone. 3 versus 2 as kills rain in, though. Let's not forget that. Spoit manages to find souls. 2v2 leveled out, 23 seconds left to go. Cryan pushing in towards site. Spoit is in support, but once again, FaZe, they've got themselves off in the map. They know that the diffuser's down. Cryan is going to be able to just manage to grab a hold of that. He's going to push into site, but the wall is soft, and this is the problem as Astro pushes in. He could do some real damage and does. Gets the only kill he really needs. It forces Cryan to put the diffuser down, and that's going to be an easy finish for Bullet as he moves in, surely, to find the last man. FaZe, they lock it up. They take us to 7-all, and Des, we're going all the way to 15.
Again. Just throw that on the end of that one. It's one of those I look at and I'm just thinking FaZe are playing it so smart on the defensive side. Both teams have, to be fully fair to them. You know, FaZe lost the top floor. What do? They spread out across the entirety of the bottom floor, from the east side in house all the way across towards site itself, and only give FaZe one angle of attack to come down Rogue one angle of attack to come down black and work their way through site slowly. And when they try and execute onto those 2 or 3 players they know about, they just get stabbed in the back. Rogue here, opting to avoid going in towards Karaoke and T, are going to go down towards Barbecue and Kitchen themselves, Tim.
Oh, Kitchen. Let's see how Rogue have done on the defense previously. We've seen them play it once, twice, round 3 and round 6. They won both of them, so it bodes well for them here in round 15 that they might just be able to take another one. It will put them 2-1 up overall. If we look at the bigger picture of this best of 5, it's going to mean that they've won Villa and they've won Skyscraper back-to-back, and more importantly, what an amount of momentum that starts driving for them, Des, having 2 maps back-to-back.
See how long they can hold on for. You've already got the Valkyrie of Crime playing here out towards Exhibition. No doubt going to be out there trying to waste a good bit of time, just draw that attention inwards. But for the rest right now, at least playing around site, both above it and on it itself. So a little bit of more of a roam than it is so much an extension by Crime coming out. But for the others, it's definitely that extension upstairs. They've got a setup going on, reinforcements, rotation holes, feet level holes coming out as well, so they can spray down throughout the floor. Just very ready for FaZe to come pushing in. And FaZe need to be the unique team out of these 2 to crack through and break open. Again, a map that we've only seen 2 out of 14 rounds won by the attackers, and that grenade is a wonderful start onto Deepek.
It's exactly what they needed. I was going to say they were spending an awful lot of time on the drones, just trying to map out everything that was going on ahead of them, and it's paid dividends because they've got themselves an absolute freebie to kick things off there. Deepek taken down. His utility will already be out in place. The castle barricades will be where they need to be, so that's not the end of the world, but still not ideal losing somebody this early. Spike looking to get aggressive. He needs to win this fight, but doesn't. Cyber able to find the kill with a headshot. Here goes Crying, though. Manages to down 1, but there's no way that he gets there. And the nanobot Juice is going to come in and pick Cyber back up.
But in that 5 versus 3 for FaZe, it's looking like the kind of round they could close. But we've seen so many man advantages turned around by both teams throughout not just this map, but the entire series. A little bit scattered at this point as Leon drops downstairs and almost gets taken out from the window as well. Cyber being so passive there and just waiting for his man. They get the down onto Leon. It's 2 versus 5 and the plant is going down.
Astro is almost certainly going to stick this one as Kanto tries to move in, gets taken out. 3K for Bullet on the round, and he has been fantastic alongside Cyber and Astro in this map. And FaZe are 30 seconds away from taking map 3. There's the final kill, and FaZe go sky high on Skyscraper and now lead the Berlin Major Grand Final 2 maps to 1.
They'll have to work their way through Bank in the next one. Tim, it's a map both teams are strong on, but you cannot separate these 2 teams. It feels map 1, map 3, both going all the way through to max OT. FaZe so far the ones coming out better in those exchanges.
It really has been a tight matchup so far, and FaZe, they kept fighting when it looked like the chips were down. They came through fantastically well.
Well, let's throw to a quick break, and when we come back, our desk will break down that Skyscraper map for you.
Welcome back, friends, and you can hear it here in the crowd. I love hearing it. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Domenic, your host. With me are three wonderful lads, Jesse Pengu and Jacob. And it could have been a 3-0 for Rogue, but now we go into map 4 with a 2-1 advantage for FaZe. Again, the 2 maps they've won have gone to max OT, and I'm loving every part of it. Jacob, fill me in on the deets. How do we get here?
I mean, we, like you said, had 2 maps go all the way to 15 rounds. Neither one was something Rogue could finish. And the problem here was mostly letting a 5-1 half slip to a point where then finally you lose only 2 defenses, and yet we still find ourselves here on the attacking half for Rogue. When they were trying to kill the roamers, usually worked out pretty well. But when Rogue pulls those roamers back in, and you've got so many players still left up on site, Rogue could not crack site. They either crack one, but they don't crack both.
I agree. I mean, it seemed like Rogue was scrambling for fights rather than playing strategy, and that's kind of where FaZe, when they got on their defensive side, they're bunkering up in corners, establishing crossfires, and really putting themselves in a favorable position. And Rogue, they couldn't crack it, so therefore, very defensive-sided Skyscraper. That multi-ban as well that Rogue themselves put them into also meant that neither team could utilize that operator, which we know FaZe can use, and I'm sure Rogue could as well.
Well, Jesse, yours?
Well, listen, Milos, it was not the map that Rogue wanted, but there were still some positives, right? I mean, we did see a good first half from them, and I've got to channel my inner Fresh here, because we were sitting backstage with him, and he brought up the fact that all of these aggressive plays that we're seeing from Rogue are happening with multiple players coming in time again. So let's see if we can bring up the highlights and take a look at these players and watch and pay attention to how integral it is that multiple players are working together. We've got the highlight coming in now. This is a double spawn peek. We're getting the top point of view. It's actually the player down below. Crying doesn't get that kill. It's somebody beneath him who gets that. So they're going for the spawn peek at the same time. This is another little burst of aggression where you're going to see everybody jumping out together. There's a thermite right around that corner, and instead of this player getting the kill, instead of Kanto, it was a player swinging from Blackstairs. It was Leon. And then we've got a final play here where they're once again going to be able to use this aggression. The C4 comes out, but it's a player behind. It's always one bit of aggression with another, and then sometimes a third stacked right on top of it. Fresh pointed that out backstage. I had to bring it to the desk.
I thought and I kind of hoped that you would hold my hand through that also, literally. But here we are.
Basically did.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe for the next time. I'm looking out for this one.
Sounds good.
But there it is, some replays playing in the back as we prep, close out this Skyscraper.
I don't think it's. I'm not allowed to say that chant on broadcast.
I don't know who's triggering
but don't
that.
Stop. That's fun.
Who's starting that off? Is it Tim?
It's the Latam.
I mean, it's the Olay chant, and then this little cadre of idiots over here is doing it.
Yeah, there's some back and forth.
Well. We wrapped up here, Skyscraper. Let's start talking about our next map, Bank, and what that has in store for us. Jacob, what are your expectations?
Well, that's the thing. Bank is a map that both teams like a lot, but I questioned if we weren't going to see this until the end of the rotation. Hell, if we were even going to see this at all, yes, Rogue like it. Yes, Rogue have also lost on Bank a lot, which is the main reason they went for the Sky pick over the Bank pick for these last 3 maps. For FaZe, another map they also like, but it's way more consistent. It's it's not nearly as much of a close game if for some reason FaZe Clan are playing it. It's definite regulation victories almost every time. So for Bank, I don't know, man, since both teams really like it, this could go either way.
Pengu?
If a team could shut down Rogue on Bank, I feel like it would be FaZe. They know how to play the map. It's a very open and dynamic map. It favors coordination. It favors those individual situations that FaZe they leash out on so often that we saw on Skyscraper. I feel like, and I gotta say, I feel like it's gonna be another OT. There's no way it's one-sided, right? When both teams are so good at it. And I feel like we said it for Skyscraper, goes OT, it did. Same for Bank.
Watch them ban Castle again.
Oh,
it could be an angle.
Love to see it.
I don't know, man. Watch them bang Castle again.
We'll see. I mean, listen, I've been phasing up all day long, but I do want to say that I think there's some hope for Rogue here. Sure, yes, yesterday they only took a single round against Exit. Disastrous map for them. They can't have that repeat performance. But this is their most played map. They do have a very good record, 4-2 throughout this stage. I'm willing to write off yesterday as a fluke. When you take a look at Bank, I'm willing to say that that's not going to be a repeat performance. We're probably going to see something a little bit better from Rogue. I think if this crowd's with them, they can probably still force it to a map 5.
Is the crowd still with Rogue, by the way?
Do you want a map 5 or not,
Feels
huh?
like it.
Map 5, yes, no? There you go. I see you out there. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We even got the Brazilians out there helping us out. We'll take a few minutes, and then we come back. It'll be map number 4. And that's Ace and Dad. See you in a moment.
Welcome back to the grand final here at the Berlin Major. Rogue down 2-1. FaZe taking 2 wins in max OT at this point, Tim. Bank is the next map that awaits these 2 teams. Another one of their top favorites. So both of these teams, Bank and Skyscraper, basically top preference. And knowing how Rogue have played on Bank throughout stage 2, throughout the Major itself, I don't know what to expect.
I really don't. I absolutely would not put this past either team to win, but for me, Rogue, they've got more to fight for now. Of course, FaZe are on the hunt of that elusive second major title. They're looking to be the first team to ever claim 2 major titles, but Rogue, they are fighting for their very lives inside the tournament here. This has to go well.
I took my headset off during the break, Tim, as we like to do, to give our ears a rest. Essentially what's happened is I believe there are some LATAM teams still here upstairs who are
I think we've still
cheering
got.
away.
I think we've still got Furia with us. We've still got W7M with us.
So they're cheering, obviously cheering on their
at
friends.
least.
And every time there's a certain chant they're doing, the crowd is responding in kind with
a certain chant.
Yeah. That's it, and there's Medics down my ear.
We have got
chanting
Medics
exactly the same.
Medics back on the keys for observing this time around.
Are you going to join in this time?
I'll join in with one. So we've got Hibana as our first ban. We know what's coming for the second ban. We'll let the timer tick down. I can't do 14 seconds of it. I don't think anybody wants to hear that. There we go. Ying comes in.
Curious ban from Rogue as well, because they love playing that onto the basement. They'll normally open up lobby hatch and then toss that down, and then their execute comes through. Were you not feeling chaotic enough to do that whilst I was talking?
So what actually happened there, Des, was I tripped over the cable very professionally for my headset, and I dragged out not the side where you can hear me, but I dragged out the side where I can hear myself.
Oh.
So I thought the whole thing had cut out.
Oh, I see.
So now I've picked my...
I did think you shut up, you shut up very suddenly, and I was like, oh.
I thought I'd yoinked the mic cable out, so I thought that nobody would be able to hear me. So if I shut up, then you'll take over. That's how it works.
I see.
But I've got my cable firmly in my hand now, so we are safe and sound.
Perfect. Locker CC going to be the first site we start on with FaZe on the defense. Knowing how Rogue like to play this map, they like to get busy out and about. They like to bring along things like the Echo, feed information over to the roamers to help them pick up kills around the map. But will FaZe go for a similar sort of approach? Not quite. But I do expect you'll see them out and about around the map, given how they've played this series so far, which has been hyper-mobile, hyper-aggressive.
So a couple of bands that we don't see every day. Echo, we know the value of. Ying, we've seen that rappelling through the windows, CEO plant a number of times now. Not wanting to deal with that. As Army, not always banned out on Bank, but again, we know the value of. That's going to round out our bans. Round one is going to be here, and Des, I don't know whether you're glad, but somebody, I mean, it's to me just something that I say. But it's really stuck around. So I'm kind of glad to see that we've got the Aruni coming along and we can have some laser gates in play. There's going to be opportunity for me to say that a good few times.
Laser gates in play today.
It's almost as if I said it like that on purpose.
I know you did. I decided to extend it by an extra one. Ole, 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 ole. And that's what we keep hearing.
Behave yourself, Des. Right.
No.
30 seconds in. We don't have any contact between these two teams as of yet. Leon's going to get established up on the square skylight. As you can see, Lasergate at the top of blue stairs there, going to be just preventing that push onto the player. We quite often see a number of different setups here. It can be the warden behind a deployable shield with ADSs with mine magnets. It can be the smoke, trying to use those toxic babe canisters to hold them off. This time, it is the smoke, supported by the Lasergate from Bullets.
Where's Astro? He's only just started putting down his can traps. He's so late on this one.
There's not a lot of utility to help keep Soul safe on those stairs. I think there's just the one Lasergate. That's a problem.
I was just shocked that Astro still have 5 in back pocket with like 2 minutes 15 left in the round. Like, normally if you take a bit too long to do setup. On this site, admittedly, it's okay because no soft flooring. A lot like Oregon, you're generally quite safe in the basement until they come pushing down. But it was one of those I was looking at just like, are you okay? You're not getting caught out too soon, but someone could rush in and find you out if you're trying to put them down in the wrong spots. Either way, Leon's got himself started inside of admin and inside of open up both these hatches for the team. They often do tend to avoid playing things like hard breaches and instead things like the Capitao, the Ying, the Buck, for example, they'll bring along and have the hard breach gadget in back pocket, and that normally proves to be enough.
That was a really smart nitro there if you saw it come up from Cyber. What was particularly smart about it was the angle that it was thrown at. That's thinking 2 steps ahead and thinking, right, they've opened that hatch up, what's the next step? It's going to be to step inside of the small office and start on that hatch or start trying to get a peek down it, and that's exactly where he landed his nitro. But Leon, very wisely, had moved away to the opposite side of open and does not get caught out by it. Cryin nearly gets caught out on the garage ramp though, nearly gets taken down as Bullet is holding the long angle.
It's quite rare that you can be held back in a 1 versus 1 like that as well. Normally you'll see a couple of players on ramp looking to challenge together. Spoit, a player that has been very quiet throughout this series, starts out the scoring. Kanto taken down in response though by the side of FaZe, should be juiced back up by Spoit once he gets through that cooldown.
5 versus 3 as Leon manages to find cameraman from above, and things are getting a little bit dicey for FaZe here as another kill comes in onto Souls, who have been chased out of the blue stairs. 5 versus 2, 20 seconds left to go. They need to get in and start getting this diffuser down now, Rogue. It's not time to pause, it's time to kill as Spoit manages to find Astro shut down, but Cryin with the trade, and that is going to be the round for Rogue. They open up Bank with a successful attack in the basement.
And a good start for Spoit. I don't want to channel too much on just one player here, but Spoit has been quiet this series. 5 and 12 last map. I don't think I've seen him have that bad a performance in all the group stage, all of stage 2. It was a really low map for him, but Bank is where Rogue feel right at home. If you're going to see him come online anywhere, Tim, it's going to be this map.
Round number 2, then we're going to be going up to the top floor for our site. It is CEO this time around. We don't have the Ying, so I would expect to see something a little bit different out of Rogue. They're likely to still pay attention to the windows, but often the plant attempt comes under the cover of those smokes, of those candelas, just trying to keep people out of Banana, out of Janitor, while that diffuser goes down. But they're going to have to think outside of the box. They're going to have to go to plan B, and that is going to be potentially try to open the wall up, as we used to see. Top of square skylight still gets done sometimes. We've got the ace on side with Leon, so that would suggest that there's going to be some hard breach, but that ace can quite often be used to open up the wall that you see just in front of you in Janitor there. Straight across from the windows to where Astro is now. Thank you. If you get that wall open, it makes it very difficult for the Janitor player to stay in position.
Absolutely, well, a lot spread across this top floor then, rather than trying to roam onto the downstairs. It's very common for Rogue on this site especially. Normally you'll see Kanto and Deepek droning exploit him, as he'll play in through top square, and Crime will work his way in below, looking to make use of those vertical grenades. So whether or not FaZe have got the read onto that and want to go and challenge it is another conversation altogether. It's Astro holding inside of Janitor, playing with the shotgun, ready and waiting. That's things set up though. For now, at least, Spoit's still holding on the outside, so the drones are rifling on through, but I'm looking at Leon here. He's got the drone in place as well on square, so a different player giving the support coming in, at least for now, and I think Cryin is waiting on the downstairs for someone, namely Cyber, to step across in towards Logi and get a free kill.
Leon just taking a few pot shots down into stock there. Cyber currently just sort of in no man's land, doesn't have deployable shield, doesn't have any utility to really help him too much in that position once this wall gets opened up, but he doesn't need it, Des! His gun is all the protection he needs as he takes on the peek onto Leon and gets the kill, and a second for Cyber. He will not be moved!
He won't, but Spoit manages to find one, pushing at least down towards Janitor. It was Astro who came on the swing there and got brought down by Deepek. From range, I believe that was that as well. So 2 players here for Rogue playing up on the window. Spoit out on square, a little limited on options. They're going to have to make a lot happen with very little in their control.
Proximity alarm just going to give away the fact that Spoit has gone in through that double window, but there's nobody in a position any longer to make a challenge, so not the end of the world. Deepek just hoping for the best here on the long angle, I think, wanting to just find somebody, some information, but it doesn't matter as Cyber steps up and gets the kill onto Spoit, but from beyond the grave, a nade was dropped and Cyber goes as well.
Got a hard choice here, Rogue, as well. I think Deepek's rotating back out towards the window, so the two of them will be playing in a similar sort of spot, but trying to repel him blind against 3 players still standing doesn't feel like a safe bit of gameplay to me. You got Cameraman who's sat ready and waiting for them to go for that kind of play so we can swing and get the spray down. Bullets also got the cross, and Souls just holding inside of Elevator here gives them another angle of protection. But it feels like FaZe are pretty well set up for whatever Rogue might throw at them.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very difficult nut for Rogue to crack now. If you want success up on the top floor, you've got to keep your men alive because you need 1 or 2 out on the windows, and that limits how many you can play inside the map. In comes the rappel from Kanto, gets himself established inside of the map. The next couple of kills could be crucial, and there we go, right on cue. Bullet manages to find a headshot onto Kanto. Deepek with the long angle. Surely he can't do it for a 3rd time. It's not looking likely as the push comes on to the Janitor door, but there is a shotgun in hand. It's going to be Cameraman on the smoke. It's going to be the final kill for FaZe, and that's going to be 1-1.
Great little double up as well there. 1 man behind him sat on the long table in long desk, and the support's there to make it a 2 versus 1. No way the Deepek should be able to win both of those with outside a godly flick. So 1 for 1 to start things off. Now we head down into the basement once again, where Rogue look very confident on the attack, and FaZe going to have to try something a little bit different here, I feel, Tim.
I think so. Certainly down on the bottom floor, what they were working with previously didn't really pay off for them. We often see the extension, and I've talked at length about how heavily you extend into open and staff area, but I feel like it could be helpful for them here. Don't commit too much utility up there. You still need your setup down on site, but they just gave away that mid-floor too quickly to Rogue last time around. So for me, get yourself into open area, get yourself into staff, have a little bit of a setup there, open the hatch, give yourself the opportunity to drop away when the pressure becomes too much, but just try to hold them off for as long as possible. And it looks like that is going to be the case.
They were kind of limited in terms of hard breach options as well. Rogue, I think without the Ying, aren't going to bother focusing on that lobby hatch, which has been such a focus for them throughout the games they've played here. And instead just put their focus on the 2 hatches they know aren't fully, well, are more susceptible to being pushed in from garage, for example, or down main. And that's the one inside of open area and inside of admin. One of them, though, left open here, which just screams that FaZe want to play more out around the map, don't want to bother reinforcing everything off. So Rogue will have to deal with a bit of a full map clear before they can even think about trying to hit the site.
Spike looking for that angle from down the side of the lockers just near ATMs. He's going to be challenged by Bullet, who has the DMR in hand. Look at that, taking his shots. He knows exactly where the pressure is going to be coming from. Rogue wanting to get themselves into the top floor, really. They've got Kanto ready and poised to go in through those CEO windows. It's going to be a top-down clearance, but that's going to take them a lot of time, potentially. And it's more the mid-floor that they need to worry about.
Well, Sport's got himself inside a square here as they start their march forward. Cyber has the C4 in hand, so I'm just so mindful.
Need to worry about.
Well, Sport's got himself inside a square here as they start their march forward. Cyber has the C4 in hand, so I'm just so mindful about exactly where these attackers of Rogue work their way through. It's Kanto pushing his way in through CEO and Exekia out towards the white corridor. No C4s being tossed skyward at this point, but the two members of FaZe saying, right, enough is enough, back down to site we go, wasting about 60 seconds. But it's enough to have slowed Rogue down, at least for now, that could impact them later in the round.
Yep, not too bad at this point in time. Rogue want to get themselves in and start opening up any other hatches that they need. There's going to be at least one. I'm not sure if they're going to open up the main lobby hatch or not. So at the minute, Rogue don't look too confident in the fact that FaZe have been pushed back to site here, Des. So it just makes me wonder how thorough the droning has been at this point across this mid-floor. I think it is continuing. Cryin and Spike both on the drones, both trying to just make sure that that is the case, while Leon gets to work on the hatch.
The big teller for me is where these two hard breach gadgets go down. One's gone down inside of admin, which means they have a second one spare. So EMP out the lobby hatch, get this opened up, and what he'll likely do then is leave Deepek to be the solo man. He normally goes for a big drop in through red later in the round with something like a Ying to support that very risky death drop. But outside of that point, I think instead he's going to hold it himself and send Deepok off towards main stairs. So, bit of a rotation around to what Rogue might normally try and do here, but with that Capital on side, a lot of capability.
We've seen this position from Spike regularly on this attack. Takes up the spot on the mezzanine of the main stairs, just looking to try and pressure through the soft wall in towards the lockers side of site, but also to prevent any flanks, to prevent anybody pushing up and being able to rotate across the top and down blue stairs. They've got themselves established in server, but that is a big loss. As Cyber takes down Spike, it frees up the flank for FaZe.
At this point, they've got to find a couple of kills, so they do get rid of Cyber, who's playing inside a garage, but no one's pushing in through there. They've got to step in and try and make a plant work, and Leon's going in deep here, up high actually, right in the bottom corner. Never seen a plant coming in here before, but this could be enough. Nades and guns go crazy as they get their kills, but Leon shut down at the last second. The smoke dissipates, and he's visible. We're down to the last 5 seconds. Astro is dug inside a gold bar. Bullets playing on the upstairs. Where can they make this plant happen? But there's a kill coming in from above. A 1-for-1, but they run out of time, and FaZe hold on.
Rogue were so close in that round. If Leon sticks that plant, you feel that at that point it's probably round over. Big man advantage thrown away there, and that is not going to be an easy one for them to stomach as FaZe start to just gain a little bit of pace here on Bank. It's 2-1.
That round really should have been Rogue's, absolutely. They had everything right for them in terms of the smoke placements, the nades that came through, the gunfights they took immediately as those utility pieces went out. The problem was, Leon a little bit slow in getting into that bottom corner. Didn't have a choice, he had to wait for it to be clear for him to push through. But by the time he's 1 second away from finishing off that defuse, the smoke dissipates and they get that kill onto him that was oh so crucial. The hatch control from Bullet as well, just more than enough to hold on.
Yep. FaZe are looking pretty good right now, and that was the problem. That was the problem there. So Spike originally was trying to push main stairs. That plan for Leon maybe works if Spike stays alive in that position, if he doesn't lose his gunfight with Cyber, because he can either push down main stairs, get aggressive, and take the fight into red corridor, or if nothing else, just the knowledge that there's somebody still on those main stairs may prevent them pushing up as they did there. And so Leon gets the diffuser down, but that was not the case. It was too easy for FaZe to step up, drop that diffuser in no man's land in the middle of sight, and take the round 2-1, and FaZe are starting to move.
I referenced earlier just how much this might mean as well to Leon and Meepy. Player and coach have been through the wars together. 4 S-tier events where they were knocked out in the semi-finals. This time they make it to the final. And so now maybe in a spot where they've got a couple of these finals coming up where they might not be able to make it over the finish line must be a real stinging thought. Spoit here being droned in throughout that top floor. Leon seeing him all the way through. Very used to seeing this kind of play from Rogue again, as I referenced earlier on. FaZe for now, sat on site and just waiting.
Interesting extension downstairs from the key. That's one to watch out for. Bullet just playing underneath at the minute. Obviously has Nitro in hand, but vertical options, the 3 Nitros on side actually for FaZe here, but vertical options can be a little bit limited, particularly from basement up into open area. You're pretty much limited to the 2 hatches. There's no actual destructible surfaces. Now then, Astro, he's looking to get himself up marble, but dips himself back to site instead. Normally, I'd be thinking that those Nitros might be used inside of site to play onto stock if the hatch push comes along, but at the minute, none of those operators are actually inside of there.
So very for that C4 maybe coming out, but it's never going to happen. Cryin finds Cyber. He's had a great start to this game, Cyber. Him being off the round, never going to be a bad one. Cryin himself, 5-1. Just showing what the comfort pick can do when he gets hold of that Nook and the damage that he can deal.
Cameraman just waiting inside the elevator at the minute. The nade comes in, I think, above him at that point. Yes, you hear the hatch open as the nade will detonate above. Nitro thrown out by him for the time being. I'm not sure if they're aware of his presence or not. Sure, they see the Nitro on the wall. That's going to give him the opportunity to escape, but also gives him a rotation potentially into loan office. So something that they definitely need to be aware of. Could be a cameraman on the flank.
Cryine's on the hunt for him then, wants to try and shut him out here, I think, as well. Also, of course, mindful of what can come from downstairs. Nade comes in, and that's a freebie. Didn't even have time to react. Well cooked by Kanto, calling the chef.
Cooked to absolute perfection there. As you say, cameraman could not even move down the hatch, which was pre-opened and ready to go for him. Spoit just now looking down into sight. They've got that stock control. They're 5 versus 3. Astro is dead as he gets pinched between a rock and a hard place. That is Leon and Kanto. 5 versus 2 now as Rogue are racing towards round number 4 being theirs. Deepak, he's looking down. He's got a freebie. Bullet, FaZe are running around with no knowledge of what's ahead of them here. And it's a flawless round to Rogue.
Much better performance from Rogue. Taking their time, getting the drones in ahead of them and punishing those FaZe members that are sat trying to roam around the map in these isolated positions. A touchdown to being a struggling point for both teams on Skyscraper. Not quite got the pace to collapse on those rugby players that were sat off in odd positions or odd rooms. They'll be able to get back to site or be assisted nice and quick. But a great example is that nade that came in towards elevators there. Truly stuck and unable to get out of that dodgy corner he was sat in.
A battle of the minds as well as the ability inside of the server here. 2 coaches just facing off against each other on our screens as they try to bring the knowledge to their team that's going to be needed. They can't speak round to round, but now it's all about thinking. We have that tactical timeout. When do we use it? How can we impact on this game as much as the players within it? Round number 5 is coming our way. It's up to the top floor. It is CEO that Rogue are going to be attacking. Last time around, it was the first site that they actually lost on the attack. It was round 2, and FaZe were pretty comfortable in holding on. You just feel like that Ying ban maybe having an effect. There was a lot less window play than we might see normally, and not too much success for Rogue.
I love how FaZe have actually banned away, I didn't even touch on it earlier on, banned away the Echo themselves, knowing that that's a Deepak special on this map. I'm sure he'll be appreciating the respect that has been shown. Having that operator taken away that they've used so well to support Split out on their own, for example, on the defensive side. Very curious to see how Rogue adapts and deal with that, because I don't think any team has banned away the Echo against them before. Whereas on the Rogue side, they've banned away an operator they did on a lot in the Ying. So you're thinking maybe FaZe's threat with it is far greater than their own.
Well, my Magnet goes out into position just to try and keep Bullet fighting onto these windows. There's going to be a much bigger presence this time from Rogue. It was Kanto on the Ash last time around who was there pretty much on his own until a late repel where he pushed into the middle of site. This time he is joined by Spoit. He's got Deepak in support as well as the utility starts to be burnt out. But how about that? Souls has managed to spot out the Lion of Leon as he tries to push in. Cyber has all the info he needs, but it's Bullet ultimately who finds that kill from above, and that is a little bit sloppy from the side of Rogue.
This is always about that respect piece with an IQ. Do you sacrifice something else and bring the IQ so you can hunt down those cameras that can be an absolute nightmare? But Deepak's in. He's going straight behind CEO and looking for the plant here. There's no angle being held. Cameraman can maybe shoot out from below here and look to do some damage, but he can't find the man. The plant's been stuck. Rogue have the windows and FaZe. It's panic stations.
There was a Nitro from beneath there to try and deny that plant, but it was a little bit late and it was a little bit off target, so it didn't catch anybody. 3 versus 4 now. Rogue have had the opportunity to get themselves out of the the windows. This one should be done and dusted, Des, as Cryin manages to find Bullet. 4 versus 2 now. Cameraman and Cyber have got an awful lot of work to do. Their teammates will be on the cams. They'll be trying to do everything they can to support them. Souls, you can see, is doing exactly that, but it's 3 versus 1. It's 7 seconds until there is no time left to defuse, and that is going to be Cyber trying to push forward, but it is too late, Des. The headshot will be meaningless onto Kanto as the clock ticks down, and Rogue, they take round 5.
Slightly more subdued from Rogue so far because they know you're behind in this series. There is still a long way to go on this map. You're up 3-2, but like you said earlier on, Tim, throughout most of these maps, bar Skyscraper, we've seen 3-3 splits across each of the halves. Skyscraper was 5-1. Rogue on the attacking side of Bank, you expect to do well. A 4-2 split, something they should be very happy with if they can get there.
I'm genuinely struggling to think of any big finals that we've had in Siege where 2 teams have felt so evenly matched. We've had them go the distance, of course. You know, I think back to the SI final 2021 in Paris. You know, the NIP versus Liquid game. It was very, very close, but it felt like they were each winning maps, whereas this just feels toe-to-toe the whole time.
It does. Cryin really stepping up big so far as well. Was 7-1 before he died in that previous round on the Nook. This round he'll have to rotate away instead of bring along that Thatcher as we look to move on to that downstairs, where Rogue have had some struggles, some successes. The attack last time round wasn't bad, it was just slightly mistimed, and FaZe managed to help the clock run down to 0. Rogue also loosened up on that flank watch, which let Bullet get in and find a massive 3K above, contributing towards those kills. But the offer for Cryin I'm looking at here, Tim, and I'm just thinking, is it time to dream about a potential server-side execute, something the Rogue haven't yet done so far in this game?
No, Cryin is going to be droning down there with Synossa used to get into Garage. We've seen it during the Berlin Major itself. So
yeah,
exactly that. Just moving in there, you plant the first shield, you work with the set, and you just plant it as you go and work behind it. And that is exactly what Cryine's going to be doing. Obviously, he's been trying to bring the knock previously, but it's been completely shut down by FaZe Clan. They've done their homework. They know that that's what he likes to play. So instead, he's going to bring some utility to try and help him get that job done.
There's 2 of them inside a Garage here as well. And this is kind of what Cryin wants, really. An early investment from FaZe to have 2 players holding the spot means that main stairs, Marble, starts to open up for Spoit to work his way down slowly on that Finker, as he often does in so many of these rounds. Plays very patiently, by the way. We clocked this during the group, so he'll sit there for a couple of minutes sometimes whilst his team get themselves set up. Looking to be a very similar thing once again. But I just fear that you won't be able to get too much pressure coming in from the Ossa here as well, because early in the round, the defenders can afford to be more aggressive in towards Garage, whilst the rest of the attackers move their way towards Blue or try and get hatches opened up, which is why really Cryin should be going nowhere.
Cryin needs to just hold his position at the minute. The problem that he's got is he's facing down 2. So long as they communicate and peak at separate times, it's always going to be difficult for him because he could get repeats. So he just needs to hold on until the pressure mounts on the rear side of site. Now then, he does have his opportunity here. Bullet is 1v1. He's got the shield in front of him, so there should be an opportunity as Bullet continues the fight here. This is a real duel, a real battle that we're getting inside a Garage, and it's one that Cryin can definitely win.
We've opened up most of these hatches now, though, as well. I'm surprised. I thought the second one went down inside of admin, but wasn't fully opened up. Maybe it was electroclawed off as well. That'd be a bit of a stinger, because now they can't see in towards site itself. That staying closed means A site is mainly offline here, or if it is, you've got to be so careful. They're going to try again here, actually, because they brought Deepak over with the exothermic anyway. Cryin and Bullet still doing this dance.
Spoit working his way onto the marble stairs. Same position as we saw him die in last time. So again, Rogue stacking up in a lot of places that FaZe are going to be expecting them. Juices himself and his team back up as he takes a little bit of damage, but it looks like it's going to come down to a hatch drop potentially. But in a 5 versus 5 with 30 seconds left to go, that is a big risk. You can see that they're really trying to avoid that situation. They've taken attention over to the other side, but Astro's ready, Des. He knows that this is a potential for them to come in here. He's ready and waiting. He's got the tools to do the job and does exactly that. 5 versus 4. 10 seconds left to go. Leon is above with diffuser in hand, but he can't possibly drop. He knows that Astro's waiting. He has to do it anyway. He's got himself inside a vault. Surely the time runs out. 3v3. And that is it. Round is over. FaZe Clan win round 6.
I've never seen Rogue look so behind the time, but I think part of that came down to the fact that they chose to rotate away in the last 20 to 30 seconds, away from open area, from admin, out towards lobby and make a drop happen there. But FaZe just kept on moving their resources around so well. Starting inside of Garage to challenge the Ossa, and the Warden going up in towards Vault to be able to challenge onto that Capitao execute. Really well read by FaZe, and they get the 3-3 half they were after.
Astro played it perfectly. Astro played it absolutely, and what better operator to be in that position than Astro on the Warden. Absolutely spot on. FaZe then level things up 3-3 at the half, and that is where the side switch comes in. As you so famously like to say, Des, there is 2 halves to every game of Siege. Will we see more of the same, or are one of these teams able to push themselves forward towards a map win?
I'm wondering if we see the respect pick from FaZe over towards something like an IQ here as well. I spoke about that Valkyrie a couple of times in the first half, and the freebies it netted FaZe at certain points, like Leon playing inside a lobby on the Lion. Looks like it's going to be that case. They're already putting it over onto Cyber here. Astro's going on towards the Fuse, a pick that we don't really see all that often. You do sometimes see it on this site, especially when playing in towards like Staff and open area. There's quite a bit of soft flooring you can use. Think about Janitor as a wonderful start. Think about inside of Stock, another one as well. Even around Square can help you out if you so choose.
Straight onto the windows, it looks like, for Cyber here. He's on the IQ. FaZe just basically learning the lesson that Rogue maybe didn't, as they bring along the operator necessary to deal with those Valkyrie cams. It was 3 kills for them over and over, and they're not going to suffer the same. This time Astro on the Fuse is an interesting pick. They are brought along to clear utility and to move defenders. Cyber, he manages to find Cryin to open things up, and this is starting to look like a slippery slope for Rogue.
It could well start going that way, especially when Cryan's been the one dropping all the kills for his team in that first half. Sat at 8-3 now, obviously 8-2 prior to actually dying itself. Matched by Cyber on the other side, currently sat at 7-4. Rogue needs to be able to hold on here. They know they've got a challenge around the map and stop FaZe being given freedom of movement and being able to do whatever they please. But it's so hard when they're bearing down on you with the kind of pressure that FaZe have.
It really is. Astro, he wants to get himself inside of Stock here because he wants to start softening up beneath him with those Fuse charges, but it's going to take a bit of work as Astro gets in and gets the kill. Hard Breach is going to go onto the hatch, and this is not looking good for Rogue.
It's not. Astro should be in a position to start using their gadgets if he wants to as well. But maybe more was leaning in towards that if they couldn't get the hatch itself opened up, which has now been done. So they're already in a spot to go for a drop. I've just clocked, by the way, FaZe had 6 Hard Breach gadgets in that round. Really afraid of losing out a couple of players, I feel, but there aren't that many hatches you've got to worry about up here on the top floor. More if you're attacking on towards the downstairs.
Cyber just looking to open up vertical angles down into Archives and Tellers there. He knows that Deepak is playing inside of there. The drone has picked him up, and the shots come in onto the feet as well. Deepak losing half of his health, and it is becoming a sticky situation, and he gets cut down as he tries to move from one side to the other. Cyber finding the kill perfectly worked as Bullet goes in. FaZe look quite frankly terrifying right now, Des. In round 7, it's 5 versus 1. It's Kanto on a fraction of health as he tries to prevent the hatch drop coming in, but surely his days are numbered.
Souls knows where he is as well. Just going to swing him at this point, Sin. There's nothing he can do. FaZe with a solid first attack. Now moving themselves up to 4-3. And like you say, this could be that start of that slippery slope. If FaZe proves to be the dominant force on attack, it can all end here in map 4.
FaZe is certainly, like I said, then looking terrifying at the minute. They're just coming in and dealing with every problem that was in front of them. What I particularly like was the teamwork there. We saw it. We saw the push onto Deepak with Astro ready above. Already had those open. Just cut him down as soon as he tried to go through the door. It was as easy as that. And then the second challenge comes in onto the second player. And Rogue had no response. 4-3 to FaZe. We're going to see Lockers as our next site in round number 8.
Okie dokie, here we go. With that downstairs defense is definitely starting with the roam upstairs. Not so much supported by the Yokai, but we have got the support of the Valkyrie. Deepet this time, the one taking up that mantle with Crime moving on to the Warden. So sure, it's not mobile cameras, but it's still information, and Deepek has spent a lot of time sat on cams for this team, making sure that his roamers can be effective, at least when there isn't an IQ on side, of which there is in this round. Cyber actually got him very early on and took down the Valkyrie rather than the Black Eyes in the previous round. So got to be very mindful about that strength that he's showing on this map. 9-4 right now.
Rogue are playing the sort of setup that I was discussing earlier, where they've got sort of a soft extension into Open and Staff here. They're going to play a little bit of top floor, they're going to play a little bit of mid floor, and they're just going to try and burn as much time as they can along the way. The final fight in the map will come around that hatch in open area, where eventually they'll drop back to site, and FaZe can then start working towards that execution.
Castle barricading up inside double doors here out towards Bleepers, which sort of denies Deepek the ability to roam up if he should so choose, but it's Kanto very much committing himself towards a hold inside of open area. If nothing else, it makes sure that he can't be pushed in from lobby side, that no one can drop in through elevator, for example, and cause a bit of bother. Instead, he can put all of his attention in towards Printer and out towards the staff area itself. Bullet's working his way through the top floor, but instead there he goes, Kanto with his first challenger coming inside of open area,
that is
taking the star.
Exactly what Rogue needed, Des. It just gives them that advantage to stay in the map for longer. They're not going to be forced away as easily now, and that is super important for them. The mind games are coming out, Des.
Leon did this quite, I think on one game, he even tossed 2 outside as well. Just chuck them out at the end of garage there, just keep the other side distracted. Constant flashing up of, hey, someone's outside. It's enough to distract away from it if someone were to actually run outside. Now Kanto's tearing down that barricade, giving himself an angle out, or potentially a teammate to come and join him inside.
Souls again, just working those angles. He's so far been a little bit quiet. He's going to be kept quiet as it's 0 and 5 for Souls, as he's really struggling to get into things here on Bank, and that one player could be the difference for FaZe. Here comes the drop down the hatch, and Kanto gets taken out before he can retreat to site. That was great play from Cyber there, just lying prone and taking the fight, and taking another. Cyber stepping up and dragging FaZe back into this one.
Just decimates the Spoit versus cameraman now here as well, out towards elevators. I don't know if they're aware. Yes, they absolutely are. He runs in though. Cameraman, maybe not as aware as I thought he was. Sprinted through and Spoit collects a freebie, but Cyber's still alive here, playing on the hatch, flanked by Bullet on the Finker. The 2 players, and arguably at least one of the operators that you want in this kind of situation. Oh my goodness, what was that?
Cyber was almost forced into that because of the kill that Spoit got. He knew there was somebody on his flank, so he couldn't stay too long in open. And sometimes when you corner somebody like Cyber, you're causing yourself a problem. He knows, I think, that Deepek is inside of sight. He's looking to push. He decides to go from the soft wall angle. Absolute beauty. This is a masterclass from Cyber, but he might not get the job done. Spoit uses the sprint to get away, and then the laugh is with the feeling. There is absolutely no right for Spoit to find that 1v2.
A bit of confidence, you saw it line up, but given how the game has been going, I didn't see Spoit winning that 1v2. It was so well lined up by FaZe, pushing the man together, but their issue was they didn't have the diffuser. They had site control, but no diffuser. They had to go for their kills, which is why there's a little bit of a mad panic, and Spoit throwing his teammates a lifeline there, bringing things up to 4 and 4.
Neither of these teams feel like giving us, or anybody watching, an easy night, do they? They want to take this all the way to the wire. They want to keep us right on the edges of our seats. Just the tension is absolutely unreal, with no idea in which direction this one is going to toss or turn next. Cyber on the quad, he was looking for the ace, Des, and Spoit just says, no, I don't think I will. I don't think I will, actually.
I could just see Cyber tearing through the entire team there as well with how he was playing that round. Just taking gunfight after gunfight, walking through a 4K. His name was up in stars, but the other star in the sky, Spoit, gets him offline. CEO and Executive Lounge, we step into for round 9. And cameraman, I think, is very conscious of the damage done by some of those roamers in that last round, bringing along the decay beat here. Because last time round, we had Spoit playing inside of elevators, unchecked. The cameraman died to him for free.
Cryan's just managed to rat himself away in ATM at the minute, and that's going to be one to watch as this one mounts. He's going to stay there for the time being. The rest of Rogue are up on the top floor. Spoit actually quite aggressive inside of stock there. Usually we'd see a position taken up more in the corridor. Now it's Cyber who's working around underneath. Deepek's in a position. Cyber actually kills himself, and that is a bit of a swing from the Cyber that we saw in the last round.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. A player that had more kills than the rest of his team combined. Cyber, who is the chant now going on? I mean, in that round, fair question, he doesn't exist anymore, Tim.
One bad round.
I know, that's it.
I feel for Sam.
One bad round and the UK boys are up in arms. It's Leon finding Astro as well. Rogue feeling much happier and much more comfortable in this round, it feels. You've got Cryan ratting it out here in the corner of ATM.
Honestly, he's going to get a kill. He's going to get a kill. I think telling you now.
All right. They know. They know. They know. They know.
Manages to escape. The dog could be called, just saving cameraman's life, I think, there. But not for long, Des. As Cantro comes in and gets one down from Banana to give us a real swing in the round. 5v2 now, as Rogue are playing confident and running away with round 9.
I feel like that was a really bad read by a cameraman. You know full well someone's playing around Banana on this site. But Chase is looking quite keenly towards the man trying to retreat back through tellers and archives. Could smell the blood in the water and got baited out by it.
Leon just watching, waiting on that vertical angle. He stood still for a little bit too long as Bullet, his nade, connects where Cybers couldn't. And that's going to take Leon down, bring us back to a 2 versus 4. Souls is looking to get in. As I said, had a difficult game so far inside of 8 rounds. Not managed to get himself in the action with a kill yet. So maybe not the ideal player at the minute to have inside of this 2v4, because he's going to have to find some now. There's no two ways about that. And for the time being, they're just taking a little bit of a pause as the drones start going in. 40 seconds left to go. Souls, he knows he can get in. He gets one. Can he find a second? Not yet.
It's about well, so they can turn it around to. They've found a couple more as well. This is it again. Rogue losing that numbers advantage. We've been here so many times this series. Bullet and Souls in a spot to turn around what has been a very unfortunate round that started off with that team kill onto Cyber and Cameraman being dragged into it. But it's trying to find one back. Souls has got 10 seconds. We know how clutch capable he is, but can he hold off against Canto and Cryan? Souls down to a slither of HP. Canto with the close and Rogue pull ahead.
A close round there, we've got to call it as we see it, and Rogue really stretching that thin in the 4 versus 2, back to a 2v2 again, and we've seen so many times that they've given up that man advantage, and right now, they're okay. They're 5-4, they're in the lead, but if they keep doing it, it may well come back to bite them.
You see Alamouse up there as well with the other Latam players. That's where all that noise is coming from. Why am I not surprised?
I thought it might be. And just have a look up on the balcony there where all the players are located. You can see a number of the Latam players there just cheering. I think that's Kino I see in the middle as well. Cheering on his Brazilian colleagues.
You know why they're sat up there? To keep them safe.
Get them out of the way. And the chants continue between the two groups.
I love the passion, Jerry. On his feet, really giving it full rally like he was at a nice rainy Saturday afternoon Premier League game, Tim.
Round 10 begins then. Rogue once again get themselves into the lead, and as this entire matchup has been, it is back and forth. I've rarely seen anything of the like that is as close as this. Cryan, he's going out of this window. He wants it, Des. He wants it, and if he goes, he might just get one. You can see the thought process. He's thinking about it. The windows, they're prepped, they're ready, but Cyber dips himself away to safety. However, Cameraman, he's still there, and there is no cover in place. Your time is now if you're going to go, Cryan.
No claymores on side, out he goes as well. And the zone there ready for the response, but he's got the right idea. Canto's ready as well to cover, but Cryan goes down. Didn't stick himself too close to the building there and does get punished for it. Canto knocked him out to trade him out, but that DKB is gone. The phone calls are offline.
Not a bad operator to take down. Maybe not the best on the side. You know, you've not got your hard breach going, you've not got your thinker gone, but still, what has happened there is a minute has been wasted. Not in the terms of a normal roam of wasted, but just absolutely the focus has been taken away from droning, it's been taken away from everything else going on in the round there to deal with that jump out. But FaZe, they get themselves back on track here as Bullet, he manages to get the kill onto Canto, he gets the kill onto Leon, and this is the problem with that Finker LMG, it just keeps on singing.
You got Spoit and Deepet now holding inside the side, but a nice spray down actually. Like I think they do it up there actually, where it's a down from Spoit and a finish off by Deepet. They've got the one, but there's still 2 more to come pushing in. And FaZe have got so much time to work with. No more nades on side, but find the kill on towards Spoit. Can Big ET clutch out once again? Because the boys need him now more than ever.
Looks like we're going to be potentially going to see 12 rounds as a minimum again here as Deepak, he's once again trying to get something going, but lightning rarely strikes twice, and it already has, Des, so for a third time, I'd have to say it's highly unlikely. Deepak, he's got the weapon to do it. The Alder, we know, is fantastic, but no, the push comes in from 3 sides at once, and Souls takes him down, and that's round FaZe. We're going to see 12. It's 5-5.
It does not stop. Round 11 coming up, and as you say, we're going to see every single one. Rogue calling in a timeout. They don't want another OT, Tim. They know their odds of winning OT are not particularly high.
If we go to a third overtime in 4 games in a best of 5, that is ridiculous. We are cursed.
Imagine if FaZe win the third one as well.
We are cursed at that point.
We've known this for a long time, though, Tim.
But we're taking it to a new level, Des. 3 out of 4 in a best of 5. Right, Rogue are on the tactical timeout. Everybody here at the venue is trying to gas them up, trying to juice them up, trying to just give them everything that they can to give them the momentum and the energy to keep pushing forward. But FaZe, they are quietly confident, I think, here, Des. They are continuing to fight. The perseverance, the resilience has been fantastic from them.
There's so much going on in this crowd, it's chaotic.
It's just the back and forth between the LATAM and the EU fans now is it's electric.
Yeah, I'll give them full respect. I doubt you'd find like EU teams if we were at like a LATAM major screaming the hearts out.
Possibly not.
I don't think we would. Here we go.
Wherever they go, they take the passion with them, that much is for sure. Every one of them making their voices heard there and just raising the atmosphere here inside of the venue in Berlin. It's 5-5, it's round 11, and we are still on Rogue defense at the minute, and this time it's down to the basement we go. Lockers it will be. We saw it back in round 8, it was a Rogue win, and as soon as available, they've gone back.
Now Valkyrie on side once again. Deepak now really settling into playing that, it feels, on the defensive side. IQ previously brought along for Cyber when they spotted that this was an option for Rogue, or when they saw the Valkyrie was being picked up. I clocked it earlier on when Crime was playing the Valkyrie. It was Cyber who was first in on the IQ, bringing him down as well. So not just removing the black eye cameras, but also the wielder, Valkyrie, taken off very early on. Here, there is no IQ. So FaZe feel they can do this without necessarily removing all of those black eye cameras.
Either that or they'll be hoping to find them simply by looking for them, but not always the easiest. We've got the bulletproof camera in there at the bottom of Garage. It's become a very popular placement, but it gets taken out quickly, and so does Leon as Bullet steps around the corner. He's 10-7. He's gone big the last couple of rounds, and it just continues.
Well, look at how things squared up when it was FaZe on the defensive side. They managed to hold Cryin at bay for a good couple of minutes inside of Garage. But here, Bullets walked in and taken Leon's life without question. Really need some more players to go big, and Cryan's the kind of guy you're looking for. Finds one and manages to escape.
Great play from Cryin on the Oryx there. Cameraman manages to get himself inside of servers, though. I'm hoping that Rogue are aware of this. Kanto does, I think, look like he's peering in that direction. It's not Kanto, it's Deepak. He sprays through the soft wall and takes cameraman down with a headshot. And the quality of Siege on display, Des, just gets better and better.
It's one of those there that you never know what you're going to find when you go for a kind of spray like that, and it is wonderful. Bullet taking down a slither of HP, almost tagged down, finally gets down and finished off by Spoit. Rogue holding on. But Tim, I've said this so many times this series, they may be in a 4v2, but we've seen these given away time after time.
This is it. We've seen so many times it come back to a level peg into a 2v2. FaZe have got time. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and they have got utility that they can use. We've got 4 SAM-cams that can be deployed by Astro on the Zero, so information really shouldn't be a problem for FaZe here.
It should have been out a long time ago, I feel like, as well. Like, some teams often, well, not most teams use the Zero as more of a, not so much for the site itself, but to watch around it, to watch for any flankers that will be coming back, using it as like a reverse Valkyrie cam, essentially. Yet he's held on to the vast majority of them. 2 have now come out, make it 3 that are deployed around so they can get themselves set up. They're starting to think about what the play looks like here. They're against 4. Rogue need to not give them too much time, but they have got 2 C4s to play behind here if an execute does come through.
Kanto Deepak just holding a little crossfire there. There's one looking on in towards sight into CCTV, and then Kanto's just looking to hold down onto the Garage double door. Souls, he's going to have to make a move at some point. 35 seconds. He just tries to edge over the threshold there. Can he make this stick? He's trying to bait out utility. I think there's at least 2 nitros on the side of Rogue that he's going to have to deal with. Astro gets run around in circles, and Spoit manages to find the kill. it's all up to Souls in a 1v4. Out goes the flashbang. He's doing everything he can just to try and get something going. But at the minute, no joy. One of those nitros comes out, but there's two more left in pocket that might follow. Cryin with the final kill, and Rogue get themselves onto match point on Bank.
Do you dare to dream, Tim, that this can get closed up 7-5, and it will take our 5th and final map of Clubhouse to crown our Berlin Major champion?
I cannot think of a better possible map to end this on than Clubhouse. We say, Des, time after time, how every team needs to be able to play a good Clubhouse. And there is a real opportunity that we're going to find out exactly why that is so true.
The thing is, I remember seeing G2 and Rogue go to that map the other day in their series. And I said at the time, it felt a bit strange. It was a very mid-tier map for both teams. But G2 said they felt it was one of their better maps, that they chose to go there, and Rogue are the ones being dragged onto it. So for Rogue, I hope to God they're confident, assuming, of course, we can get through Bank. You just get that horrible feeling in your stomach. This is definitely going through to OT.
It's going to be CEO again as the defensive side for Rogue. We've only seen this from them once, and they did win it last time around. But we know it's a tough site to hold on to, particularly if those windows get used by the attackers. It can make it feel really claustrophobic inside a site, difficult to move. We had an opener last time where Cyber unfortunately naded himself. I don't think that Rogue are going to get the good grace of that kind of mistake again.
It'd be nice. Just
Cyber's on 15 kills as well.
Just look skyward. Hold down G for me, mate. It's all I need you to do. Start of this round.
15-7 this game.
He's been quiet for most of the series too.
And that's the weird thing. He's been pretty quiet in the second half of this game, and he's still on 15.
And Cryine's been dragging Rogue through this as well on a map that normally Spoit's flying on, feels very comfy on. It has been a slow start for a lot of Rogue. And Astro, of course, in his panic, well, not really in a panic, but the last chance desperation act they've got is to bring along the Monty. We've seen a few teams leaning into this pick over the last few days when it felt like the chips were really down. Can they make it work on the push in, or will Rogue have an answer? Because looking at their gadgetry, they don't really have much. They've got a couple of impacts. There's no C4s on side. This could really stink.
Leon, we've seen, is often the one to try and hold on to this position. Sometimes will fall foul of nades raining in through the window, and that's exactly what we're going to see start happening from Cyber. First one goes in, not going to be aimed at the man. It was looking more to clear utility. We've got one from Rogue just playing underneath at the minute. It's going to be Cryin. He could be in a prime position to challenge Astro on the Monty here. They've brought it along, FaZe, trying to bully their way behind the shield to get this round. They know how important it is, but he's aware. Cameraman knows exactly where the challenge could come from Cryin.
They've got to be so careful. I mean, there's 4 players from FaZe on windows right now. Monty is the only one inside the building, but they're just covering these longer angles so he can take as much ground as necessary. But Leon finds him. Finds 2! Gets one on the rappel. Diffuser is down. Cyber has crawled inside. Will be able to retrieve the diffuser himself, but they've already dealt such a massive blow. Their trump card, the Monty, is offline.
That is the big thing. Taking that shield down is huge. We usually see Monty survive, at least until the end of the round. But Cyber, he's in sight and he's making a nuisance of himself. He's going to take some damage off Cryin as well. And we're still 4v3, 50 seconds left to go, but the diffuser needs to be collected. A kill comes in, but Bullet is a trade as he gets the Claymore onto the jump out, and that's going to leave us now 2v3.
Cameraman has got to move here as well. He can't sit on rappel anymore. In fact, he's up on the roof, so he is coming down to top side window to give Cyber a bit of support. For Rogue, they've got 3 left standing. Surely this is not a round we see going against Rogue. They're holding out towards square mainly. They know that Cyber was around banana, but may well have expected him to move away. They've got the cover as cameraman comes in as well. The juice pulled out one more time. Rogue find one more down. It's Cyber left standing. Are we going all the way to 5 maps? Tim, it comes down to this now. Cyber, 8 seconds to find 3 kills or get that plant down. It's not going to happen. Spike finds the kill. We're going all the way to Clubhouse, Tim.
What an unbelievable finish we are lined up for here. This game has gone back and forth. FaZe win map 1, Rogue win map 2, FaZe map 3, and now Rogue win Bank, which was our map 4 to take us to Clubhouse. And what a grand final we are witnessing at the Berlin Major.
I'm nervous, Tim. I can't call which way this next map is going to go. One thing is for sure, it's going to be one of the best games of Siege that you will ever watch. And you do not want to miss it.
It's getting pretty loud in here right now, Des.
Unreal.
This is without a doubt one of the loudest Siege events in recent memory, for me at least. It really is getting spirited.
And I guarantee you it will get absolutely no quieter either. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, map 5 awaits.
Welcome back, Berlin! Oh, they will have one. Yeah. Our series continues. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Medic, your host. With me are three handsome young fellas on the desk to guide me through all of this, because we were so close, and Des was talking about it. It almost went to OT again and might have gone max OT, and we know how that's gone so far in this series. So, Jacob, fill me in on Bank.
I mean, no max OT today. Rogue are getting it done, but very, very, very by the skin of their teeth. That's the overarching problem that we've seen this whole series, about how close it's been down to the wire. The nice part about this is it shows Rogue is able to hang with the punches, even though best of fives are such a very, very, like, it's an irregular rarity in Siege. When you factor the fatigue in after a very long time spent playing the game with crowd pressure, under bright lights, we already knew FaZe could do this, but we didn't know if Rogue was capable of it. Nice to see we're going to a map 5.
Normally in these series, you always talk about exhaustion, who can really go the distance, but when it's round by round as close as it has been so far, I don't feel like anyone really has more or less energy because it's been such a close series. So I still feel like we're in the same position where we started. It's anyone's game on map 5 as it was on the previous 4 maps.
I will say we really need to see some players other than Cyber and Bullet showing up on FaZe. I mean, Cyber at one point, I believe after round 9, had more kills than the rest of his team combined throughout the entire server.
I love that nade, though. Open area. Ow, that hurt.
Yeah, that's a little insult to injury there, Milosh.
You got anything to show us, Jesse?
Oh, well, yes, I do.
Oh, he's so prepared.
There's one play that kind of illustrates what was going on throughout that half, right? What we had was Cyber popping off, having a great time, okay? He was really saving his team here. This is going to be a 1v, wow, it's a 4K clutch to start things off from Cyber. Already he's lost a couple of teammates, but he's cleaning up after their mistakes, okay? What he's doing in this clip is he's trading out those teammates that died a little bit earlier in the round, okay? He's on the IQ. He's taking his time. He's got a lot of time, about a minute 30 to make this clutch happen. He's got teammates. It's just they won't really be all too effective in helping him out here. So what he's trying to do is he's trying to get down through the site, make plays happen. He's left the defuse kit, as has his teammate Bullet, outside near open area. So they don't have kit. They drop down, and he's hitting the shots. He's doing a great job. But ultimately, again, it's all him. He's gotten 3 kills so far. 2 players still remain on this clip. As he's hunting for this final player, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's around the chassis. Playing the shield. Again, 30 seconds. They've got time. That's not the problem here. Finds it through the soft wall, but then who else? Spoit, the European disaster for FaZe, comes around the stairs, and he's gonna find both of those kills. It's so well done by him to shut that down. But again, you think about if anybody else would be able to find a kill in that round for FaZe. You think about if they'd actually picked up a defuse kit. There's so many ways that somebody could have helped out Cyber in that instance, but they didn't, and that meant that there was no more gunpowder.
Small mistakes with massive punishment is the story of FaZe on Bank so far, and on Clubhouse, it can get messy, right? Because it is map 5. The energy is running low for both teams, I imagine. And of course, mistakes will start to happen more frequently.
Well. Oh, here he is on the side. Oh, he's shining like a star on the other side. Can we send some light? Give a shout out to Fresh.
Hello.
Fresh, Bitter, all yours.
I've got illustration on what I think was the most crucial round of this entire game. The reason that it was a 7-5. Now, FaZe, I'm just going to roll the clip in behind because it's a full round from Deepek's point of view. But FaZe, they had a really good read on Rogue. They'd seen Rogue do the default. They'd seen Rogue, everything that they've done, and Rogue have done that throughout this tournament. They did it throughout EUL as well. So on the CEO attacks, Rogue changed it up. They took a little bit of inspiration from the Sonics, a little bit of inspiration from G2 when they failed to do this, and they went for the Amaru play through the CEO windows. Now, this, I think, was just one round, and they just changed it up 1 round in 6 attacks. They won this round, and sure, they only got a 3-3 split on the attack, but it very easily could have been 2-4. So I'm just going to take it on a little bit. And you're going to see, ready, and Rogue are very kind of known for this. Drone it out, 3, 2, 1, go. And I want you to see the trust that Deepek has in his teammates. He does not flinch once when he decides to go through this window. He is in, gets the plant down, and then he gets himself back out. As you can see, he's in, and as he's getting the plant down, you can see there, Kanto and Spoit both picking up a kill each. Complete trust in his teammates. He gets the plant down, and we'll just let that roll back on. But then what he does after that, what's his first thought? It's not, well, it is, can I push through for a couple of kills? Has a quick look. But he goes back out. He sets up a drone, sets up the information for his teammate. He does have a dead teammate in Leon. And basically, this one attack, in my opinion, was the crucial one for the entire game in terms of Rogue going away from their default, because they've not done that on Bank throughout about 6 or 7 games. He goes back in, back through the window, overheats a little bit in the 4v2, I would say. Finds himself another kill, but wins his team the round. And like I say, I think, Milosh, that was the most decisive attack and the most decisive round in the whole game.
Thank you very much, Fresh. And there it is. That helped out Rogue to make it to where they are. Shout out to Fresh again. Thank you very much. And now, since we've gone through our 4th map, and it was a comeback, as you just saw, it'll be on to our decider. Now, like I said, the audience willed a map 5 into existence, and we get to Clubhouse. Numbers, fill me in, Jesse.
Well, Clubhouse is a map that both these teams have struggled with in the past. For FaZe Clan, it's a map that many BR teams choose to pick against FaZe. We saw this a lot in Copa Elite 6 this stage. It means that they're not amazing at it. They had some wins, but still it's been a bit shaky for them. For Rogue, again, they've got a few plays on it. 5 plays in Stage 2 so far, 4 coming in the last 5 days of the EUL. Their most recent one against G2, of course, a couple days ago. But still, you see a lot of plays on this map from both teams, but it's not been a very decisive one.
They're back up. Rogue and FaZe are setting up as we speak for map number 5. We'll see how that one goes on here. And I believe that we're set, but I'm just going to throw it out there. Who takes it? Give me a name. We're on time.
I got something.
I think
there's going to be a guaranteed double major champion tonight. Who do we want it to be? FaZe Clan or Cantor Raketi?
All right, I think that answers it all. Thank you guys so much. And one thing, just to not derail things too much, because we never derail things here on the desk, because we're casters, we're analysts, we're talent. We really understand how things work. Life is very difficult for us, as always. So it takes time. It's very difficult to sit here in the middle of the crowd and then realize, oh yeah, they're having fun. But it's just a different life for us, right? And for me, the biggest, most difficult part of the life is having it all on camera. And I think our good friend, hey, you're over there. Huh? I found you too. It's Emp and Ian. What's up?
Hey, everybody. Hey. Emmy, I mean, it's a live grand final. We're going to the final map. We had to come out and sit in the crowd, see what the atmosphere was like.
We did? You okay?
Yeah,
you
I'm all right. Hello. Let's go Rogue.
Hey! Do you know what? What I'm really enjoying about this is the fact that, bring him in, bring the signs in, bring the signs. There's the camera, somewhere up there is the camera. Where's the camera? Somewhere over there. Woo! Hello, everybody. But
what's above us?
The chants are going really well now, and I'm enjoying it, so keep it up, everybody. But Emmy,
yes.
What do you want to do?
I want to install our desk, mainly.
What?
Why?
Jacob, come on.
I thought we were friends.
What are you doing? We have some good times. We have some bad times. Ubisoft, they wanted me to show what it's really like living behind the scenes. There's a lot of divas.
Oh no.
A lot of drama. And they've given me a camera to look after it for the week. Do you want to see Milosh's changing room and stuff?
Let's go.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, okay.
Huh?
I think they should.
What? Not that clip, please.
You gonna do it?
Are we doing it?
Oh, hello. Back again, I see, at another major. This time it's slightly different. Ubisoft gave me a camera and asked me to show how truly glamorous life as a caster is. Not about the event, but behind the scenes little clips of what it's really like being us. Like this all the time? Kinda. Let's have a look, shall we, at a week at a major. This is the glamorous life. How glamorous do you feel?
extremely glamorous.
But these losers.
Oi?
And that loser.
Which loser?
And a screen where we can watch the games live in progress so we can write our notes. Apart from Jacob, because he doesn't know how to write. Talent room. Bye. And over here, that's where the casters are right now. Darian, Tim, Parker and Pengu, and a silence police that I'm going to entirely ignore because I don't have to follow these signs. They gave me a camera.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Berlin Major.
It's a vlog.
It's a vlog, apparently.
A Ubisoft vlog.
For one, can't wait to see it.
Say welcome to the vlog.
Very interesting.
Say welcome to the vlog.
Welcome to the vlog. Whilst I'm casting, goodbye.
I'm so excited for that to make it onto the video. I wouldn't do that with Parker and Pengu. Because Parker would kill me. Production is kind of a little corner of people. We're allowed to interrupt them just for a second. Over there's Red Light. He's Italian. Say Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia!
See? A real Italian. But I'll get out of the way of production before they beat me up. There's Calvin Jacob. We'll get him later. And he doesn't know it yet. Sitting in the corner of the room.
Hola. Hello.
This is our wonderful photography and videography.
It was a good effort.
Compliment them so they take more photos of me. Oh my god, a rival vlog. Over there. Have I broken the meta by doing a behind the scenes of another vlog, doing a behind the scenes of another show? How many layers deep does this go? Oh my god. There's someone else doing another vlog. What is going on? We're in the audience about to do our first rehearsal. Casters aren't needed for a little bit. We just do a shout rehearsal. There's Tim. Where's Des?
I don't know. He's coming now. He's on the stage.
Can I show the stage? I can, because you've actually seen the stage at this point. The talent.
So a bit of behind the scenes.
Yeah.
This screen right here, raised in the air at the start of the show, and I'll be standing on top of that stage.
They would have seen that by now.
You've seen that already, sorry. So I had a choice. I could have gone with this. I could have gone with this. I could have gone with the old switcheroo. And I decided to just do this. Take it in.
Welcome to another bit of the vlog, which is hair and makeup, which Hap is getting done right now. How do you feel, Hap? I hate it here. Boys don't like makeup as much, but I'm ready. So what does talent talk about before they're about to go live? This is what casters do. Professional casters, before a broadcast, have rituals, little tricks. This is mildly impressive. Oh no! Well, I'll leave these two wonderful professionals to it.
Can you give me a coffee?
You can go yourself. There was a coffee incident.
We're playing now. I don't have any coffee.
I do. And what happens if you don't have enough? That.
You take a nap.
You take a nap. And from the lower half, well, we're not on camera, so it's good. Now, casters in my glamorous world, we're not hired for our brains. We just can talk a lot. We have people like Sprabuni, whose graphics you've seen. How dumb do you think casters really are?
On a scale from 1 to 10?
Yeah.
They're pretty okay.
I think that's like a vague 4. What do you think about the stage?
It's beautiful.
Beautiful?
Yeah.
It's 5 words.
It makes me happy. Very. It makes me
That's why she's
happy.
talent manager. Because talent can't count.
Emmy, can I borrow the camera?
I'll take it away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm gonna do nothing.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. Alright, so we're going a little tour behind the scenes. I've stolen Emmy's camera. Oh, but when I say behind the scenes, I mean like literally, look at this. Stage. Oh, there's the crowd looking. Filling up nicely. I'm going to tell them to make some noise really soon.
I have the camera back from Ian now, and I think I'm just going to leave it there because I have real work to do, Ubisoft, and I need to cast games. Let's have a final word from two-time world champion Pengu. Hi. All right, There we go. Let's see when this was recorded and see if that comes true.
The beautiful thing about that countdown, Tim, we have it in our ears from production. I didn't need you guys. They were counting us in, behind us, louder than I could hear you through my ears. Welcome back to Map 5 of the Berlin Major Grand Final. I can't believe I've said that line. Clubhouse is the only thing that stands between one of these two teams and making history.
Well, I mean, the reality is, Des, that we all wanted it. Everybody at home, everybody here, maybe everybody except the players. I'm sure they would have preferred to wrap it up in 3, but we all wanted to see a Map 5, and what better place? Clubhouse is truly going to be Dubhouse for one of these two teams.
It's the great equaliser, Tim. Someone has to walk away the winner. I think I may be asking for a bit too much to say let's get all the way through to round 15. I don't think my heart can take it. I doubt anyone's heart here could take it. But I'm ready as we get into FaZe, starting on the defensive side. This is the last map of the Berlin Major.
Here we go then, we're gonna have our operator bands. And there's one last opportunity for our crowd, but they're too busy chanting for Rogue. The first ban comes in, and it's going to be Hibana taken down there. They've just remembered at the last second.
We can join in with them. We can join in with them on this one. Ready?
Always ready.
You can join in proper this time.
I did. I did. They just talk. They can't cover both of me.
It's too easy.
Right, so the bans that have come in, this is quite an important map. Thank you, Des. This is the chaos that I have to live with. The bans that have come in our very important final map in the best of 5 are Hibana, Maverick. I'm going to have to wait for the thing to come up now. We've got Azami, we've got Goyo. Goyo being the interesting one there, particularly. Clubhouse, we've seen a lot of Goyo used down in basement, particularly to stop those rushes. You'll put one on the back of the barricade, at the bottom of dirt tunnel, for example, and then once that barricade's knocked out, boof, you've got fire everywhere. So it prevents the rush coming in.
Boof, fire everywhere.
Boof, fire everywhere. Oh. Who put that there?
Just knocked off the kitchen counter, now there's fire everywhere.
Goyo put that there. And that leaves us in a situation whereby we might just see a little bit of that aggression, a little bit of those rushes, because the Goyo is off the board.
I've got to ask, by the way, guys, how great was that video from Emmy? It was so good. Round of applause for Emmy. She always does that as a little bit of extra at these events, and they're always absolutely hilarious to watch. Bless her soul.
It's one of my favourite bits. I look forward to it every time.
Just hearing Ian saying, "Where are we dropping?" was like brilliant. It's a running joke behind the scenes that we'll tell you guys about some other time. For now, round 1 is underway. With that Thatcher being available, there shouldn't be too many impediments to the teams here and what it is they're looking to achieve on the attacking side. But FaZe will be wanting to get out and about around the map, obviously on a bar and stage defense as well. The attackers basically have to clear the entirety of the top floor, starting normally in Cash GC, sweeping their way across in towards Gym Bedroom, and then think about the site itself. So FaZe basically demanding of Rogue that they clear the entirety of the map before they can think about the site.
It's a real choice for FaZe here, going to bar and stage to start things off, because it's not the easiest of sites to hold on to, and Spite taking a spray down to the barricade, potentially nearly domes somebody, but it's going to be Deepek who ultimately finds the kill. Maybe a little bit of baiting going on there. Deepek watching the long angle while Spite plays onto the windows and just draws that little bit of attention from Bullet, who loses his head.
He does, and now they're trying to work their way through the single construction wall, so speeding things up a bit here. Isolating Cyber inside of Cash. This should make life at least a little bit easier. He's been droned out by Spoit as well at this point, so a bit isolated as cameraman sits here inside of Stark, just waiting to see who dares peek their head through this hatch.
Absolutely essential that cameraman keeps his position here, because if they can get themselves established inside of logistics, it is going to be game over for the top floor. At least FaZe almost certainly then going to be forced back. Spoit looking like he's just going to get back onto the windows for the time being. I think they're aware of the player that's currently pushing into CCTV. If you can see there, just looking to tentatively push back towards construction. Cyber's playing a big risk here. He's just stood in the open breach, obviously confident that there's no pressure still coming from that east side, and usually opening the breach is sufficient to stop the players from defending inside of there. But here goes Spoit getting that top floor control, and FaZe looking a little bit wobbly on defense.
Like I said, he's been kind of isolated a little bit here, but 2 or 3 FaZe players have moved their way over towards main stairs here completely. You can see through your screen there, look, just ignored what's going on with Cyber whilst Rogue are busy chasing him down. They're putting their attention on maybe looking for a backstab here and just waiting to see what comes next. Rogue, as of yet, unable to deal with this Valkyrie. He sees the head of Spoit and takes him out for free.
Big play from Cyber, but he's cut down from behind by Deepek on the trade. 4 versus 3, 45 seconds left to go. But here comes Astro and cameraman. They're trying to retake top, and Rogue, they're going to have to be careful here. They're going to need to watch their backs. I don't know if they've got flank drones in place, but they could well find themselves caught out and cut off if they are not careful. Astro getting aggressive, wants to get himself back into construction. This is clever from FaZe. They've almost given up the site, and Rogue, they're happily chasing their way in. Crying's going to go down at that point. Souls, he's the solitary man left downstairs. The drop comes in from Astro to support. He finds Leon. This is effectively 2v2.
Found himself a third in the round and should be able to get this plant stuck here. Cameraman looking for the takedown main stairs. In fact, from above, Deepek can't quite finish it off. No, not there with the cover, and Kanto can step in and go for a replant. But at this point, he'll get closed out by one of these last 2 players. Souls working his way through slowly. Not quite got the vertical angle, but the horizontal is there. Rogue taking a bit too much time, and FaZe close out round 1.
The big problem there was allowing FaZe to retake that top floor. Rogue got control of it really well. They had the man advantage, but then all of them ditched onto the ground floor to go in and try and get that plant down. They almost seemed to forget what they were fighting for to begin with, Des, which is to have top floor control to help the plant go down. And instead, they all went down to site. Cameraman just strolls back up onto the top floor and is ultimately the difference maker.
Well, round one started out spicy. It looked like Rogue were in control. Let's see how round two shapes up instead as we head down into one of the most classic sites in the game, Tim. It's Church and Arsenal to kick things off here. Rogue on the attacking side and looking to bring along the fuse here potentially. Deepek switching over towards playing that. Very good at clearing out Arsenal, making use of the soft flooring inside of the hallway and inside the kitchen. But you're then going to try and make a plant stick. It's good for trying to make sure the hatch definitely gets opened up, but you have to pair that up with some other elements here, and Leon looks to be that other element. Moving over potentially to playing on the Monty, and this should be a push coming in through dirt from him.
You would expect so, and that is where we would usually see Leon on the shield playing in from. It's going to be a little bit easier, given that the Goyo canisters are gone as well. Might be difficult to defend against. It's going to come down to Souls on the smoke to try and prevent that push coming through. Deepek, for the time being, going to be moving in through the strip side of things. He's on the fuse. We've seen this a few times. The fuse is brought along to try and support the push in kitchen. So he's going to try and get himself established in there. He'll use those fuse charges just to keep anybody away from the underneath whilst the hatch is being opened up, clear out any utility at the same time.
It looks here to be dirt, a big focus. There are 3 players currently hovering around it, but Cyber and Souls are coming up so aggressively against it. They're almost saying if you want this open, you're really going to have to fight for it. As nades come raining on through, the electric door is taken off the wall as well, and now things can finally get opened up with FaZe in full retreat.
Cyber is in there as well, just trying to support Souls in holding on to this, but it's not going to be easy when Leon gets in. It's going to be a case of burning time, but probably not burning lives. But Kanto, if he's going to push in behind him, just needs to be careful. Sometimes we see people overextend, trying to take shots around the side of the shield and just lose their lives as they do so. Leon continuing to push, making sure there's no utility that's going to cause him a problem as he goes. And elsewhere in the map, we can see FaZe now pretty much completely refined to site.
Speaking of FaZe, one thing worth raising is obviously they won the Sweden major back in November. They know what it's like to be in a grand final. They know the pressure that sits on it all too well. For Rogue, maybe a bit less so. Kanto, the only one that's really been here before. You can't ignore that after 5 maps. You will be feeling exhausted. It's a very high adrenaline, 4, 5, 6 hours that you're playing Siege. I'm not saying that Rogue are tired just yet, but you may well start to see forced errors coming out, or unforced errors, sorry, coming out a little bit more from Rogue.
Like you say, you know, there are players there, Spike, Deepek, with limited experience of this environment. Now then, nades are going to start coming in to support the push. We can see the fuse charges going off, just allowing that kitchen hatch to be open. They're in position here to possibly do this. Nitro is going to take a lot of damage off Spike. He was down to about 2 HP, but manages to juice himself back up. Leon still looking good on the Monty, though, and that is the main thing for Rogue right now.
Grimm's looking for a bit of a backstab here down blue. It's not really a backstab, but it's definitely pressure coming in. Player sat on the other side of that. I don't think the Magnet's going to pull that nade over his head, but it looked like it might do for a couple of seconds.
Just trying to work the vertical at the same time. 35 seconds. Normally we'd be saying it's time to start pushing, but it's not the end of the world here on Church and Arsenal. There's plenty of time, but Bullet Cyber, they managed to do some big work for FaZe. Here comes Crying, but doesn't know about Souls hiding behind the generator. And that now leaves us in a 1v4 for Deepek. 20 seconds left to go. He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the position, really, to be able to find these kills. He almost gets one into corridor, but that is going to be just about all he gets offered, because FaZe know where he is now. They don't need to keep peeking this. They choose to, though. They peek together and they find the final kill.
Solid round 2 coming out from FaZe again, just holding the side of Rogue at bay, who maybe aren't as sharp on attack as they might otherwise be. Curious to see what site they go to next as well, because some teams have started stepping away from Cash and CC. Gym and Bedroom being the more prioritised site, and Cash CC, if nothing else, turns into the off-site. I believe that was the case of Rogue the other day, who avoided bar and stage altogether. But at least here in round 3, Cash and CC is going to be where we head to.
Our Latam supporters up on the balcony, very happy at the minute with what they are saying. This is Kozar deciding map. Let's not forget that, as if anybody could. The winner here takes the whole thing, Des. The Berlin Major, the title, the cash prize, everything is theirs. The SI points. It will all be up for grabs, and it's 2-0 to FaZe on the scoreboard at the minute, and Rogue looking a little bit sluggish coming into this.
They are. Like I say, you might start to see them getting worn on a little bit here as we get through to it. nowhere near as sharp as they would have been back in map 1. My question mark still comes over once again towards Spoit. I don't want to put all the pressure on a player that's at his first grand final ever. To even get here is an enormous achievement in itself. But they need him most now, more than ever at any point throughout the competition. You've got to see him come online and start going big. You can't just look towards Crying here to be your savior. You need a bit more than that to really get through a grand final.
You certainly do. Cameraman going to be placing the mirror out on the bathroom wall looking towards Hot Tub. Now, interestingly, they've got half of that wall soft as well, which is going to make it really perilous to be approaching to try and breach. They are in CCTV and cash, but they're just looking to prevent that master bedroom-sided push. The extra reinforcements that it takes to do that leave the bottom of Garage soft, so it might be a bit easier for them to clear out Catwalk.
Like how that's half of this soft as well to be able to challenge through on towards Jacuzzi. Just give an extra thing to think about. Sure, the wall's half soft, but that means impact nades can fly through. It means you can be swung on. You can't get too cozy out on that Jacuzzi balcony. For Rogue, as you say, starting things off for now, at least looking in towards Garage, in towards East Breach, rather than worrying about construction. For FaZe, they've got 2 or 3 players hanging out towards that side of the map. So at some point, they'll have to rotate them back over towards site itself to be able to challenge into the areas where Rogue are feeling an attack should come from.
Nade comes up from Spoit. It is going to take a little bit of damage onto Souls, but not enough. Deepak manages to find a kill onto Bullet, but Astro is there to take down Spoit. That's the thinker gone, and potentially a second nade that was in pocket. I'm not sure if he'd released it or not, but Deepak, he steps up. He's having a huge day in this grand final for Rogue, and that brings us back to 4v3, 4v2, as Leon manages to find Souls, and Rogue get themselves rolling here on Clubhouse.
They have sight, but no diffuser, and Cameraman's worked his way around the smoke. He could land a massive 2K here if they're not careful. This could really, really sting. I think Crying knows that he's inside of sight. Leon starting to drone his way through as well. Wants one to come up red stairs, I imagine, to give a bit of support. Surely, boys, you don't give away a 4v2. They find one, but it turns out to be a trade. Astro on red stairs. Leon has made the cross, and Crying finds the close. Rogue get themselves started on Clubhouse.
Kanto really pushing his luck on the Garage stairs there, almost taken down by Cameraman, but the distance just making it difficult to control that Vector's recoil, which can be a little bit wild at times. And the crowd really is getting behind Rogue now. Every opportunity they get, Rogue taking themselves their first round here on Clubhouse, but FaZe now able to rotate back through the sites they've already won.
That's exactly the problem, right? And this could be where, on the attacking side for Rogue, you look at that tactical timeout and say, right, boys, what went wrong? What can we fix? But I think they know it's those late round moments where, one, they're trying to actually pull off and execute that is just being completely shut down. Whether that's down to the superior skill coming out of FaZe or down to things crumbling at the hands of C4s like Monty and Spoit pushing in through dirt itself. Or if it's coming down to the early rounds where FaZe are giving you just far too much work to do. All those things are kind of contributed towards that first half, in my ball, the first half of the first half, otherwise known as the first quarter. It is that bar and stage setup once again. Rogue were in a commanding position here last time, but choked it towards the end. They've got to play that end of round better, but the first half was golden.
It's going to be bar and stage once again for FaZe. They are taking the same rotation. The thing is here, I think there's a real opportunity for Rogue Des. Last time they attacked onto this site, they got top floor control, absolutely no problem whatsoever. They were able to lock that down. The problem was that they gave it back to FaZe. That was the big issue. If Rogue can come in here and do the same thing, but learn that lesson and adapt, don't give it back to FaZe, don't allow them to get back on top of you, then maybe it's a win for Rogue.
I love the crowd. I love it's all in good spirit and they chant for each other afterwards anyway.
They applaud each other usually afterwards.
Not this time. It's getting serious
it's getting
now.
a bit serious now.
A little bit ropey. All right. In the bin. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll find out if Leon puts them in the bin. Maybe a few more kills we found in the round before they will truly end up in the trash can. Kanto and Spoit, they're looking together here to square up, and nice and fast. Spoit is looking for that to be opened up and to take a gunfight, but there is no one inside of construction to meet him. It's Cameraman playing in secret up towards Logi instead that he's probably worried about. The rest of FaZe, all for now at least, gathered out towards red stairs.
Spoit once again working on those windows. Exactly the same as we saw last time around. Deepak was able to pick himself up a cheap kill onto Bullet in CCTV, but this time Bullet, he's not getting carried away. He's learned his lesson and he's going to be keeping himself a little bit safer. Spoit doesn't have, again, the same support, I don't think. Deepak at this point has moved away. He's on the hot tub wall and having to push his angle from there. Spoit going to gun down through the soft wall. Can't find anybody at all, but the top floor clearance has begun and it's looking pretty good for Rogue. They've pretty much got themselves construction.
They've got to find some kills here, though, Tim, is the problem. We're over halfway through the round, and really, sure, they've got that top floor control, but site itself is still secure. Brian starts it out by finding one of Gone 6 onto this bathroom. Will open things up, and Cameraman is coming in for a swing. Does Spoit see him? Drone gets taken out, and he's more than aware of exactly what's coming.
Spoit's just going to dump a nade down those main stairs there, try and, again, prevent anybody from pushing up behind that smoke canister. And that's not bad, actually. There's 2 toxic babes that have been used, and there's still a minute left on the board. That is going to just reduce Cameraman's ability to stop that final push coming through. He's actually used the 3rd earlier in the round as well, so 0 utility left there. And there's an attempted run out, but Kanto knows it's coming, and he shuts down Cyber.
That's a good start for Rogue. Again, a good round advantage. I'll keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, so they've got to close.
What a shot!
Finding Astro is definitely a way to do that. Cameraman and Bullet left alive, but they clutched up with 2 players remaining last time around. Surely they don't lose this one. Cameraman falls down, and Bullet's the last left alive. He's got the vertical angle. Surely he can't play spoiler with just 20 seconds left on the clock. That plant will get finished off, and now Rogue have got the post plan.
This is far too much for Bullet to do now. He only has to work his way back downstairs and start finding kills. That's his only hope at this point. The challenge comes in on the top floor. It's Kanto to close him down, and that's going to be a flawless round to Rogue to tie us up 2-2. And late in the night here in Berlin, Rogue are waking up once again.
Do they catch that second win, Tim? It seems to be running through their veins right now. Kanto, big round. Deepek's already had one throughout the game. Crying, consistent as ever, just round after round, finding himself contributing towards their kill count. 2 more rounds to go on the attack before we see that side switch. And Rogue in a great position. Filthy shot.
Absolutely. What we love to see in a final. And we're going to move on now to round 5. It's going to be down in Church and Arsenal. We saw this one won as well by FaZe back in round 2. It was a bit of a push down dirt tunnel from the Monty. Didn't really pay off, never got any advantage down there. They got shut down in blue. Everything they tried really was closed out. I think this time we're going to see a more textbook take coming in from Rogue. It's going to be top down. Oh, I say that, but the late lineup change comes in, and it looks like they're doubling down, does.
Full shift over, yep. Fuse coming back in once again. Crimey taking that backstab down blue with the Nook, with Leon probably supported by Spoit coming down through dirt. Of course, you've got to be wary about potential C4s coming out. Impacts potentially to deny away any hard breach coming in. They have got 4 gadgets on side, so if they commit enough, they can most definitely get it opened up. But I'd be so fearful about playing around those 3 C4s in the back pocket, and there we go. Welcome to Clubhouse, Spoit and Opener onto Bullet.
Exactly at the right time for Rogue. 30 seconds into the round, they now have the advantage. As I said, maybe a bit of a textbook take. Get in there and clear out those roamers. Spoit has given them a little bit of breathing space here, and it is going to play into them pushing down dirt tunnel, because now they've got that man advantage to go down there. They can still keep working the rest of the map. At the minute, it looks like Leon is on his own. He may be pushing dirt as a solo push with a lot of work going elsewhere around the map.
Well, he knows what's waiting for him, and I think that may well change up his game plan in terms of who pushes down there with him, or whether or not he pushes at all. But the best thing is, by pushing the Monty in so early, you're going to force Souls to start chunking through those smoke canisters to try and keep the Monty at bay. He still keeps going. He'll draw out a second here, and he wants to fight. Almost finds the man, but Souls wins that 1 versus 1.
Big gamble for Leon there, and it's not paid off this time. He could have just continued in his same vein and just burning out those toxic babe canisters with a little bit more patience, but no, they've given up the man advantage now. 4 versus 4, and work is starting on the kitchen hatch and the kitchen ceiling, just trying to bring it all down so they can prevent anybody from denying these hard breach charges when they come in.
Look at that from Leon for a second as well. I think if he kept on marching forwards, he was no doubt baiting up more of those smokes, and may well have just found himself trapped between 2 and going down to the smoke. So I don't blame him for going for the fight, but it's that coordination with the rest of the team there that really you're trying to look for. Deepek here hoping this hatch up as well. Looking to give themselves control inside the kitchen. It's Cyber, though, holding down behind Stack, who's ready for that backstab I keep on talking about. So he's crying, but in comes the nade, and Cyber's taken down to 5 HP.
He needs to count his lucky stars that he's still alive after that one. Absolute fraction of HP remaining, but at the minute, Rogue have got control of the map. They've started to soften up site. FaZe are just hoping and holding onto angles. Cyber low health, Souls low health, and the push you know is going to come in the next 15 to 20 seconds. The first two gunfights are going to be particularly important. If they go in the direction of Rogue, you can forget about the rest of the round. Kanto, he takes down Cameraman, one of the full health operators. That's about as good as it gets for Rogue as Cryan finds Astro, and the push continues.
They're trying to go for the plant now as well. Cyber's trying to get a flank on with Soul stepping across. He might get an angle on towards Deepek here, but he's the last one left standing. Spike gets the 2, and Rogue are up 3 and 2.
For the first time here on Clubhouse, for the first time on Map 5, and I dare say, Des, for the first time in the Berlin Major Grand Final, Rogue are in the lead.
Fully and completely. In terms of map count and round count combined, yes. They are starting to open up that gap. However, Tim, again, I'll say it as I always do, wait for that second half. It can change things drastically. Church and Arsenal going to be FaZe's last defense. If Rogue take the 4 and 2 here, they're really on to something special. And FaZe pulling out an old classic here, Tim. The SSG Rome, as it was named for so long. We're seeing the Mute, the Mozzie, the Vigil. All three coming along, and up from what you'll see is the Mute and the Mozzie up on the top floor. You'll have the Vigil playing on the ground floor, playing around bar, normally supported by a castle. But there is no castle in this lineup. Instead, there is the Melusi with those Banshees and the Legion with the Mines.
FaZe, as you say, knowing that they need to do something different here, Des. They need to mix it up. They can't rely on sitting inside a site like that, especially when Rogue are starting to find their shots, which is what we've just seen. Round 6 then. The top floor is going to be a pivotal part of this map and round. Rogue need to go in, need to get kills, need to clear them out, but they're going to be doing a lot of that work practically blindfold.
They can't stop. It's constant. Rogue on a fast push in here, but Cryan put in the dirt by Cyber pretty much immediately now. Spoit is the one looking off towards a challenge, comes on for one, finds second as well with Deepek. They have dispatched the Romans that were sat inside a lounge, and with that level of control, a very early start. Deepek now working his way down through Oil as well. Will he be able to find a second, as you've got Kanto and Leon both looking to work their way through? Dirt now backing out last second, actually. Looks like a change attack for Rogue.
And I don't blame them, to be honest. I think they were... Sometimes you can get a little bit carried away. You get a couple of kills and it's like, right, keep going, keep going. There's 2 minutes 15 left in this round. There is an age of time. They've got drones, they've got utility. They can wait, they can bide their time, they can play it patient until they've got a better opportunity. Yes, sometimes the rushes will work, but if they've got a little bit of a feel in there, if something in their gut has told them this isn't the time, it is best to back away and try again. Almost losing a life there. Deepek with an impact nade going off under his feet, but the fact that Bullet had the impact in hand was the thing that kept him alive.
They had 6 impacts on site. They've still got 2 remaining here. With the right rotation, FaZe could deny this kitchen hatch being opened up. But Leon, with one hard breach of back pocket, at least for now, has stepped away temporarily. They want to make sure this next one absolutely connects and then get away with it. Souls not in a position to be able to challenge that hatch either, so if they really do want kitchen hatch, it's theirs for the taking. Bullet almost going down, but there we go.
Perfect play from Rogue as they just bait Bullet into that challenge. Headshot from Deepek, and this is falling apart quickly for FaZe as Kanto cleans out the rest of the round, and that is going to be Rogue with a 4-2 advantage at the half.
Oh, Tim, I'm feeling it now. I've been feeling it for a while, but now it's really building up in my chest. A 4-2 half on attack. It's wonderful on Clubhouse. Now they've got to make it work on the defense.
I really cannot overstate the volume of the crowd at the minute here in Berlin, firmly behind the EU team, as you would expect. And every time FaZe get a kill, it seems to subdue them, but never for long. As soon as that next Rogue kill comes in, they are back on their feet and back at it, just like Rogue themselves.
Always temporary, Tim, always temporary. This first round is going to be a big teller for me about what we can expect. If FaZe come out and absolutely slap Rogue silly, this could end up pretty sour.
This is huge for Rogue in terms of the grand final and the trajectory of this matchup. They get 5-2 now. It's within touching distance.
I feel for the boys. I feel for all of them up on that stage. Not a level of pressure I think I'll be able to survive under Tim, but this is what it comes down to. 3 rounds for Rogue. FaZe have got a mountain to climb. Didn't use their timeout, I don't believe, throughout that, Tim, so have the option to have that conversation still in the second half if things aren't going according to plan.
They'll be holding on to it. The thing is, I can tell you now, a 4-2 half is not going to rattle FaZe. FaZe are not going to be sat there worrying about this. They're focusing 1 round at a time. All that is in their mind right now is round 7. They don't care about the volume of the crowd. They don't care about what's gone on in the last 6 rounds. They're just looking to close this out because this is a really pivotal round. If FaZe get this straight away on the attack, they send a message and they are back within 1 round. Games are won and lost from 4-2 up and down all the time. This is not a problem for FaZe yet.
Not yet. Yet is that big answer I'm looking for, Tim, or the big word in that sentence. Leon taking a bit of chip damage from Bullet as he comes forcing his way up, but he's dropped down there. Down inside the blue as well and finished off. Leon is fine too. Soul steps in there and gets one back. Cameraman a second into the 3 versus 3. Astro charges his way inside of sight here as Cameraman finds yet another. It's down to Leon and Cryin to hold on.
Astro's getting the diffuser down. This is about to get even more difficulty. Turn that difficulty level up to max as Souls gets the kill onto Leon. And now it's a 1 versus 3 for Cryin with the diffuser down. 32 seconds to make something happen. Can't find his shots and Cameraman shuts him down on the main stairs.
It started well, but they only managed to hold off a couple of the FaZe players. The other 3 that managed to get in sight, they found their ones. And with that, Rogue conceded half of the bottom floor. Leon, the only man left standing down there. And Cryin had to try and work his way back through, but excellent flank watch being set up by the DKB for FaZe to hold on. Now just 1 round behind Rogue.
I think at the beginning of the round there, the Rogue fans got very excited that things were going to landslide in their direction, but FaZe just providing a stark wake-up call to them that they are here to fight, and boy, are they capable of it. FaZe really turning that 1 round in the mid-round. You can see there, just at the 140 mark, getting those kills, throwing the diffuser down on the ground and saying, we are going nowhere.
Well, we go to Gym and Bedroom. I spoke about the change in preference for a number of teams that don't tend to start in Cash and CC. For some, they even start in the very first round on Gym and Bedroom. So what we're going to see here is this extended hold out towards the east side of the map. A couple of Rogue players should play out there. Their whole goal being to slow down the attackers. Don't give them easy access to large parts of the map. Force them to fight for the Cash and CC, then construction, and then think about the site itself.
Here comes Astro on the Montagna. We saw Leon bringing it on the attack for Rogue, and you know, we often look at this operator and we say when teams know that it's going to be a difficult nut to crack, you'll bring along the shield. The LATAM teams are absolutely no strangers whatsoever to the shield operators, and boy, are they capable with them. So Rogue, I hope they've got a plan, because if not, this Monty is likely to bully them all around the top floor.
The Monty doesn't scare me in isolation. Since we've had the changes come through to Monty, he is easier to stagger and therefore take out. The danger comes when he's paired up with something like the Finker, who can help him get that health back and juice up even more, alongside the Ying, who brings those Candelas, those smokes, of which they have 4 on side. That's a lot of utility to bring along to an execute. If you can plant in behind that Monty, that's a dream.
Kanto just watching the cams there. He's got a good one in position that's just going to give him the locations. A couple of those attackers looking to get themselves inside. FaZe not really established too deep yet. Souls is doing a little bit of work on the far side. They've got the hot tub wall open, and they've at least got access to site here. Astro's just going to be feeding information in. Not likely to overextend himself just yet, I don't think. Spoit is down, and that is not a good start. I don't think he's got a salvation station near him. It's not going to matter as Cameraman goes in and finishes him off, but Kanto fights back, trade for trade here, as we find ourselves now in a 4v2 after the kill comes in from Souls. It's not looking good for Rogue, Des, as FaZe are just hitting the accelerator right now. Deepek trying to hold on, but shut down in the corner of Master Bedroom. It's a good night from FaZe, and they level things up 4-4.
A quad kill for Cyber in the round as well. Absolute demon. And Rogue, I think at this point, you've got to be calling in that timeout, because that's 2 rounds in a row that they have just rushed your socks off and you did not have a response. And what I love is even when Rogue are hitting them on the flank like Kanto was from main stairs there, 2 seconds later there is a FaZe player right behind him picking up the trade. Just excellent coordination from FaZe, really showing their prowess on attack here and bullying Rogue around with that Monty. Not even with the Monty being up in their face, but just the attention soak that it's providing.
Worth remembering, Des, that in this game now, I mean, we stand at 4-4. We've got a potential of 4 more rounds to come in regulation time, and I'm not even going to whisper the word that might follow. We'll see what happens. I don't want to be the one. I'm not going to abuse my caster curse power there. We'll just see what happens. But it's worth remembering that these players have been playing for just coming up to the 5-hour mark now. This is a serious test of stamina.
5.5 at this point, Tim. We're at 20 past 10 now.
Yep.
It's a lot of siege. Well, I'm sure many would tell you they've had ranked sessions longer than that.
I'm sure many have.
Not quite the same table stakes, won't lie.
I know that's a short ranked session for Fresh.
Demon on his 13-hour ranky sessions, you know what he's like.
Deepak just getting the cams out in the map then as the Valkyrie. Kanto just setting up those vertical holes, trying to watch onto stock doors particularly, and just prevent any push coming in from underneath. Just make it difficult once again. Church and Arsenal, but it's all about holding the top floor for as long as possible.
The more time he can waste here, the better, obviously, but I think Bullet knows he's laid down here. This is the danger, which means the nade will come flying in at any moment's notice.
It will be as easy as that if they do know that he's there. That's the question. Bullet just moving his drone away, which suggests maybe not. There you go. That's going to tell him everything he needs to know. You can see him backing away from the door. So Crying just able to survive. Nitro going to do absolutely nothing there as Bullet has dipped himself back to safety. But Crying still doing a good job there. It doesn't matter that he's not had that contact. He's burnt a minute.
That's the most important part. Nades from below from Cyber looking to come upwards here. Oh, so well placed, but just not quite deep enough. Crying gets away with a small scratch.
Just reading the movement of the man there, and it just goes to show how well these players know the maps, know the routes, know where players will maneuver to. Kanto going to drop himself back down. Cameraman finds Crying up on that top floor, and that should be very close to map control gained for FaZe.
To some level, there's still 1 or 2 playing upstairs. Now with Leon going down, now we can start talking about map control, Tim. You've got 2 FaZe players coming up blue as well as Rogue all move their way back down the main stairs. Different sides of the map in their control, and through they go. They're inside the side. Cyber's down to a slither. C4 comes through, but not going to be able to find anyone. LMGs rattle away, but Deepak off to from deep side finds one.
Important kill once again from Deepak. He's had so many tonight, and that will be another, and another. 1, 2, 3, as easy as ABC for Deepak as he down to 4th, and their kill comes in from Kanto. It's 3 versus 1 now for Rogue. 1 minute left to go as Cameraman, he's got an awful lot of work ahead of him here. He's 1 versus 3 and just trying to find anything at the minute on the Dokkaebi. Doesn't really have the weapon for it with the marksman rifle. A lower rate of fire, and he tries to challenge, but shoved down by Deepak, who had a huge round.
Biggie goddamn T does it again. Several rounds this game, just picking up these big 4Ks. FaZe a bit rattled. Take themselves a tactical timeout. They're down by just a round. But that means Rogue are 1 step closer, 2 rounds away from taking that major title.
You say that FaZe may be a little bit rattled there. I think it's probably fair to say the same of Rogue. I would be very surprised if either of these teams are feeling particularly composed at the minute, Des. They are just fighting on instinct right now.
The thing
Focus, concentration must all be very difficult.
We're seeing all those little mistakes that are being made as well. It's like you say, I think a lot of emotion's taken over now.
Yeah, 100%.
Your logical brain's been parked somewhat. You're exhausted. You've been playing for 5.5 hours in a really intense live environment. It's going to take the energy out of you. And this is where you really see what the players have got up their sleeve, what they're really made of in games like this.
Oh, this is where heroes are made. There's no 2 ways about it. One way or another, one of these teams is going to walk away with a truly legendary victory that will be remembered for a long, long time to come.
So excited, Tim. So excited.
Can I say I'm on the edge of my seat yet?
We haven't got seats.
I'm still on the edge of it.
Metaphorically on the edge of your seat.
Metaphorically on the edge of my seat.
We'll go with it, we'll go with it. And after a big 4K round, Biggie T gets tossed back onto playing the Echo here. Bringing on those Yokais that was banned away from him on Bank. Going to be used, I imagine, in a somewhat similar capacity to support the roamers on his team, likely out in the extended hold, but also to feed some information down below as well. Going
going to be gym and bedroom then. We slow things down a little bit as we head into the action phase. There's a lot of talking will be going on between the teams at this point, just trying to make sure that they're on the same page, that those mistakes don't creep in. Nobody wants to be falling foul of giving anything away at this point in time. Cryan's going to be trying to hold on to that catwalk maybe for a little bit. He's just cautious about his movement across after putting that frost mat down. I don't think he'll stick out there too heavily.
Kanto's working his way down through basement, just being a bit of a snake. 2 floors away from the actual action itself. One of those yokais, by the way, was set up inside of sight. It's in gym. This one being used a bit more liberally. We saw this a lot from Deepek before, where he'd take it outside the hatch, toss it up in the air, feed all the information on what's going on around him, and then get back inside the building. That 10 seconds is a very kind amount of time to make use of those cameras on the outside.
I mean, it seems, you know, a while ago now, but it was only recently that we saw Spoit hitting the nitro shot yesterday on the back of that cam going outside. It shows the value that they can have. Astro, he's up on the top, on the rooftop with a lot of the other members of FaZe. 1 minute into the round, and they're just trying to soften things up on that east side, I think. They haven't opened the wall yet, so maybe not too much pressure coming into Cash and CCTV, but Deepek's going to have to be moved here as the wall is opened. He's in his drone, so might not know immediately. He needs to have that information fed in because he's a sitting duck right now.
I think they're doing exactly the same thing that Rogue did to them, which is to split the map in half a bit and try and find some freebies. They've found one. Deepek is sat in the wrong place on cams and gets picked up for free in construction. It's all falling apart for Rogue here in round 10. They've already lost 3. Bullet is down on the deck, but can get juiced up by Cyber in a couple of seconds.
Just a bit of a lack of knowledge on the side of Rogue there, not knowing that Deepek had been left unprotected. Bullet does get caught out by that frost trap, likely in his ADS as he came up to the top of garage expecting to be challenged and just doesn't see it. The drop comes in. Astro somehow wins out against Kanto Raketti, leaving Spoit as the last man alive. 1 versus 5. It's been a fantastic stage for him, ending in an awesome major performance, but his team need him desperately now. He manages to down 1, but this is difficulty on Max as Souls finds the final kill, and that takes us to 5-5, and we're going to get all 12 rounds of regulation.
Not again, surely. Cannot stop. Just seeing these maps go this deep as well. No 7-1s, no 7-2s. It's just been a straight shootout the whole way through. A round after FaZe's tactical timeout, Rogue do exactly the same. They've got 2 defenses to make this work, and given how that first half went, 4-2 to Rogue on the attacking side. FaZe currently have 3. Rogue have the 1 defense. 1 more apiece each. At the very least, we guarantee overtime is coming.
Tactical timeout after the last round was FaZe's. They were able to get in and win round 10. Tactical timeout now taken by Rogue, and they're going to be looking to return the favour, get in and win round 11. Not sure exactly where the defensive site is going to be yet for Rogue, but it ain't looking good, Des. They've only won 1. They've won down in Church and Arsenal, and even then FaZe have had a successful attack down there. Yep. It's going to be very difficult for Rogue at the minute to feel confident on any site here, and they're going to bar and stage.
Okay. There's a lot of information in this lineup. You don't normally see all 3 operators together. Echo, Valkyrie, and Maestro coming in as their lineup. So they can't say they've ever feel short or blindsided by anything coming in from the attackers. They should have full knowledge of this from start through to finish. The FaZe equally starting to ramp their way through here for what looked really rough at a 4-2. They found again 3 out of the last 4 rounds and keep that momentum moving forwards.
Maestro Cam's just getting dished out inside a site there, looking to have a bit of Overwatch on stage in the default plant spot just inside of the stock wall. It'll be interesting to see which side FaZe push from, because when they were defending, they weren't really defending too heavily. They were trying to force Rogue towards a plant deeper inside. They were having a presence in and around stock, making it difficult for them to think about playing onto the stage. So it'll be interesting to see exactly which side FaZe push from here, whether they will go for that standard stage push or whether they're going to look more towards strip.
I want to give a shout out to the backroom staff from Rogue as well, by the way. I was stood with them yesterday while they were watching their game, and their hearts were in their mouths the entire time. I can only imagine what it's like now that you're on map 5, guaranteed to see all 12. Would not want to be them right now, or any of the Rogue players, in all truth. FaZe starting to work their way in through Catwalk. They've got themselves the drones coming in. So Cryin knows they'll be hunted down here. Does have a bit of support coming in from Kanto, but Kanto has pieced out back towards gym and bedroom. Cryin can try and play his life here if he wants, but we've seen FaZe be very adept at collapsing onto him quite easily.
Cyber's just gone in quite aggressively there to blue area on the thinker. He's just, I'm not sure if he's pushing up the stairs or just looking to get alongside that top floor push. He's not. Timing. He's playing inside a stock, and he's going to hit a nice bounce off the wall to take Cryin down from underneath with a nade.
So I could keep on saying, Cryan's kind of overplaying his life a little bit, I think. Kanto had the right idea, getting out of dodge, but may well find himself being hunted down in just a minute. Spoit's now looking to retake that ground, supported by Yokai's. The drone coming out and sees it for free as well, but this challenge is going to be so interesting. The wall being opened up inside of construction as well, giving them a direct line of sight straight through in towards site itself. It also opens it up for Rogue to be able to challenge back through.
Just going to have to reposition that Wamai magnet there, Kanto, just wanting to avoid throwables coming in from construction, but FaZe are feeling pretty comfortable, pretty confident here as the push keeps on going. Osa just going to be taking a little bit of a tickle of damage there, but Astro isn't going to mind whatsoever. The push can continue, keep feeding that information in. He just wants to know where the players are in and around bar. Kanto is the only top 4 presence, but Spoit, he races up the stairs to join him to try and keep holding on and keep challenging into construction.
They want that construction hatch so bad. Down goes Souls, who was outside on drones himself. But between the two of them, there's 3 drones from the attackers set up inside of construction. They will see every movement that you make, and that is the danger. But Kanto gets one back onto Bullet. Surely FaZe don't let this one slip. They were looking so good.
Spoit's position is absolutely huge at the minute because FaZe, they are potentially going to do one of 2 things. Either move into construction to try and challenge Kanto or try and get the diffuser down on the ground on stage. And whichever one it is, Spoit should be in a position to do something about it. Astro, he's going to put out the smoke canisters there. The shields are down. The plant is potentially going to be attempted. The utility is in place.
Top floor.
But Rogue have an opportunity to deny it.
They've got a Yokai on the stage as well in the middle of all the smoke. They see absolutely everything. It gets shot out, but they can retake top floor at this point, Tim. They go for the spray through the ceiling. Cameraman takes some damage. The vertical control! The angel of death that is Kanto finds Cameraman, and Cyber is left in a 1v3. There's no time left for him to win this one out. Rogue are going to be a single round away from being able to win the major.
That is a huge round for Rogue. Not only does it give them a map, a series, a championship point opportunity, but it also guarantees them overtime as an absolute minimum, Des. They are going to have more than one opportunity to win this thing on home soil.
No overtime, boys. Don't do it to our poor aching hearts. Close it out now, 7-5, and see this job done. FaZe, though, have looked pretty ruthless at points throughout this map. Remember the first 2 attacks, how fast and how hard they hit Rogue. Rogue have got a bit of learning to do, I think, based on those earlier rounds, because it was on this very site of Church and Arsenal where FaZe slapped them silly. Got to see some growth across those last 6 rounds.
Our final round potentially is coming up. It's round 12. It's the last of regulation. If FaZe win here, we head into overtime. If Rogue win, they will be your Berlin Major champions. But there is 3 minutes between us and that decision. The site is going to be Church and Arsenal. We've seen Rogue lose it. We've seen Rogue win it.
That might just be the loudest I think I've heard them all event. My ears are covered and they're still aching.
Exactly that. I'm struggling to hear myself, struggling to hear you. The support has been absolutely phenomenal. Once again, we will say that. Cyber, he's going to be looking for that initial push towards blue as he did last time. Cryin avoiding the damage. Nitro comes out. It's not going to reach a Cyber. Plenty of experience down there, just dipping himself far enough from the window. Sees the Warden, might just go for the challenge onto blue door.
I feel like he's expecting a swing from Cryin, and again, this is what this meta is all about in Siege at the minute, is challenging every single spot of the map. Don't give them anything for free, and they're doing a great job of it so far. Cryin supported by some mute jammers here as well, able to dart his way back and forth, unseen for the most part, but he knows that FaZe have had his number for so many rounds in a row that he's got to be careful, and once again they have it. Comes out for the swing, can't find the kill. Somehow gets away inside of stock as well. What the hell is that?
Cryin has got away scot-free there, takes a little bit of damage, but cannot complain given the situation that he was in and wasting the first minute of the round. Cyber working quickly across the top floor now. FaZe are fine for time here, not a problem whatsoever. What they need to do is make sure that they don't lose any lives on this clearance.
They don't want to get re-challenged here as well, because for Rogue, they've got away pretty scot-free there. Again, a small chip on towards Cryin is all they really took it damage-wise on the roam up, but wasted about a minute and a half. Cyber drops down and Leon finds one. Just 4 more to go, boys, and the major is yours.
Panic stations for FaZe now as they know that they've got somebody in amongst them, and that is a problem. Astro knows he's in stock, though, probably wins this challenge, but somehow Leon manages to keep fighting. He takes some damage, but so does Astro. Bullet taking damage as well here, and this is not looking good for FaZe as Leon gets 2 before being eventually traded out.
Still 3 more left standing, though. We've seen FaZe pull these kind of rounds back, but if you're a Rogue fan, you're starting to believe. They've got 1 more C4 left.
There's another kill coming in this time for Cameraman. Onto Canto Ricchetti, 53 seconds left to go, and FaZe can continue their push now. 3v3, as you say, they're working down blue. We just see the Inox being jammed out by the mute jammer. Spoit, he's watching the angle onto blue there, just trying to hold this down with the DMR. Arune just waiting for the moment. If the feet come across, you know that Spoit is gonna take the shots.
Last time they came down here, Deepek picked up his 4K. Cameraman steps in through the cover of a smoke and has got his way down long. They're on the step through. It's a 1-for-1. Deepek's down to a slither of HP, finished off. It's Spoit that stands between FaZe and a chance to stay in this game. They've got the angle held. The plan is going down. Astro on a slither of HP. Spoit comes through, but finished off. We're going through to overtime, Tim.
In map 5 of the Berlin Major, Des, we are going to overtime. We're going to see the whole thing here, and this must be taking its toll on the players. Right now, the tension is at an all-time high. It's 6-6. Everything that has gone before, Des, as unbelievable as it has been, counts now for nothing. It comes down to these final rounds. It is absolutely dead square after 5 maps.
My heart is thumping through my chest right now. This is too much.
It really is.
Too much. Now, to be the downer for a second on this one, Tim, Rogue start on the defense. That is not the side that we have seen succeed so far on this map. 4-2 has been the split. They head back down into the basement, where, yes, there was a good start in Rome coming out from the side of Rogue, Cryin especially, keeping himself alive and very mobile on the Warden, supported by those mute jammers. I've no doubt they'll go for a similar sort of thing again, and Spoit here chooses this of all rounds to bring out the cap can. Bold choice.
The thing is, at this point in the day, it's probably not actually that bad a choice, because we've said, you know, these players are tired. The focus could potentially be slipping at this stage. Get the cap can in. Get the explosive traps on the doorways. You know, give them something extra to think about, extra to look for. Burn down that mentality, burn down that focus.
They are playing on the upstairs, at least Kanto was. A couple of holes opened up inside the kitchen so they can protect that hatch from above if they're able to hold it. But again, knowing the attention that's coming from FaZe, I really doubt that will be the case. Maybe Cryin can fall back from playing top red to get himself inside of Logi and look to contest down below. But of course, there's no Habana on side, but we're looking in towards the hard breach gadgets from the Fuse, or those exothermics from the Thermite.
Here we go. We're into the action phase. There's good and proper Spoit. He's going to open things up with a headshot onto Cyber. Big start for Rogue. Not only does he bring the explosive traps, but he brings the explosive opening, Des.
It's a beautiful man to find as well. Cyber, again, has been an absolute demon throughout the series. Astro's coming in for Cryin. Does Cryin know about it coming up behind him?
He does.
I'm not sure he does. Yes, he does. It's 2 kills going the way of Rogue. They're in a 5 versus 2, Tim, and this is going to crack that trend we've seen of defense falling apart.
It really is, and the big thing here for Rogue is that they've got the defense to come next, Des. They could well take the first 2 rounds and just win this straight off the bat. Bullet holding a long angle there. The silhouette moves, but it's behind the hard wall. There's nothing that Bullet can do about that. Cameraman, he has to try something, but that's going to be number 3 for Spoit in the round. He is activating at just the right time.
When they need him most, that was when he chose to show his true face. A big 3K in the round could yet become a 4. Bullet, a fantastic couple of maps earlier on in the series, but here, a little bit dry on kills himself, a nade in hand, but coming up against these mirrors is proving to be a nightmare. A great flick onto Kanto, but 4 more to find inside 60 seconds.
And the thing is, Rogue, they're just going to play this deep. You can see it happening already. Sitting off to the right, using the mirror window, just looking for that information. They knew that another grenade was going to come in to try and clear out any defenders behind it. Breaks it so they can't use that anymore, but there's nowhere else for Bullet to go realistically. He just needs to keep challenging. Can he find the man inside of Moto? Rogue, you don't need to be peeking. Spoit, he gets down now. 3 versus 1 effectively. 30 seconds left to go. There is time for Bullet here potentially, but he needs to get moving, finds that kill, finishes it off. But Rogue, they are just going to sit and hold their line.
It's what they can do here. He's got to come in through a single doorway. I mean, he's a sledge. You can smash something else out, but the single door will most likely be where he goes. They'll hear him otherwise. They haven't got to go for big swings here, but they put him down to about 40 HP. They can try and look for the last, but there's no way he can close this round out. 1 more bullet is enough to put Bullet in the grave. Rogue, 1 more round away once again.
Here comes another championship point opportunity for Rogue to close this one out. It is now 7-6 in overtime. They just need 1 more round. Unbelievable scenes here in Berlin, Des. Unbelievable scenes.
For 10:30 at night as well. Now, there was a young lady on camera a second ago that is affiliated with Rogue who I think reflected how many of us feel. Head in hands, not quite sure what's coming next.
Unable to watch.
Nah, Amy, I saw you then, don't worry. So I'm stood here on desk and even I'm struggling for words half the time, it feels like, to just know what to expect next. Do FaZe Clan hold on and defend? Do they defy expectations, or do Rogue hit them with something special on the attacking side and get this done and dusted in 14?
The ones that have been hit with something special, Des, are every one of us watching this game, because what a spectacle it has been, whether it comes to an end now or whether we have 1 more round after this. Either way, this will go down as one of the greatest matches in Siege history. These two have given absolutely everything.
I can't take anything away from either team. Whoever walks away the winner or the loser, this has been a real battle of champions. The number of OTs that we've seen, the fact that it's taken all 5, the way they've played throughout the competition. It's been a miraculous story for both, and as we've already said, history will be made. Kanto, a 2-time winner, or all of FaZe, a 2-time winner. Leon breaking that curse on his birthday of always falling short in semi-finals, except for Allied and DreamHack Valencia 2018. And for Spoit, his first ever showing in Stage 2 at pro level, to then go to a major and win it. I think you struggle to find anyone that will top that if they can do it here in round 14.
That's it. I think that's an accomplishment that will never be repeated, or I would be surprised to see it happen. It's just been unbelievable. Nade being thrown in from Spoit, looking to clear out that utility inside of sight. The attack is going to be coming onto Gym and Bedroom. We're going to have a little bit of work here from Deepak just to open up this wall. First one goes off to the left-hand side, and then the mute jammer can be cleared off later, and we see the second go. The bathroom has been completely reinforced here, and this is going to be a cagey round.
Cyber is so close here. Does he know where to look? He sees 2. Doesn't quite know which one to shoot for, but now they know that he's trying to get cheeky. He's going to have to back away for a quick second before the next swing comes through. And there we go. It's a wonderful 2 versus 1, and Diffuser is down on the breach as well, Tim.
Well played from FaZe. They knew exactly what was going on. Rogue didn't really recognize that they were being pinched out on either side, and Soul's just keeping his position under wraps enough. There goes Bullet onto Crying. There goes Cameraman and Astro. This, it looks like we are going to have 1 more, as FaZe have fought back fantastically on the defense. Here goes Deepak. Maybe 1 more time. Maybe, just maybe, he can keep the dream alive.
This would be something miraculous if he can pull off a 1 versus 5. FaZe have crushed Rogue in this round, but he's got 45 seconds with which to play. Does not have the diffuser. That is down inside of construction, so he's got to find his kills. At the minute, they are all very isolated. He looks in towards bathroom, but Astro finds him. Tim, we're going all the way. The very last round. We joked about this at the start of the series, yet here we are.
This is not our first time with FaZe. We must remember, Des, this is bringing back memories of the Sweden Major of FaZe versus Damwon Kia of round 15, map 3, where it went to a 1v1 between Souls and Rin. I'm not sure I can handle this coming down to a 1v1.
Can anyone? Rogue putting their eggs in the bar and stage basket. Once again leaning in towards that triple Intel operator setup of the Maestro, the Valkyrie, and the Echo. Someone's got to be a hero here for one of these teams. And I can't tell you right now, looking at any of the 10 players in the server, which one it's going to be.
Here we go then. 7-0 on the scoreboard. It comes down to this round. FaZe versus Rogue on Clubhouse has gone the distance. It's going to be a bar and stage hold coming in from Rogue.
As they set up upstairs. Just imagine having played for 5.5, 6-ish hours. And all that matters at the very end of the day is one single round. That is what it has come down to. Forget anything that's come before, anything else that has happened. No matter how many kills you found yourself picking up throughout this series, these next 5 kills that you could find in this round are the most important you will ever pick up in your career.
Well, we've seen a very large majority of the rounds available, and we might just, well, we are. See a winner here and now. Out goes the Echo drone, maybe one last time, just to catch those players up on the top of the roof so they know where the push is going to be coming from. FaZe, it's up to them, the onus is on them as the attackers to get this underway.
Sol's not quite showing the same skill with the drones as Deepek was. Catches it on the drone hole, taken out for free by Leon. They're only down 3 drones in the round itself, but a big Jacuzzi side focus coming out for FaZe here as they get that Jacuzzi breach opened up and could now look to rotate themselves away.
They could. Cyber pushing forward. Looking to get that nade out. There's somebody on the main stairs. It's going to catch him. No, Leon, he manages to escape. He's coming back for more. Can he take a bite? No, he overextends. Cyber shuts him down. But Kanto's there with a double.
That's what you're looking for. 3 left standing, but let's not get overexcited because there's always this possibility that Astro, who was 2-7 earlier in this game, has bounced his way back to 9-9. He can still be the judgment maker here.
A little bit of top floor control has been gained for FaZe, so they can start working towards site. But Rogue have got the strip side hold, I'm pretty sure. Yes, you can see the man right out there. That's almost certainly going to be Deepek on the Echo, waiting to spoil the party with the Yokai drones.
Just playing on that vertical. Surely not as a drop execute. You got crying out towards Garage, it's worth mentioning. He's a mile away from the action at this point. But FaZe have no idea. Can he work his way up through catwalk maybe, or red stairs, and get himself involved on the top floor?
Continue to work those vertical angles, looking to soften things up here, FaZe, but there's going to come a point where they have to go, Des. They can't keep doing this for the entire remainder of the round. 50 seconds left of the Berlin Major here for us to decide who is going to be the winner. Astro drops down. He's looking to pressure from Chains. He wants to try and hold down the bottom of main stairs. We know how important a position it is. Deepek, he, as predicted, is just out there cycling those cams, trying to feed the information, trying to get that last glimpse that is going to help Rogue over the line.
Surely not that Yokai being the big disruptor here in the last 30. FaZe dropping down, converging on the ground floor. Kitchen hallway is theirs as a Yokai blast comes out. Spoit thought about a swing but changed his mind at the last second. And Astro expects on the downstairs. Last 15, it's literally now or never. Spoit finds 1, 2 left standing. The plan's got to get stuck. They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Latam. Grimm are your Berlin Major champions.
That we have just seen, the battle that they have been through to win that, and let's in this moment not forget FaZe, who have played their part here in Berlin, Des. That came right down to the wire. It doesn't come closer. A Yokai stun to win the championship for Rogue, your EU winners at the Berlin Major.
You beautiful, beautiful buggers.
Look at the crowd. This is just, it makes the hairs on the back of your neck, stand up, Des. This is what esports is all about.
MVP, Deepek.
What a performance from all of the Rogue players tonight. But Deepek, a number of times, has had such important kills to keep them in it. It's been unreal. The composure these players have shown has been fantastic. And again, FaZe have played an amazing part in this, and they deserve plaudits as well, because they only fell a fraction short.
That's being Tim done here. But I think it's about time we throw down to Ian on the stage to speak to your Berlin Major Champion winners.
This theatre in Berlin just exploded! It couldn't have gone more to the wire. And I can confirm right now that Rogue is making their way to this stage right now. So let them hear you.
I told you we're winning this! EU on top! Let's go!
What has it been? 7 years. 7 years. And here we are. Oh my God! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Guys. Can you guys sing a song for me? Oh, canto rocketti. Oh, canto rocketti. Oh, canto.
I'm fucking back, baby. 0 scrims, by the way.
You know what you are, right? Right now. You've made history.
Oh, have I? Oh.
You know what?
Why?
2-time. First ever 2-time major champion standing right here to my right. Right, you're in your socks. Listen, Leon, you've been standing here up on that stage. You said a lot. You promised a lot. You delivered. You've got to give it up to FaZe Clan. They took it all the way.
Yeah, props to FaZe, you know. Tough fucking game. Tough game. You know, 8-7 on 3 maps. Either way could have gone to either one of us. I'm just happy I got my revenge.
There's so much to talk about. I mean, I'm really disappointed that Cryin hasn't taken his top off yet, because I was thinking that might happen. But I think, I'm kidding. I mean, I didn't see it. Okay, hold on, Spoit. You are 18 years old. I just want you to talk. Look out at this crowd, who all absolutely adore you. You've been on the royal road to this very moment. I just want you to talk through your emotions right now.
This is absolutely crazy. I don't know what to say. I'm actually lost for words. First ever event for me. First ever esports event, and I actually managed to win it.
All right. EU, well and truly on top right now. Right in the center there. If you gather round, are you ready for the big moment, guys? Everybody get ready. Oh, hold on.
On Leon's birthday as well. This is absolutely insane.
For sure. All right, get round. Get in position. Ladies and gentlemen, your Rainbow Six Berlin Major Champions, it's Rogue! Right, listen. Okay, just give me 1 second. I just need to come off the stage for 1 second and grab something from
Where are you
around this
going?
corner.
Where is he?
Oh,
Going to get something.
Oh, I know what he's getting. I know what he's getting.
What is he getting?
He's getting something from Leon. It's literally,
yes.
yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wait, guys.
can we get a little song for Mr. Leon, please? Because it's his birthday, and of course, we have to celebrate it properly. So, Leon, happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Leon. Happy birthday to you.
What did you wish for?
Win the major, baby.
And you did it. Congratulations once again to Rogue. Gotta find somewhere to put these donuts. We'll tuck into them as a team later on, I imagine, if Leon lets us. I just want to give a massive thank you to every single one of you in this crowd. First time in a long time, EU Major. Make some noise for yourselves! Now, I'm very new to this entire scene, but as you can see, there's some absolute legends, Siege royalty standing behind me who make this entire thing possible. And I know that each and every one of them have a little thing they would like to say. So I've got a mic. If you don't have one, come and take it off me. Who wants to go first? Jesse.
Bit of a hot seat, eh? Listen, it's been an iconic major. So many records have been broken. EU on top!
Am I allowed to sing?
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's earned it!
I know it. All right, is everyone ready?
Go!
Oh, Meepy, do you know what it's worth? D-Bag is the best on earth. He plays support. That's just what Rogue need. He won Rogue the major trophy.
I can't believe that.
And me and Leon, we're going to have pink hair because they won the trophy.
All right, sure.
God damn it.
I got it.
Kanto, I'm so freaking proud of you, man. Come on.
Hey!
Good fucking shit, man. Yeah? Your dream sport, yeah, let's go, man. You fucking did it. You did it, man. You did it. Insane. I love you, T-Pone. Maybe. So much history. So much history. Congrats, man. You're also pretty good.
Where? Des, Tim.
I'm in.
Do we think that Des and Tim did a fantastic job with that grand final, right?
I'll keep it fairly short because my voice is probably going to go any second now thanks to these two amazing teams. But genuinely, I think, I speak for myself and everybody here when I say that all of this is built because of you guys. You do it, turning out like you have, the noise, the passion, the atmosphere. So thank you all. Thank you.
I don't really have tons to say. Just one thing that I streamed a few times in that cast I've got to do one more time. Big E.T!
Just briefly, do you guys want to be part of an iconic photograph right now? I've just been asked, can everybody put a light up in the air right now so we can get something really special with the Rogue team? I mean, look at this. With this team looking back at the camera, lights in the air. And feel free to get loud, everybody. All right, now I've been told that we need to start to wrap this up. So, of course, Milos, the illustrious host, right?
It's two of us.
Should we say goodbye together?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
All right. Look at them. It's a beautiful sight to see Europe back on top.
Yeah.
High copium, we got it through. And you know the one thing more beautiful than all of this is you, Ian. Thank you very much. Thank you, Berlin!
Good night!
Same to the team! We love you! Good night!
Let me take you back to May 2019, over 3 years ago. That was the last time that we had a live Siege crowd in Europe, and that's all changed this weekend. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Berlin Major, and we have got a sold-out crowd back together again, and I'm gonna go see how they're all feeling. Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing? Make some noise! This is what I mean. This is why you gotta love the Siege community. Everybody's out in force for the first time in a long time. How's it going, guys? How's it feel to be back?
Very good. I'm completely hyped and I love to see the next map.
Hello, who's this?
I'm the recruit.
How's it feel to be here at a major?
Extremely great. I love the people. Everyone is so open. I like it.
Who's winning the major?
Rogue, definitely Rogue. It's gonna be Rogue.
Rogue. How much are fans coming up to you and being like, hey, I love your outfit and everything else?
Everyone.
Yeah, you signing a lot of autographs and stuff like that?
But it's fun, I like it. Everyone loves it and it makes me really happy.
Let's go inside and find some more people. Okay, I'm a little bit intimidated.
Oh wait.
Tell everybody who you are.
Fungus Purse, or Fungus.
You haven't been able to do this a Siege event in Europe for a very long time.
Years.
Did it feel like something was missing?
A little bit. It was, felt like the full ticket.
Can I try on the goggles or would that be too much hard work?
How much can you see?
I can't see anything. So we're seen outside the theatre. Let's go in. Where are you from?
Two of us from England, Germany, and Vienna.
All right, so you travelled out specifically for this. Tell me so far, has it been worth it?
It's been crazy. It's been so good. It's been mind-blowing.
How would you sum it up?
Wonderful experience, a huge crowd, and it feels great to actually feel the game.
The sounds that the crowd is making, it's absolutely insane.
How does it feel to be at a major?
Very good.
Who's gonna win this year's major?
Rogue.
That's good. That's good. Last question. Are you ready? Who are you queuing to meet?
Pengu.
Pengu. Let's go talk to these guys. Hello, Mandy. Can I get your autograph, please?
Yeah.
This is your first broadcast event at a live Siege. Does it feel quite surreal?
Yes, it is very, very surreal. I just can't believe it. There's an entire line here. They're probably all here for Pengu.
That is why we put Pengu at the end, so everyone sticks around, right? But this is the first time in a long time that it's been in Europe. What does it mean to you?
I mean, it's where I'm from. Obviously, I was born in Denmark, but I lived in Germany for a year and a half. I played for German org in G2, so seeing the German support now brings me back to my roots, because I started in German org like Penta, so it means a lot to me.
So as you can see, the fans are, of course, extremely happy to be back, and we are very happy to have them back as well. But for now, that is it from us here at the Berlin Major, and it's on to the next one.
right to leave Rainbow. We are stronger than we've ever been, and our new recruits legitimize us in the eyes of many skeptics. What is a high price tag when success is guaranteed? Our results speak for themselves and give us leeway to operate as we wish. The world is not designed to foster talent. Fall in line. Do what is expected of you. In my life, I've often found that the great rarely fit traditional standards. When you confine excellence, it suffocates.
Ace, wall down in 5. Selma out. Vinka, prepare for a rush.
In removing these restraints, I have redefined what an operational unit can be.
Forward, now. Go, 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 go.
Some might see us as selfish and opportunistic. Let them. Nighthaven will leave them in the dust as we saw.